not with a half-blood. Where two British magicals get together by accident. The course of true love never did run smooth. The course of this story is once again more like a pinball on an improbable journey. By an orc, the Harry Potter Wizarding World setting and characters by J.K. Rowling, with no intent to profit from this work. Author's note, this is not with a half-blood. Redux. I've added in Harry's inner thoughts, such as there are. This version is therefore recommended if you don't like subtext or have trouble reading between the lines. Harry Potter would not like it if you read this version, as it makes him look like a bit of a prat. Chapter 1. It begins with a misunderstanding. Harry Potter had to attend the Ministry of Magic Yule Ball. That's what people told him. It was supposedly an honor to be invited, but Harry felt that it wasn't. Ginny was excited, her first public outing as his girlfriend. So they went to the bloody ball, and Harry tried not to look as annoyed as he was at all the posh, wealthy people he met. Harry stood around waiting for Ginny to come back from the loo. She'd had too much pumpkin juice, or something. Someone bumped into him from behind. Harry turned. A pretty blonde in a very nice robe glared up at him. He looked down at her. She was not the tallest person, and he'd grown a bit in the last year or so and was now definitely fairly tall. "Potter," said the woman in an aristocratic accent, "what are you doing here?" "I got an invite," said Harry, not saying, "trying to look down your top. I'm sort of famous, you know, the whole defeating Voldemort thing." "But you're a half-blood," sneered Daphne Greengrass, Slytherin. "Well, I suppose once you've saved the country, it doesn't matter," said Harry blandly. Some people. Also, he could not see down her top. The shape of her robes suggested that at least this particular ex-Slytherin girl had, well, a figure. Harry's purely academic, honestly. Interest in female skin went unfulfilled. He knew he shouldn't think about girls like that, but as he got older it became harder and harder not to wonder about pretty ones at least. Greengrass looked like she wanted to say something. The edges of her eyes moved and her mouth wriggled about. And she seemed to shrink a little and lost the sneer, looking, well, just cross. "Thank you," she said in a polite tone that clashed with her long face, "for keeping Draco out of Azkaban." "Thank you," said Harry. "There are actually people who like that git." It seemed implausible. "I'm betrothed to that git, as you call him," said Greengrass. She sighed. "So I am thankful." If Harry had guessed, he'd have thought she was about as happy about that as Harry would be in the circumstances. "I thought him and Parkinson," said Harry. Harry was fairly sure he'd seen their labeled dots on the Marauders' map in 5th year quite close together. More than once, often enough, in fact, to hate Malfoy for an extra reason. Rich pricks getting girlfriends. Harry's distinct lack of self-reflection did not address that in 1st year. He'd had thousands of galleons in Gringotts Bank. Or that by the beginning of 6th year he had even more money, as beneficiary of Sirius Black's will. Or that he'd cuddled Ginny Weasley the year afterwards, and nobody would seriously compare Parkinson's looks favorably to Ginny. Harry smiled, thinking of Ginny. She was pretty and fiery. "Oh, Merlin, no. After her little speech in the Great Hall, pansies had to flee the country," said Greengrass dismissively. "Father swooped in and got Draco at a bargain price. And as he's not going to Azkaban, our families won't be too ruined by his poor choices." And her eyebrows lifted as if to say, "I know perfectly well what he and Parkinson got up to." "You are aware he's a complete pillock?" asked Harry, wondering if the girl was a bit dim. Greengrass rolled her eyes. "That's not important," she said. "His family wealth is what matters." "Oh, with Lucius in Azkaban, is Draco in charge now?" asked Harry, thinking for the first time of the consequences of his maybe too generous treatment of Narcissa and Draco, though they both saved Harry's life. So he had owed them. He considered that debt pretty much paid off, though. Mrs. Malfoy hadn't even gone to Azkaban for life. "And frankly, my sister actually likes him, so she can do all that stuff," said Greengrass dispassionately. And then she gave a small shiver. "Your sister?" asked Harry, confused now. "I thought you were the one marrying Draco." "Oh, both of us, my sister and I," said Daphne, waving one hand. "That way one of us holds Malfoy and the other Black." "Black?" asked Harry, scratching the back of his head. "Draco's head of the House of Black. Didn't you know through his mother? Asked Greengrass. Sirius Black was the head of the House of Black, said Harry, and he died. Leaving everything to his closest male relative, Draco, said Greengrass, nodding. Harry shook his head. No, he left everything to me because I'm his godson. I live at Grimmauld Place. You live at Draco's house in London? Asked Daphne Greengrass, frowning. Greengrass, said Harry. Daphne, said Greengrass. Once I'm married, you're a relative, though your great-aunt Drula. Harry nodded. Great-aunt Drula, great-uncle Charles, he replied. Daphne blinked. You do actually know your family tree, she said, sounding surprised. Bits of it, admitted Harry. Coss saying you spent ages rereading wizarding genealogy sounded lame, even if it was the only way you knew anything about your family because they were all dead. But I inherited everything from Sirius. We, the Order of the Phoenix, used Grimmauld Place, Sirius's mother's old house, as a safe house for years, since '95. Not Draco? Asked Daphne, looking confused. Harry was really starting to suspect she might have some sort of mental disability caused by, for example, being a bit of posh toddy. Look, before Sirius willed everything to me, Draco was going to inherit, said Harry. But since Sirius died and left it all to me, he's a sort of cousin. Sirius Black betrayed your parents. Why would he have left anything to you? Asked Daphne, sounding irritated. She looked very irritated. She had the face for it. Sirius was framed, never tried, spent years in Azkaban, explained Harry tiredly. It was Peter Pettigrew who did it and left a finger behind. He was a rat animagus. You, a rat, said Daphne with a grimace of disgust. He was viler in person. A Death Eater. He knifed me in '94 as part of resurrecting Voldemort, said Harry, sighing. An innocent head of an important house went to Azkaban, said Daphne, sounding very upset. And my godfather. I should have grown up with him, said Harry. Got fobbed off on Muggle relatives that hated me instead. And you own everything the Blacks had, said Daphne. Everything including the name, said Harry. Sirius had to adopt me in his will. Otherwise Draco would be head of Black, and I'd have all the money and stuff. And I think he could tell me to give him money then. But my father paid good money for that contract, said Daphne, looking cross. It's worthless. Worse than that, you have to marry that pillock, said Harry. He resisted the urge to grin. We shall see, said Daphne Greengrass, and she turned on her heel and strode off angrily. A remarkable figure, even if she was a snotty, pure-blood Slytherin. Harry swallowed. Something to think about later before bed maybe. Not that he didn't love Ginny or something. Harry, said Ginny's voice sharply from behind him, what were you talking to that bitch about? Harry turned around and smiled at Ginny, who was looking gorgeous and a tiny bit pissy. Just Malfoy being a complete pillock. Daphne Greengrass there's betrothed to Malfoy, thinking she's going to be Mrs. Black. Ferret Boy's been lying about being the head of the House of Black. And he wondered for a second if calling Greengrass a bitch was really necessary. She was, Harry stared at Ginny's dress, not thinking about Greengrass's bustline. It had been bigger and, strained demurely against her robes. His pants got uncomfortable. Greengrass's bum had held out her dress in an interesting way too. He's not, asked Ginny, frowning. Harry snapped out of it. No, Sirius left everything to me, said Harry. Otherwise Malfoy would have kicked us out of Grimmauld Place years ago. Oh, said Ginny, so you're head of the House of Black, asked Ginny. She frowned a bit, clearly thinking about something. Sirius put it all in his will, said Harry, waving a hand dismissively. Like I said to Greengrass, without that adoption in the will, I'd have all the money, but Draco would still be the head of the house. Sirius wasn't having any of that causing problems, so he fixed it. What a bellend, said Ginny. I almost feel sorry for Greengrass. Malfoy, even a stuck-up Slytherin bitch like her, doesn't deserve that. And from her tone, Harry knew she meant stuff. Did I do the right thing, Ginny? Asked Harry, keeping him out of Azkaban. He saved your life and was a rubbish Death Eater, said Ginny, in the exact same tone she used to describe Malfoy's pathetic ability as a Quidditch seeker. And Malfoy was a better seeker than Death Eater. Harry scratched the back of his head. The Malfoys have scammed the Greengrasses something awful. Both the Greengrass girls are betrothed to Malfoy. They thought he had 2 houses. Daphne was expecting to pick up the Black family and not have to touch Draco. Apparently her sister likes him and wants to be Mrs. Malfoy. Ginny coughed. Fuck, she said. They're bitchy Slytherin bitches, but that's very bad. Were they, you know? Asked Harry curiously. Gin kept calling them bitches after all. Nah, said Ginny. Pansy was a suck-up to the Carrows. It was Crabbe, Goyle, and Malfoy. Greengrass said Pansy's fled the country, observed Harry wryly. If I see her again, I'll hex her, said Ginny. Most of the younger Death Eaters died in the battle. They weren't as practiced as us in the DA, she said proudly. I feel sort of sorry for her. Now they both have to marry Draco or something, said Harry. Her dad was proud they got a good deal on Draco, but I think it's a bad deal now. Bloody purebloods and their paid marriages, said Ginny dismissively. You're a pureblood, Ginny. The Weasleys are even in the sacred 28, said Harry jokingly, with a grin. Mum and Dad don't do any of that stuff. We're blood traitors, don't you know, said Ginny, smirking. Just as well, your dad could never afford me, said Harry, and Ginny patted his upper arm. Prat, she said lovingly. Some time later, he staggered into the bathroom before bed, drank some water, and suddenly imagined Daphne Greengrass in obviously tight night things lying in his bed. Urgent measures were required. He felt a little guilty as his head hit the pillow, but it was just a fantasy. There was no way he was getting with Greengrass. He had Ginny, and there was no way Greengrass could snog like Ginny could have abs like Ginny. And even Zabini admired Ginny's arse. Smiling, he went to sleep. =0=. Harry got up, a bit thick-headed from last night's ball, and got dressed and descended to the kitchen. Creature had made breakfast for him, which was sort of unexpected. Master, croaked Creature. Did you spit in it? Asked Harry casually. Master is a good master and Creature doesn't spit in his food, croaked Creature. Blood traitors' foods, of course. Creature, don't spit in people's food, said Harry, shoving his glasses down and pinching the bridge of his nose. No spitting in anyone's food. As you say, master, grumbled Creature. Creature was being more and more servanter and less malignant force sulking in the corner. Harry suspected Creature was getting used to him. As Harry finished breakfast, a post owl flew in and dropped a letter on the table. Creature clicked his fingers and the letter floated up off the table, glowed briefly gold and sank. Safe to open, croaked Creature. Thank you, Creature, said Harry, wondering what Creature could detect hypothetically. Harry Potter, head of the House of Black, was the address. The letter was a folded-up sheet of parchment, so Harry opened the green wax seal and folded the letter out. Mr. Potter, my daughter Daphne claims that you, not Draco Malfoy, are the head of the House of Black. I need to meet with you, most urgently, to confirm this. Cyrus Greengrass, head of the House of Greengrass. Oh, Harry thought for a bit and decided to help Cyrus Greengrass. Draco's family had done this crooked deal, and nobody deserved to be married to Draco, least of all 2 girls. Harry had a sudden funny vision of Crabbe and Goyle in wedding dresses marrying Draco. Still, one of them was dead now, and the other in Azkaban. Harry's mood once again took a trip off a cliff. He took the letter and went upstairs to his room, Sirius's old room, and found the ledger on the bookshelf. It was a very large black leather-bound volume with a brass clasp to hold it shut. The cover was embossed with 3 ravens, which had something to do with the family Black. And it was the one thing he had proving he was in charge of the Black family fortune. Harry opened it to the last page used, marked with a black ribbon. The page started with, Control of house assigned to Harry James Potter by the last will and testament of Sirius Orion Black. Then there were columns of numbers. All that was being deducted was Flu Network fees and food. Money kept coming in from something. Businesses, rents, something. Harry looked around for some way to carry the darn thing. Nothing sprang to mind. Harry opened the desk drawer and took out a sheet of parchment, looked at the letter and wrote a reply carefully, and sealed the letter up with some old wax from the back of the drawer. No owl, Harry sighed. Since Hedwig's death, he hadn't wanted another owl. There could be nobody to replace his oldest friend. On the other hand, he now needed to send a letter, and life stretched ahead of Harry. There would be lots of letters, and he needed an owl. He was going to go to Ilops and buy an owl. Harry sighed. Not a pet, just someone to carry the mail. And making Errol carry mail back to Mrs. Weasley once, he and Ginny, would be unfair. Errol was too old for flying, he was sure. And Pigwidgeon was mental, and had to be nearly too small to carry letters. Equals 0 equals. Harry put on a hooded cloak from the wardrobe and flew to Diagon Alley. When Harry got to Ilops Owl Emporium, the smell reminded him of the owlery at Hogwarts. Acrid owl poop. A white shape in the rafters drew his eye. A snowy owl. A shopkeeper in a flat, wide-brimmed, shiny leather hat came over. That snowy, eh? Asked the middle-aged man. Got it in a few years ago, actually, when Pottermania was high in 95. I sold a couple of snowies, then the fad ended, and he doesn't have an owl now, so nobody wants it. Snowies are a bit temperamental, after all. I'll take it, said Harry, sure for once. The owl and the biggest box of liver owl treats you've got. Harry looked at the counter. Just a tick, have to get it down, said the shopkeeper, meeting Harry's eye. Blimey, you're Harry Potter, they said loudly in the deserted shop. Quietly, please, said Harry. Got any bacon? That worked on my owl. Bacon, asked the shopkeeper. You must be mental. Harry rolled his eyes and went to the counter. A 10-minute scuffle between an owl and a shopkeeper later, the owl sat in a familiar-looking brass traveling cage, glaring at Harry and the shopkeeper. Same model cage, said the shopkeeper and then stopped. I remember it well, said Harry, cutting that short. The owl treats. Don't feed it too much, it won't fly, said the shopkeeper. Yeah, said Harry, I've had a snowy before. Well, this one's male, said the shopkeeper, smaller and not so speckly. Orion, said Harry, suddenly inspired. He's Orion. The owl formerly known as that owl looked at Harry reproachfully. Harry took the letter out of his pocket and looked at it speculatively. Best to take. Orion home and feed him before you use him, said the shopkeeper. Harry paid a stack of galleons and left the shop. I'm going to call you Orion, said Harry to the owl, who turned their back on Harry. Don't like that name, asked Harry. The owl barked. Salazar, asked Harry. The owl revolved its head to glare at Harry. All right, Salazar, said Harry. The owl blinked. Fine, I've got an owl named after a 1,000-year-old dark wizard. Now, can you find me once you've delivered this letter? Asked Harry, waving the letter. Prek, barked the owl stiffly. I know, you're a snowy post owl, you're smart, said Harry unself-consciously. Salazar bobbed. Well, take this to Cyrus Greengrass at Greengrass Manor, guessed Harry. Salazar turned his head back away from Harry. Harry put the box of owl treats down and opened the cage. Salazar sulked. Harry rummaged in his pockets and took out the letter from Cyrus Greengrass. Salazar, this is the letter he sent me, said Harry, holding the letter out. Salazar turned and hopped onto the rim of the cage door. Harry held the letter to the owl's beak. Salazar tipped his head down and eyed the letter. Sender's address, asked Harry, and he turned the letter over. Salazar made a coughing noise. I forgot, all right, said Harry, mentally crossing out the idea Salazar would ever be like dear Hedwig. And had he jinxed it by calling him Salazar? Too late now. Salazar hopped onto Harry's free arm and Harry put the cage down and shuffled letters, making sure to have the one he'd written. Take it to Cyrus Greengrass at Greengrass Estate, said Harry, imagining some vast building like Malfoy Manor. Salazar bit the letter and in a flutter of wings flew off. Harry, seeing no reason to hang around, apparated home and put the cage in a quiet corner of the kitchen and the box of owl treats on a shelf. Creature appeared noiselessly. New owl, asked Creature. A male snowy called Salazar, said Harry. Another white owl, croaked Creature. Soft-hearted master. Salazar is a post owl, nothing more, said Harry. And he certainly didn't go cry in the loo. He had dust in his eyes from the mess at Grimmauld Place, that was all. Equals 0 equals. That afternoon, Creature popped into the library, where Harry was trying to learn some spells, to inform Harry that the owl Salazar had returned with a letter which Creature handed over. Harry Potter, head of House Black. Agree to meet you in a back room of 3 broomsticks, 5 p.m. Unable to flu call you. Cyrus Greengrass, head of House Greengrass. Harry nodded. The head of House Greengrass did need to talk to Harry pretty urgently. Harry went and got a coat from his room. The day was turning colder, and had a rummage in the desk drawer for that will thingy. After 10 minutes of fruitless searching, he called Creature. Master, croaked Creature. Where's Sirius's will? It was in the desk drawer, said Harry, feeling pressured for time now. In the office, Master, croaked Creature. What office? Asked Harry. Your office, croaked Creature obtusely. Where is it? Asked Harry. The first floor, behind the leather door, croaked Creature. Harry stomped down to the first floor, and Creature followed him, finally, pointing to a leather-padded door Harry had not seen before. This had been hidden, asked Harry. To keep the blood traders and mudbloods out, said Creature. Harry groaned and opened the door. The office was the size of a bedroom, with a single bookshelf stuffed higgledy-piggledy with leather-bound books, a large elaborate desk, a couple of very uncomfortable chairs for visitors, some couches with a floor-standing wooden globe and a fireplace behind the desk. Harry blinked. This was by far the nicest room in Grimmauld Place, and it lacked a certain eau de mold. Creature, you've been keeping this clean, asked Harry, feeling irritated. O' course, croaked Creature. Harry walked over to the desk's chair. Where's the will? I need proof I'm the head of the house. The signet ring is better, said Creature, and Harry noticed, on the center of the desk blotter, an ugly signet ring with the black coat of arms on it. Harry picked it up and put it on, not noticing the look of disappointment on Creature's face when Harry did not die immediately. Thank you, Creature, said Harry. I suppose, bring the ledger and papers down, I'm going out. I'll get tea before I come home. Creature faded from sight, and Harry left the office. Obliviously, the way he did a lot of things. Equals 0 equals. Harry was 10 minutes late to the 3 broomsticks, stepping out of the flue, brushing off soot and heading for the back rooms. Harry Potter, said Madame Rosmerta cheerfully. Your party is in room 2, she said, and led Harry to the smallest of the back rooms, which had its door shut and a sign, private meeting, hanging on the door. She knocked, and there was a deep muffled come in from inside. Harry opened the door and entered. The room was lit fairly brightly by lamps. 3 people were sitting at the table. Harry recognized Daphne Greengrass, and the older woman and man were probably her parents. Harry Potter, said the pointy-faced man with a goatee, who looked like he got part-time work as the devil. You must be Cyrus Greengrass, said Harry. The man nodded. My wife Roxanne, and you know my daughter Daphne. Mrs. Greengrass, Miss Greengrass, said Harry, trying to be polite, and sat down. Mrs. Greengrass was a beautiful blonde woman with no facial expression. Daphne looked mildly contemptuous, and Harry's pants for some weird reason tingled. Not that he had a thing about women looking at him like that. He tried to look utterly uninterested. He was determined that he was not going to ogle her. Besides, the robe had a high collar anyway. Her cleavage was not visible. Daphne says you claim to be the head of the House of Black, said Cyrus, in a polite tone. Harry laid his right hand on the table, the lights glittering off the black signet ring. Oh, said Cyrus. Harry nodded and looked at Mrs. Greengrass. She was blonde like Daphne and had hazel eyes. She looked now like she'd just eaten a particularly unpleasant Weasley's wheeze. You've got the ring, said Daphne Greengrass. You didn't have the ring before. It was in the office, said Harry, trying for the sort of bland drawl Draco and other rich prats affected. Daphne Greengrass's face screwed up. She looked royally annoyed now. Mrs. Greengrass reached over and patted Daphne's hand. Harry felt a rush of pleasure. She was so easy to wind up. God, she was like Dudley's old tin robot. Well, except more like one of the girls from Seamus's magazines to look at. And just like that, he felt uncomfortable and wanted to apologize a lot. Harry looked back at Cyrus Greengrass. "So," said Harry, "what do you want to do?" "Get Lucius Malfoy out of Azkaban, so I can wring his neck," said Cyrus angrily. Harry was surprised. "You signed that long ago." "Last year," said Cyrus. "It seemed a prudent move at the time." Harry tried not to laugh. These people, the Greengrasses, had sucked up hard to the Malfoys when the old Lucius Malfoy had been second in command of the Death Eaters, and now were left with both daughters engaged to a pillock. "So you've got 2 daughters engaged to Draco Malfoy, heir of House Malfoy," said Harry. "Not exactly," said Cyrus, sounding embarrassed. "Could we have our money back?" "Your money back?" asked Harry. "We paid the money for Daphne's engagement into the Black Vault," said Cyrus. Harry snorted. He just couldn't help himself. "You paid me," said Harry, chuckling. For once he thought everything was bloody brilliant. "We didn't know it was you," said Roxanne Greengrass in the same aristocratic tone Daphne had used last night. "And the Malfoys didn't mind?" asked Harry curiously. "It was assumed the Malfoys would have control over the black accounts," said Cyrus. Harry heard the words that weren't being said. "By the time they marry, Harry Potter will be worm food." "So you, Greengrasses, didn't know, and the Malfoys assumed I'd be dead soon," said Harry. Cyrus looked away from Harry. "So that was a yes, then?" "How much was it?" asked Harry. 85,000 galleons, admitted Daphne. "For the amazing bouncing ferret's hand in marriage," said Harry, chuckling. "What a ripoff." "Would you give us back the galleons?" said Mrs. Greengrass, sounding strained. "As long as that contract of yours doesn't make me betrothed to her," said Harry. "Daddy," said Daphne Greengrass nervously. Harry had been feeling a bit amused until now, and then it hit him. This girl's parents had made a bet a hell of a lot of money, and it had gone horribly wrong. Harry looked to Cyrus, who was shuffling through a leather satchel, and finally pulled out a bundle of parchment, bound in blue ribbon. He flopped it onto the table. There were ribbons, black and green, coming out of the bottom of the pile. Cyrus glanced at the contract, then ran his finger along the cramped old-fashioned hand it was written in. "The party of the first part being the heir black," said Cyrus glumly. "Well, I didn't sign it," said Harry, and Cyrus flipped the whole thing onto its back and folded the back page with the ribbons down onto the table. Above the black ribbon was an elegant signature, nothing like Harry's writing at all. "Signed by Narcissa Malfoy née Black," said Cyrus, and he sighed. "Signed by Narcissa, not Lucius?" asked Harry. "She's a black, he's not," said Cyrus. "Well, my sort of aunt can't sign a contract for me," said Harry confidently, eyeing the contract. "Cyrus has signed for Greengrass." "About that," said Mrs. Greengrass awkwardly. "How old were you?" She stopped to peer at the contract. "On September the 8th, 1996. 96? asked Daphne. 2 years ago, Daddy. You said you got it after the war." Cyrus Greengrass looked awkwardly at Daphne Greengrass. "Daphne, dear, we had to keep you safe." "This is why Draco dumped Pansy," accused Daphne. "This contract." "I was 16, said Harry, swallowing. Suddenly, Harry had a flashback to a piece of burning parchment coming out of a goblet of fire. It was quite memorable, and was, effectively, a portent that Harry was going to have some familiar nightmares tonight, starring with Kill the Spare. And ending, obviously, in waking up soaked in sweat. "Underage," said Mrs. Greengrass. "Your next of kin have to sign contracts for you." "Narcissa Malfoy wasn't my guardian, that was my aunt and uncle," said Harry angrily. His skin itched, and he felt like he was falling backwards into a bottomless pit. Harry Potter Black's next of kin was Narcissa Malfoy. Or the other one, no, she was disowned, said Cyrus. "So Bellatrix Bloody Lestrange could have signed contracts for me," spat Harry ironically. Everyone stared at Harry after this outburst. "I suppose she could have," said Cyrus slowly. "So this bloody thing applies to me?" asked Harry. "We will need to seek legal advice," said Cyrus, looking pained by the language. "Daddy, no," cried Daphne Greengrass, looking horrified, "not with a half-blood." "Harry," said Mrs. Greengrass, attempting to be charming. "Can you tell us about Draco's secret role in the war?" Harry looked away from a distraught Daphne Greengrass to Mrs. Greengrass. "He was a Death Eater," said Harry bluntly. Were the Greengrass women a bit simple? His mum did look He looked away from Mrs. Greengrass's cleavage. Not as bad as Madame Rosmerta, but a bit frowsy. "But he did something important. That's why you protected him and his mother," said Mr. Greengrass. Harry thought for a second about that, and then just said Draco was home when we were captured, and pretended not to recognize me when the Snatchers brought us to Malfoy Manor, said Harry. "He wasn't a spy for the Resistance?" asked Mrs. Greengrass. Harry glanced over and didn't look at her breasts. Her robes had lace trim down the front seam, sort of like a really expensive chocolate box with a couple of white, soft-scented caramels. Harry looked away hastily, feeling ashamed. "He's always been a little shit. He lied for me once," said Harry. "And Narcissa?" asked Mrs. Greengrass. "Oddly enough, she lied for me too. She was sent to check I'd died after a duel with Voldemort and lied. So I told her where Draco was in the castle," said Harry. "One lie each," said Mrs. Greengrass, "even after that mess with the werewolves biting people." Harry thought about this and then couldn't contain himself. "Fuck," he said. "Language," said Mrs. Greengrass. Daphne Greengrass's mouth twitched. "I forgot that time," said Harry. "I think I need to have a word with Shaq." "Shaq?" asked Cyrus Greengrass. "Kingsley Shacklebolt," said Harry. "I think Aunt Narcissa's efforts with this contract, which was an extra death sentence for me, balance out her lie. As for Draco, I'd forgotten about the werewolves." "Forgotten about a werewolf attack at Hogwarts?" asked Cyrus. "I've had a lot on my mind since then," said Harry dryly. "Daddy, I can't be betrothed to this," said Daphne Greengrass, sounding strident and looking agitated. But she was taking deep breaths, and he wasn't perving someone's mum. He suspected under her dress she looked more like her mum, and that had his pants tightening. "Don't worry, Greengrass," said Harry to Daphne. "There's no chance this will hold up in court." "When exactly is your birthday?" asked Cyrus Greengrass. "The 31st of July, said Harry. Cyrus looked at Mrs. Greengrass pointedly. "Are we done?" asked Harry. "Ah, yes," said Cyrus Greengrass. "We'll get a lawyer to check to see if you—" "Owl me," said Harry. "Your flu's unlisted, even at the ministry," said Cyrus. "It's secured," said Harry, and he got up and left, clutching the contract. Harry apparated home and washed his face in cold water. "Don't be stupid," he told himself. "She'd hate you and Ginny would murder you." But also, he remembered Daphne Greengrass walking away in dress robes and had to wash his face in cold water again. =0=. Harry wandered along Diagon Alley, wand drawn, looking for a sign that said lawyer. People stared at him, eyed his wand, and kept their distance. Harry supposed that was the best he could hope for. Finally, next to a silversmith's shop, there was yet another black-painted wooden door with a small sign that said Wilkes Davis, Solicitors. Harry knocked on the door, and nothing happened. With a sigh, he turned the doorknob, and the door opened into a short, very steep staircase. Harry, feeling like a bit of a Burke, went in and closed the door behind him, locking it just in case, and went up the stairs to a small landing, off which were 4 doors, one labeled Wilkes Davis, one labeled Staff, the third, more battered-looking, labeled Naismith Family, and the last, unlabeled, with 3 keyholes and no doorknob. Harry knocked on the door of Wilkes Davis, and from inside a woman's voice said, "Do come in." The room behind the door was a fussy little room, with 2 doors off it, and a thin, nervous-looking witch sat behind a small desk with piles of parchment and a quill. A sign on the front of the desk rather redundantly said reception. "Oh, my lord, it's Harry Potter," said the witch, her quill dripping ink on the document she'd been working on. Harry smiled nervously. I have a legal thing I need to know about." The witch glanced over at an abacus-looking thing in her desk. "Mr. Davis could see you quite soon," she said. Yes," said Harry. "The owner," he thought to himself. "Mr. Wilkes Davis, the lawyer." The witch flicked a bead on the abacus, and moments later, with a soft click, another bead moved on its own. "You can go in," said the witch, and pointed at the door to Harry's right. "Mr. Davis will see you now." The door to Harry's right clicked open. "Mr. Harry Potter to see you, Mr. Davis. A legal thing he needs to know about," called the witch, and Harry gritted his teeth. It sounded a bit stupid repeated like that. Harry went through the doorway into a sunny little room lined with bookshelves, all full of books and a small desk, and a visitor's chair behind which a rather rounded-off brown-haired wizard was standing, and extending his hand. "Edward Davis," said the man, "do sit down and tell me all about it. About your problem, that is." Harry had a moment's uncertainty. Surely his name was Wilkes. Harry closed the door behind him, took out the contract and put it gingerly on the desk, the green and black ribbons flopping about. "It's just," said Harry, "I've got this marriage contract." "Oh, that's quite old-fashioned of you," said Mr. Davis. "May I?" "Mr. Greengrass said it wasn't magically binding," said Harry, and Mr. Davis's hand, which had been reaching towards the contract, froze, and Mr. Davis eyed Harry, Greengrass, as in Cyrus Greengrass. Harry nodded. Mr. Davis sat down without picking up the contract. Harry's stomach twisted. Things were going sideways again, he just knew it. "I have to ask, before I take this on in the strictest confidence, who is the contract for?" asked Davis. "Daphne Greengrass," said Harry, and Davis sighed. "Oh dear," he said. "I have a responsibility, Mr. Potter, to warn you that I know Cyrus. He is my next-door neighbor, and Daphne is my daughter Tracy's best friend. I am still bound to act professionally, but I thought I should warn you of a potential conflict of interest." Harry shrugged. "As long as you're honest," he said, his gut telling him that this was a terrible idea and he should flee to America with Ginny, and then barricade himself in to protect himself from Mrs. Weasley, the same witch who'd killed Bellatrix Lestrange in a duel. Harry swallowed painfully. That, he suspected, was a bad idea, too. His knee jiggled uncontrollably. Mr. Davis picked up the scroll and unrolled the top. "I take it you're the head of the Black family?" he asked. Harry nodded, his mouth too dry to speak. Mr. Davis unrolled the scroll, all the way across his desk, barely glancing at anything until the bottom, where his brown eyebrows shot up. "Narcissa Malfoy knee black," he said. "On that day, were you?" "I was underage, yes," Harry interrupted. "Oh dear," said Mr. Davis, and he drew his wand and cast a strange charm on the scroll, which glowed light blue, and at the end, where the signatures were, there was a glowing Ministry of Magic logo. "Registered with the Ministry the same day," said Mr. Davis. "To save time, may I ask, what did Mr. Greengrass say?" "That it was all done to safeguard the girls," said Harry. "I need to know what to do." "I will have a report for you with a summary of your options as soon as possible," said Mr. Davis. "But," asked Harry. "Please don't just declare Daphne unacceptable," said Mr. Davis. "She's a nice girl, really just shy, and God's girls have killed themselves over this before." "Is that all?" asked Harry. "I'll invoice the Black family, shall I?" asked Mr. Davis. Harry lifted his hand and showed off the signet ring. "That's me," he agreed, and Davis nodded. "I'll have that report for you as soon as possible then," said Mr. Davis, standing up. Harry stood. "Keep it safe," said Harry. Mr. Davis nodded and looked a bit pale. Harry left and apparated home to Grimmauld Place from Diagon Alley, and the rest of the day was a horrible blur. It felt like a prison. But he didn't do that, thinking about Greengrass. That, at least, felt virtuous. =0=. Ron came by and they had a few drinks. "Well," Ron said, "you look upset. Let's have a few drinks and talk." Harry had to then explained. "You what?" said Ron, spitting butterbeer across the kitchen floor at Grimmauld Place. "My aunt betrothed me to Daphne Greengrass," said Harry. "Why on earth would your aunt betroth you to some stuck-up Slytherin bitch?" said Ron. "My Aunt Narcissa Malfoy née Black. She was my next of kin on the Black side after Sirius died. Until I turned 17, she could sign contracts for me," said Harry. "Aunt Petunia would have sold me for 50 pence. Less if I was going to get beaten or killed." "You need to get that undone," said Ron sternly. "Ginny has expectations." "I have expectations," retorted Harry, Once you know, things settle down after the war and stuff will you know. Get engaged to my sister, said Ron. Yeah, that, said Harry, not mentioning anything else. How much was it? Asked Ron. 85,000, said Harry. Ron went still bloody hell. He said that's so much money. I'll have your sister instead, said Harry, though Greengrass did make his bits tingle a little. Can you not say it like that? Said Ron. I don't like thinking about you touching my sister. It's not like I'm, said Harry. I should bloody think not. That's my baby sister, said Ron indignantly. She's a grown woman, said Harry, thinking about some kissing and cuddling of Ginny. That wasn't some vague tingle. It was a warm, firm feeling in his pants. Ron was about to make some sort of protest when an owl flew in through the open window and dropped a red letter on the table in front of Harry, flew a circle and flew off. Is that a howler? Asked Harry. Wrong red, said Ron. That's a red letter. What? Asked Harry. Haven't you heard of red letter days? Said Ron. Days you get a red letter, something really important. Harry waited till Creature had floated the letter and made it glow, then opened it. It was from Wilkes Davis, and it was pretty simple. Harry was engaged as of last year. Oh, bugger, said Harry, feeling like the ceiling had somehow fallen on him. Buggering hell! He was utterly put out. Ron looked disconcerted. Steady mate, he said. That fucking contract's legal and binding and worse, said Harry. Worse than binding, asked Ron. How could it be worse than binding? He said petulantly. It's expired. I'm engaged as of fuck, said Harry, throwing the letter down. As of when? Asked Ron, standing and peering at the letter. Last year, his voice strangled off. Harry bent over, his face in his hands. Ginny's going to kill me, he sobbed. You've been snogging my sister when you're engaged to someone else, said Ron angrily. I didn't bloody know. Neither did the bloody Greengrasses, said Harry. It depended on when our birthdays were, and they thought they were getting Malfoy. It was a month later, which is odd because I'm much more mature than Malfoy. And his traitorous mind imagined Greengrass lying on his bed, pouting. His pants suddenly constricted, but he realized he'd have to tell Ginny, and that was going to hurt. But this was just another case of fate hatting him, so he'd do the right thing. He was Harry Potter, after all. That's what he did. You need to come tell my mum, said Ron. No, I don't, said Harry. I need to go see my new-to-me mother-in-law. Apparently they want to have a proper wedding quickly. God, my life is so fucked. Greengrass despises me, and now we're got to get married. Well, you did get 85,000 galleons, said Ron tactlessly. Ron, imagine, for a second, being married to Pansy Parkinson and given 85,000 galleons, said Harry. Harry, Daphne Greengrass is miles better looking than Pansy, and let's face it, she's got a pretty face, decent tits and arse, said Ron. Parkinson, though, I'd gnaw my own arm off. Ron had hit the nail on the head, and Harry wanted to die of embarrassment. Ron, that's my wife, so can you never ever say that ever again, said Harry, holding his head and rocking. Imagine being told you're married to Pansy instead of dadding Hermione. I dunno, Harry. It's not the same. Mum and Ginny are going to go mental, said Ron. Ron, go, said Harry. I need to go get changed and visit the new enemy. And change his pants. Harry splashed cold water on his face. Don't be beastly, he told himself, and he felt so guilty for thinking that Greengrass was pretty. Not Ginny pretty, obviously, but it would, he thought, have been less messy if it had been, say, Millicent, although on second thoughts, she'd have beaten Hermione up and probably hit him, so that was a bad comparison. Harry, having spent a day agonizing about telling Ginny about it, flew to the burrow and fell onto the floor. As he lay there, he thought, I hate fluing. This was to be, one day, the basis of one of Harry's greatest discoveries. Not a new means of magical transportation. He's not some Ravenclaw. Harry's here, called out Ron from the couch. Harry stood, nodded to Ron, and dusted himself off and headed for the kitchen. Molly Weasley came out, jam spoon in hand. Oh, Harry, she said with a concerned look. You look hungry. Have you had lunch yet? Harry thought about that for a second. I need to talk to Ginny actually, said Harry. Mrs. Weasley's eyes narrowed minutely, and the jam spoon raised like a wand. "Oh," she said lightly. "Well, I'm just making blackberry jam. Gin, she shouted, and Harry winced. Thumps from up the stairs started, and Harry looked up. Ginny's head appeared, peering around a corner on the Burrows stairs. "Harry," said Ginny, and she smiled. Harry's heart filled with warmness or something, and he smiled awkwardly. "Harry's here to talk to you, at the kitchen table, I think," said Mrs. Weasley. Ginny started moving and floated down the stars to end up next to Harry, smiling, and Mrs. Weasley went back into the kitchen proper, giving a large pot of jam on the stove an exploratory stir. Harry walked over to the kitchen table and sat down, and took a preparatory breath. Ginny sat down at the other end of the table, where she could, Harry realized, see her mother and Harry at once. Good tactical position, thought a bit of his brain. And that same bit wondered how much pain he was about to be in, but like a hero with an order of Merlin, he was going to rip the mental Band-Aid off. He really was. Ginny smiled fleetingly, then said, "Now, Harry, Ron gave me this ridiculous story about you being engaged to someone else. Having been engaged to someone else since 6th year. That's not true, is it?" said Ginny, raising her eyebrows. And she was sitting quite straight. Said Harry, not knowing where to start. Not by saying, "Well, yeah, but she's pretty in dress robes." Asked Ginny, crossing her arms, wand in her right hand pointed upwards. Harry swallowed. "Sirius seems to have adopted me," said Harry. "Oh, that man," said Mrs. Weasley, pointing the dripping jam spoon at Harry. "He irresponsibly engaged you to some witch just to safeguard the Black family, didn't he?" The spoon shook to punctuate it. Harry felt that deserved a thing you said to counter that. Whatever that was called, Harry, it's called a rebuttal. Sirius only adopted me, made sure that Malfoy didn't inherit the Black fortune. And Grimmauld Place. "That place is a dump," interjected Ginny. "Hey," said Harry softly, "it's miles better than my parents' house. It has a roof. And nobody I know died there. That's 10 out of 10 on the Harry scale. Also, no Dursleys. Call it an 11 out of 10. Ginny's brows furrowed, and she shook her head. "Doesn't count," she said. "Everyone knows your parents' house is a ruin." "So how?" said Mrs. Weasley, dripping jam from the spoon that was pointed at Harry. "Did you end up engaged to someone that is not my daughter?" Harry noticed that Ginny blushed at that. It put a slight smile in Harry's face and a warm feeling in Harry's chest. She was a great snogger, and he'd had his hand up her shirt. "It's Mrs. Malfoy's fault," said Harry. "After Sirius died, she was apparently, as an adult in the Black family, able to, sign things for me while I was still underage." Mrs. Weasley turned to the jam pan, gave it one last stir, and leaving the spoon in, drew her wand and with a silent swish and flick, levitated the jam pan off the stove, onto the bench. "Ginny, get a crate of jars from the pantry," she said. Ginny got up, flicked her wand, opening the pantry door, and summoned a beer crate of jars, which she grabbed and plunked onto the table. "I expected you to pick those up." "What if you made a mess on the back shelves?" said Mrs. Weasley. "I'm of age, I can summon things," said Ginny, and she sat with a smug smile. "Well, Miss of Age, you can unpack and clean all the jars. Harry, dear, do explain why Mrs. Malfoy engaged you to someone," said Mrs. Weasley, crossing her arms, wand in her hand, point upwards. "Oh, well, that was a deal with the Greengresses. One engaged to Malfoy as Malfoy, and the other to me, as Black, on the expectation that Voldemort would have killed me before the contract matured, and Malfoy inherited everything. Course, I won, and their cunning plan failed," said Harry. Ginny, meanwhile, had used an unpacking charm on the jars, cleaned them with Scourgify and Turgia, and banished the crate back into the pantry. "Get out of the contact," said Ginny simply, and with a flick of her wand, closed the pantry door. "There's no exit clauses," said Harry, feeling like he was going to have to fight a certain angry black nesting mother dragon again. "I paid a lawyer to check, and divorce is ruled out. They were dealing with the Malfoys and wanted to be sure they weren't double-crossed." "And you've been engaged to someone else while you have been seeing Ginevra?" asked Mrs. Weasley. "I didn't know," said Harry, exasperated, And even Daphne Greengrass didn't know. She thought it was still Malfoy. Daphne Greengrass, asked Ginny sharply, the blonde, with the pathetic crucios. Harry thought about that for a second. Hogwarts must have been awful last year. I'm really sorry, it's just a legal stuff-up, and I'm going to make sure Mrs. Malfoy and Malfoy get a retrial, a fair one, he said. Azkaban, asked Ginny. I was thinking non-adjoining cells, said Harry. Shaq's prepared to do things for me. And a ministerial decree, asked Mrs. Weasley, to end this engagement. Apparently that's, outside the powers of the minister. My lawyer was quite thorough, said Harry glumly. Mr. Wilkes had been very blunt. There was a way out, though. Well, my daughter's not carrying on with a man married to someone else, said Mrs. Weasley. I'm not married yet, slipped out of Harry's mouth. Not funny, Harry, said Ginny. What about me? This situation is unacceptable, Harry, said Mrs. Weasley. She'd said the U-word. Harry met Mrs. Weasley's eyes and she gave a minute nod. Oh, bugger, thought Harry. Mrs. Weasley wants me to declare Greengrass unacceptable. Harry swallowed, his palms getting wet. Ginny, when did you feel that Greengrass girl's torture curse? Asked Mrs. Weasley. In dark arts class, said Ginny. Neville used to be used as the target a lot. If you had detentions, you got to be on the receiving end, and everyone knew the Slytherin 7th-year girls couldn't manage a decent torture curse. Well, Parkinson could, obviously. An unforgivable, said Mrs. Weasley, and Harry felt a flush of guilt he'd cast, or tried to cast most of them. Failed mostly, and been ridiculed by Bellatrix for it. Wasn't illegal, Mum. It was for educational purposes, said Ginny. I tried to keep Colin from biting his tongue off, moderating the spell, you know. Colin. Extra detentions, they got paraded into class to practice on, said Ginny. You just don't try and hope they're a good actor. Course Caro mostly made us curse other Gryffindors. Oh, said Harry, trying to swallow and failing. Hogwarts had been worse than Harry cared to think about last year. His hands shook, and he pressed them firmly down onto his legs. You should lean on Kingsley, said Ginny. There's only power and those too weak to use it, she added. Something about that phrase rankled, but Harry pushed that thought down and ignored it too. Ginny evidently lost patience with Harry's silence and said, So, you can't divorce her. What if she dies after you marry? Ginny, said Mrs. Weasley, don't say that. Poisoning Harry's new wife would have you as prime suspect. Harry smiled weakly and looked over at Mrs. Weasley. But she, Harry realized, didn't look like she was making a joke. Harry, said Ginny sharply, and he looked over at Ginny, who ran a hand through her beautiful flame-red hair. Harry, why didn't you take me camping with Hermione and Ron? She asked. Harry thought about that for a second. Well, Hermione's plan only had enough ghouls for Ron, he said, and you had to be safe. Harry, Hogwarts wasn't safe, said Ginny. Torture, curses, imprisonment. I was really good in the Department of Mysteries. You could have done with someone who could help in a fight. The Trace, said Harry. I was still underage. You'd have had the Ministry down on us like a ton of bricks. Oh, said Ginny, and she sighed. I wanted to help, she said. Harry nodded. And you dumped me, continued Ginny. To keep you safe, said Harry. The Caros didn't believe it, said Ginny. Snape pretended to read my mind. I thought of the grossest things I could while he did, and told the Caros I knew nothing. You did, said Harry, to keep you safe. They gloated about that, said Ginny. Did they? Asked Harry. Nah, I just got more detentions, course. I was putting up posters all over school, so I wasn't getting caught doing nothing, said Ginny. And running DA meetings with Neville, she added. Harry nodded. What are you going to do, Harry? Asked Mrs. Weasley, with a glare that reminded Harry of the one she gave the twins for stealing their dad's car. Nothing I can do, really, said Harry. Just live with it. What about me? Asked Ginny. It won't kill you. You wouldn't kill yourself, asked Harry. Course not, you arse, said Ginny. But Davis had warned Harry that Daphne Greengrass might. I'm used to having family that hates me, and we can still see each other, said Harry. "My daughter," said Mrs. Weasley quite loudly, "is not being a bit on the side." Harry made eye contact with Ginny, who looked far too innocently at Harry. Harry nodded minutely. She'd be up for that. "Don't worry, Harry. As long as you don't catch something, I'll take you back after her tragic death," said Ginny, with a smug smile. Ginny wasn't seriously suggesting she would murder Daphne Greengrass, was she? Thought Harry, and his brows furrowed. "Don't worry, Harry. I'm used to getting dumped by you now," said Ginny in response. "There's always Michael." "Didn't he not care about Quidditch enough?" asked Harry, quite seriously. "At least he hasn't dumped me twice," said Ginny sweetly. Harry smiled nervously. Ginny could say quite dark things sometimes. "Well, that's all sorted then," said Mrs. Weasley briskly. "Are you staying for dinner?" Harry thought about that. "I've got to do some cleaning today, I think," said Harry. "Harry," called Hermione. Ginny waved sweetly, and Harry suspected sarcastically, and Harry went to see Ron, now reading Quidditch Weekly. Ginny tapped on Harry's back, and he turned. "I'm off out to practice for a few hours," said Ginny. "Don't go snogging her, and I won't hex your lips off." Then Ginny smiled sweetly, but her eyes narrowed, and get Kinglesey to fix it. And with that, Ginny flounced out the back door towards the broom shed. The view was, Harry tried not to compare, Greengrass did that better. More side-to-side motion. "She's taking it better than I expected," said Ron casually. Harry waited. "Probably she's sick of being mucked about. You didn't muck my sister about, did you?" asked Ron. Said Harry, unwilling to admit to anything. Ron probably didn't need to hear about certain classrooms and Ginny's shirt. Harry's fingers twitched at the memory. Her taunt's stomach, the feeling of her sports bra, the feeling of not her sports bra. Harry shook his head, as much to clear it as for any reason. "So going to do something reckless?" asked Ron. Harry jerked his head in the direction of the kitchen. "Well," said Ron, flicking his wand and closing the door and silently starting a privacy charm with the signs of practice, "I was expecting more yelling, honestly." Neither one went mental. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. "Did Mum hex your tongue?" asked Ron. I can't drop Daphne Greengrass in it. It's not even her fault," said Harry. "Oh, Merlin's saggy Y-fronts," said Ron. "You'd best go home. Ginny's expecting you to come up with a last-minute save. You have a reputation for it now, you know." Harry sighed. "I don't have that in me anymore," he said, meaning the fluke in the forest, but also the war was over. Why couldn't things just settle down? And he thought darkly, a spare Horcrux to take a killing curse. "Well, like I said, could be worse. At least she's pretty," said Ron. Harry closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to clear his mind. And not think of Greengrass's bumps. It was, as usual, hard work, but finally, his mind felt like the pond at the burrow. Quiet still. And he didn't feel angry, or anything much. He opened his eyes. "Crikey," said Ron. "That's bloody impressive. You're like some old-school pureblood all poised." "I am the head of the Black family," said Harry. "Mostly arseholes like Malfoy and his mum, but I've got everything. Creepy old manor house, vaults full of God knows what, house elf, and arranged marriage to some pureblood witch that hates my guts." Ron snorted. "That's bloody surreal," said Ron. "You voice has this nothingness to it, like you don't give a fuck about anything." "Occulamancy," said Harry, with a single shoulder shrug, the dragon spike injury making him bite down. Don't shrug that shoulder, he thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Snape's lessons worked eventually. He managed through clenched teeth. Ron blinked. "What happened just then?" asked Ron. "Horntail Spike," admitted Harry, "snuck up on me when I shrugged." Ron tilted his head. "That's never troubled you before, though?" he asked. Harry lied. "Course not. Probably I need a bit more rest." Ron nodded. "So, do you need help with Greengrass then?" asked Ron awkwardly. "Help?" asked Harry. "Well, like Ginny said Ron uncomfortably. "Maybe you can encourage Greengrass to, I dunno, take up pro-dueling, beast hunting, or something else risky." Harry glared at Ron. "What? Ron, you didn't actually just suggest that," thought Harry. Ron smiled awkwardly. Just kidding unless you think it's a good idea, he added. Ron, said Harry, I can't go around and kill her or encourage her to die in an accident, said Harry, feeling a pain in his stomach. I am not Tom. It's just, said Ron, Kingsley could help, legally. He'd lose his position as minister, said Harry sharply. And where would that leave us? Leave the country? They'd put up a candidate, there'd be scandal on our side. We'd lose all Kingsley could do, and he's honest. Ron, an honest, law-abiding minister. It's worth some small sacrifices. Your life with my sister is not a small sacrifice, said Ron. My life does not matter, thought Harry, feeling floaty. Come on, Ron, said Harry grimly. I can cope. I've had worse for years, and I don't have to walk to my death. Course, if I died of poisoning, I'd expect measures to be taken. Goes without saying, said Ron. George'd help. Harry rolled his eyes. Don't tell me that, said Harry. Plausible deniability. Plausible what? If I don't know, it can't be veritasiumed out of me, said Harry. Ron looked at Harry oddly. What do you mean, walk to your death? Asked Ron. Nothing, Ron. Don't worry about it, said Harry hastily. You did, didn't you? Said Ron. You didn't have a plan. Ron's eyes were wet for some odd reason. Dumbledore had a plan, it worked, lied Harry. Oh, said Ron. He told you a lot in 6th year, apart from where they were. Harry nodded. Lots of complicated magical theory, he lied. Oh, right, said Ron, clearly prepared to drop that. They stood silently for a bit. Staying for dinner? Asked Ron. Nah, said Harry. Have to go visit the new enemy. Harry, wearing the tidy robes he'd worn for the Yule Ball because they were the tidiest clothes he owned, flew to Greengrass Estate. After spinning past grates in the green flue stream, he landed on the floor in a room with some fancy couches and a waiting set of greengrasses. Mr. Black, said Cyrus, wearing a very dark gray robe with a high collar. He looked like he'd just popped out of hell and had misplaced his pitchfork. Harry straightened up, brushed off some soot, Mr. Greengrass, he said, Mrs. Greengrass. Mrs. Greengrass was dressed in a dark green robe with a scowl on her face that could curdle milk. Next to her, Daphne Greengrass sat, looking mutinous in a black robe. It hid her figure, and that was, Harry thought, a crime, and he immediately felt guilty for thinking that. Miss Greengrass, said Harry. I'm not supposed to call her dear, thought Harry. Potter, said Daphne Greengrass bitterly. You. Harry raised a hand apologetically. Miss Greengrass, please, said Harry. Now the letter told me everything. I take it we are engaged. Almost practically, said Cyrus, looking at a pile of parchment. Oh, is there a way to get out of it? Asked Harry, feeling a glimmer of hope. There's technically a way, said Cyrus, looking like someone had fed him holy water. Which is what? Asked Harry. You could declare Daphne to be unacceptable, said Cyrus. Mrs. Greengrass looked at Cyrus in a way that spelt burnt dinners and cold tongue to Harry. Well, I think that's simple enough, said Harry. Do I just tell you? Harry felt that he knew the answer, but Davis had said it would. Girls had killed themselves before, and he knew Kingsley could only save him from marrying her by ceasing to be minister, letting the old lot back in, stalling all progress post-war. He had a feeling like he was about to go see Voldemort again in the forest. He tried to clear his mind. It was, as usual, a massive strain, and a headache started between his eyes. You would have to make a public declaration. A full page in the Prophet is traditional, said Cyrus, but I urge you to reconsider, he said. Isn't that rather public? Asked Harry. Davis had mentioned it. And suicide. Not that Harry was thinking about that. Well, not again. Only fleetingly anyway. Mrs. Greengrass looked at Harry in a way that reminded him of the way Aunt Petunia looked at him, like he was unwanted and awful. You would be declaring publicly that Daphne was unacceptable as a bride-to-be for anyone. Forever. Daphne sat straighter, and Harry saw a tremble in her lips. Davis had said she was going to take it badly. What is the result for Daphne? Asked Harry. She looked about to burst into tears. Daphne will cease to be engaged, or betrothed to you, of course. Then, of course, she would be socially unacceptable as a bride for anyone who wasn't a blood traitor. That phrase again. Harry suddenly recalled what Mr. Davis, his lawyer, had said. That girls killed themselves from being declared unacceptable. Harry glanced over at Daphne Greengrass, who had a look on her face Harry had seen before on his own face in the glittering surface of the snitch just before he walked off to die. He swallowed painfully. His stomach felt like he'd been force-fed a bludger. Him or her, that's what this boiled down to, and it wasn't like it was going to kill him. Blood traitors are people who break the pureblood social rules, aren't they? Asked Harry, not asking the question on his mind, but the one he felt could politely be asked. Or whose family have ever broken with them, said Mrs. Greengrass. Like your Weasley girl and her family. How long ago did the Weasleys break the rules? Asked Harry. 1922, said Mrs. Greengrass. And they lost all their money the next year. Nobody would do business with such oath-breakers. But Daphne wouldn't be a blood traitor, said Harry. No, just unacceptable. It's extremely unlikely we could ever get her a marriage afterwards. Perhaps a love match, but that can't be relied on to keep the family line intact. Daphne sighed. I'm prepared, father. The boy who lived has always hated Slytherins, and he wants the Weasley girl. The way she said prepared gave Harry chills down his back. It sounded a lot like, I've got a vial of poison for this eventuality, to Harry. Not that he did. Some potions' ingredients were poisonous on their own. Everyone knew that. There were potions' ingredients abandoned in the back of the kitchen at Grimmauld Place. Harry certainly did not have a plan to take something. And if I didn't, if I went on with the engagement? Asked Harry, barely able to speak. He felt that odd, floaty feeling again, like he'd taken too much pain-killing draft. Well, in the event of you marrying my poor daughter, your children would be pure bloods, said Mrs. Greengrass. One to be heir black and one heir of Greengrass, preferably, thought not essential. What about Potter? Asked Harry. Well, you could insist on a child for that, I suppose, said Cyrus. That falls outside the contract, so you'd have to negotiate with Daphne for that. I have already made Edward Remus Lupin my heir, said Harry. He's my godson and his mother was a black, so really I don't need a black heir. No black heir, said Cyrus, looking in the parchment. Greengrass is still an issue, but we only got expected into the contract. Daphne could explain why later. So Potter doesn't have a contract for an heir? Asked Daphne, looking like she had a glimmer of hope. A resurrection stone in her hand and half a plan, thought Harry. She was, he realized, at least as brave as him, because he was sure she'd been thinking about drinking poison a minute ago. Harry turned back to Cyrus. So, if I don't denounce Daphne? We're engaged and have to marry. Well, yes, said Cyrus. But don't have to have children, said Harry. Well, yes, said Cyrus, looking uncomfortable. And my only other choice is to leave Daphne an outcast in pure-blood society, and I assume living at home for the rest of her life, said Harry, not believing what he was saying. I could get a job, said Daphne, sounding equally a liar as Harry felt. Resurrection stone, half a plan, hope, and a fluke. Harry looked at the aristocratic young woman in expensive robes. Do you have any job prospects? I have. Some newts, she said. 7th year was a mess. I had to do study and exams this past year. Do you think you could get a job? Maybe a ministry job, make a living for yourself? Asked Harry. Apart from the obvious option of being a stripper in a muggle club, he realized pay for that. Pay quite a bit. And he felt guilty for thinking that this was all a horrible stuff-up, and she certainly wasn't going to be prancing around in whatever. It wasn't fair to think about her doing that. Not declared unacceptable, said Mrs. Greengrass. Everyone would wonder what was wrong with her. Obviously, she's healthy, intelligent, and pretty, and has some newts. That leaves hideous social diseases, a dark mark, and various curses. Harry's brain lurched to a halt. That's what unacceptable meant. Not some airy-fairy pure-blood thing, but a raw, terrible wouldn't marry, too diseased, a Death-Eater or cursed. The dreadful tone in her voice, Davis's plea, it all made horrible, terrible sense now. Harry saw his choices narrowing down to doing the right thing, but not the easy thing. He took a deep breath. Miss Greengrass, you are not a marked Death-Eater, said Harry. Daphne's nostrils flared. That was a statement, not a question, said Harry, channeling Snape. I don't like violence, said Daphne. and she unbuttoned her cuffs and rolled both her sleeves up, exposing slim, wiry wrists and milky white forearms. Harry tried not to imagine her unbuttoning her collar. He cleared his mind. The headache from doing occlumency getting worse. Now was not the time. The imaginary image of Greengrass twirling round a pole came and went to be replaced with gray nothingness as he gritted his teeth and struggled to clear his mind. The effort made his brain feel sluggish, but he achieved a level of emptiness he felt Snape would tell him was barely adequate. "I really didn't need to see your arms, Daphne," said Harry. "I've met enough to know roughly what they're like. And most of the junior Death Eaters are dead, almost all the rest in Azkaban," said Daphne. "Well, yes," said Harry. His pants were back to normalish. His brain hurt from occluding in an old, familiar way. "Thanks, Snape, you bastard." "So, Mr. Black, are you going to declare my daughter unacceptable?" asked Cyrus. "If she doesn't have a disease I can get," said Harry. "'Cause that would be a problem. Daphne has been under the cleanliness clause of the contract for some time," said Cyrus. Harry glanced over at Greengrass, who gave him a look. A scared look. Holy Cyrus had practically just said she was, well, not that sort of girl. "So, looks like I'm going to be using my saving people thing, as Hermione says," said Harry. "So, getting married," he said lightly, not imagining her in white lingerie in his bed. "Clear your mind." "That's it. You're satisfied and you're going to just marry me because you feel sorry for me," said Daphne Greengrass. "Well, it's that or take out a newspaper advertisement declaring you have something awful," said Harry. "And that's not fair, is it? And you are beautiful, and I think I have a serious mental problem to do with posh, uptight witches." "You won't be able to marry the Weasley," said Daphne. "Doesn't that bother you?" "Ginny will get over it," said Harry. "I've sacrificed more before, and it's not like I have to walk to my death." "I'm sure you'll be scintillating company," Harry thought, ironically, as Greengrass had been an extremely shy girl at school. She looked far too sexy to be that shy. She needed taking in hand. Clear your mind. The effort of clearing his mind was, as usual, leaving Harry feeling quite out of it. But it was better than feeling like a creep. "You'll sacrifice your relationship with you girlfriend to save me?" asked Daphne, sounding confused. Cyrus looked at Harry incredulously. "I've sacrificed more for more abstract things. Can you cook?" asked Harry jokingly. "Creatures even cooking now you could lounge about in, not much. That would be ideal." "No," said Daphne, "but I can run a multi-thousand galleon business." "You're in luck I can cook and have a house elf," said Harry. And she could what? That sounded quite clever. His thoughts, however, felt like they were under an impedimenta curse. Occlumency was not free at all. "You do realize I'm not going to, you know," said Daphne Greengrass. "I'm into saving people, not making them slaves," said Harry. "Fantasize about snogging and teasing, certainly. And then I'll hate myself for even thinking that." "We could have it here, but the weather's going to be bad for months," said Mrs. Greengrass, changing the subject. Harry nodded. "Daphne, where do you want to have it?" Harry asked, deciding that he would be normal about this and not press for that. He was going to be nice and respectful. "I've no idea," said Daphne, looking at the floor. Harry felt stupid and mean. She was pretty and he was making her sad, and that felt awful. She should be happy. Everyone should be happy, really, he thought. "How about a church?" asked Harry. "Big fancy wedding would cheer a girl up, wouldn't it?" Daphne looked up. "A church?" "Church, big white dress, isn't that the same for witches?" asked Harry. "Certainly not. They burnt witches," said Mrs. Greengrass. "Sorry, raised by muggles," said Harry. "Can't we get divorced?" "Have to check. You don't walk out to see Voldemort without being sure." As a safeguard we made the contract, prevent divorce," said Cyrus. "Otherwise Draco could have divorced Daphne, kept the money, and not protected her." "Daddy," said Daphne, "he's a half-blood and knows nothing." "Hogwarts the Great Hall," suggested Harry. "I'm sure McGonagall will allow it." "Hogwarts," said Daphne incredulously. "It's big enough for anyone. It's got catering, and I'm probably the only person who can get it as a venue," said Harry. Daphne's mouth was opening and closing. She looked at her mother. "Mother," she said. It's a school. It has no cachet, said Mrs. Greengrass, in a tone that reminded Harry of McGonagall criticizing Harry's essays. The ministry, the atrium, asked Harry. I'm sure Shaq would go for it. The ministry atrium like a Yule ball, said Daphne, looking out the window. She sounded surprised. Mrs. Greengrass looked thoughtful. It's large, exclusive, and she sounded thoughtful. We'd have to do it outside working hours, said Harry, thinking, need the atrium clear. That helps anyway, said Cyrus idly. We could do Saturday, said Harry. This Saturday? Asked Daphne slightly hysterically, staring at him. Harry winced. Did not mean to upset the slightly suicidal blonde. No, as soon as we can organize everything, said Harry, trying his best to smooth things over. What do you think? Mrs. Greengrass looked at Daphne, who was looking, like she had to marry someone her social inferior, who she didn't like. Cyrus looked resigned. This will work, said Cyrus. I hope you won't expect me to, said Daphne to Harry. Oh God, no, said Harry. Do you even want to live in the same house? Approach gently like a unicorn. Certain social niceties need to be observed, said Mrs. Greengrass. Well, I've got, lots of bedrooms, 3 large ones mostly on separate floors, said Harry. My mother described Grimmauld Place to me when I was younger. She went to a party there, said Mrs. Greengrass. The 4th floor bedrooms would be appropriate. There could be no suggestion that you were carrying on and you would have your own rooms. Harry thought about this, Sirius and Regulus's old rooms. The largest bedroom, the one the 3rd floor, is a bit wrecked, said Harry. Wrecked, said Daphne icily. Sirius kept a hippogriff in his mother's old room, admitted Harry. Mrs. Greengrass's right eyelid twitched. Cyrus looked thoughtful. You will be having all that sort of silliness dealt with forthwith, said Mrs. Greengrass. Her huff, however, had a pair of breasts bulging in the lacy front of her robes. Daphne crossed her arms tightly over her chest. She looked like she felt fairly doomed. How far away are we looking? Asked Harry awkwardly. In time. It will be determined by robes, said Mrs. Greengrass. Daphne will need an appropriate dress robe, as will you. 'Twill fit in tatting, asked Harry. For you, perhaps, said Mrs. Greengrass. Cyrus Paris. Cyrus Greengrass shook his head. But father, said Daphne, at least a Paris robe, she said petulantly. Ask Mr. Black, said Cyrus Greengrass sourly. Get your husband to pay for it. Cyrus, said Mrs. Greengrass stiffly. Harry shrugged. If you want a French wedding gown, you might as well have one, he said. It's not like much else will be to either of our tastes. You'll pay for a couture gown, asked Daphne. You don't want to marry me. I don't either. I can't get divorced. I can't marry the girl I wanted to marry, at least if you get a dress you like. Something on the day will be how someone wants it. Fleur de Lacquer had a French wedding dress, and she looked very stylish. You can have one, said Harry pragmatically. Are you trying to buy my affections? Asked Daphne curiously. No, said Harry. I don't think you have affections to buy, but at least you'll like the dress, he said dryly. Cyrus, will you put Daphne and I up in Paris while we get a gown for Daphne? Asked Mrs. Greengrass, looking thoughtful. Oh, course, dear, as Harry's graciously covering the dress, said Cyrus, looking at Harry. Harry had the sudden suspicion that the dress might be expensive. Will my robes need to coordinate with your dress? Asked Harry. As the black of black, your robes are pretty much predetermined to be black and silver, said Mrs. Greengrass. Harry nodded. That seemed convenient. Daphne, dear, stand up next to Harry, asked Mrs. Greengrass. Daphne stood up, clomping over what sounded like women's boots. Harry, who hadn't sat down at all, found Daphne was quite a lot shorter than him. She must have been wearing high heels at the ball. She was actually shorter than Hermione. Well, you'll need heels, said Mrs. Greengrass, standing up. Could you two stand back to back? Harry turned and Daphne moved to stand behind him. Mrs. Greengrass made some sort of measurement. 4 more inches, dear, she said. Daphne made a grumpy snort. Harry said, trying to lighten the mood. Daphne, 10 paces, turn and fire. Not bloody likely, said Daphne and clomped off and sat in her chair. Harry sat down on the unoccupied couch. His legs were getting tired. He can't dance either, said Daphne. I really can't, admitted Harry, feeling groggy from all the occlumency. We'll organize lessons, said Cyrus. Daphne can teach you. Thank you, Father, said Daphne, sounding anything but pleased. Harry went home and felt very agitated about learning to dance with Daphne Greengrass. He had a cold shower. It would be fine, he'd be nice, and it's not like Aunt Marge was coming to stay. =0=. Harry arrived at Greengrass, stayed a day later at 2 p.m. for the scheduled dance lesson. Daphne Greengrass was sitting on one of the couches, reading. She put her book down and walked, clearly leading him along the hall to a double door. It was open, and that was a small ballroom. Her robes did not show off her figure. Harry lost some enthusiasm. The ballroom was about the size of the old Gryffindor common room. Daphne pulled a wand from her sleeve and stabbed it at a gramophone, which started to play a tune that Harry identified might be a waltz. Harry tried his best. Within seconds, Daphne Greengrass was berating him. She was so much shorter than Harry, who thinks he might have stopped growing finally, that it's somewhat amusing. Harry tried to keep a straight face as this small blonde witch. She's shorter than Hermione, about Luna's size really. The thought was vaguely uncomfortable. Luna's blondish and the same general size. Well, Luna's waif-like and Greengrass, as Ron observed, isn't. She's almost squat really, at roughly 5'4". His hand on her hip over her robe is, well, it's a lot further away than on any girl Harry's ever danced with. She's wide across the hips, and well, he's seen her bum in ball robes. As Greengrass corrected his stance once again, Harry realized this was the first time he'd ever danced with a grown woman. Who he's going to be married to? The thought of her in lingerie on his bed popped up. He froze up a bit, and Greengrass got tangled in his unmoving legs. Curse those bloody magazines, thought Harry. I should never have looked at the walls of Sirius's room. Pay attention, Potter, said Daphne, looking a bit frustrated. Harry shook his head. Sorry, I got lost in thought, he admitted. Not the appropriate venue for that, said Greengrass. She was dead right. Look, I'm sorry, I'm rubbish, said Harry. I've not danced since the Yule Ball at school. You were at the Yule Ball with the she-weasel, said Daphne, eyes narrowing. Harry knew exactly what she was thinking. We turned up to turn up, be seen by people, talk to whoever Kingsley thought we should, and go home, said Harry. Is that woman living with you? Asked Daphne tightly. No, said Harry. Bloody hell, that would have been wicked. Also suicidal, her mum would have done something drastic. And I'm sure if she can't marry in white, it's not my doing. Mrs. Weasley killed Bellatrix Lestrange. You'd be insane to do that at the Burrow. You've been respectable, asked Daphne incredulously. We've snogged, said Harry. You've snogged. That is not a we. You do not have a we anymore, said Daphne firmly. After a lot more dance practice, Greengrass said, when we attend the Yule Ball, we will dance and be seen to dance competently. You will talk to appropriate persons, not your ex, and then we will leave. That is how it is done. Yes, Daphne, said Harry, resigned to life with a new relative he couldn't stand. At least he was going to have food and somewhere comfortable to sleep. And Daphne Greengrass wouldn't have people thinking she had magical herpes or something. He felt a bit surly as the prospect of Daphne Greengrass snogging him seemed less and less likely. Why do you look like someone kicked your crup? Asked Daphne. This isn't what I expected from life, said Harry. He'd sort of hoped being the hero that saved the world, he'd get to keep his girlfriend, not this. That, thought Harry, had been too much to hope for. Trust me, the feeling is mutual, said Daphne, though I'm grateful you didn't throw me to the vultures. Father, on the other hand, will be lucky if he gets socks at Yule. I've made my revised views known to Kingsley about the Malfoys, said Harry. They'll get a fair retrial. He did not smile when she said her dad was getting socks. He suspected she might misinterpret the smile. Daphne took a deep breath. Given a fair trial, neither of them will ever see the outside of Azkaban. See, I did a good thing, said Harry. You arse, my sister is betrothed to the little shit. If he's in prison, what's she supposed to do? Asked Daphne. Harry stumbled. He hadn't thought that angle though at all. "Oh, Merlin, you didn't think about that at all, did you?" accused Daphne. No," said Harry, stopping moving. "Sorry." "Sorry," said Daphne, in a barely controlled rage. "My little sister is going to be stuck betrothed or worse, married to someone in prison." Harry blinked. "Is that really that bad?" asked Harry. "While he's in prison, her contract will expire, she'll be Mrs. Malfoy and take over control of the whole estate and have a frankly enormous manor." Daphne blinked. After a bit, she said, "She will be married to a criminal." "She will be rich and never actually have associated with the little creep," said Harry optimistically. Daphne shook her head. "She's dated him." "Oh, I'm sorry," said Harry, suddenly feeling like he'd dropped a quaffle. "You didn't have to watch," said Daphne, in a faintly disgusted tone. "Is she an adult yet?" asked Harry. 17 in May, said Daphne. "Still untainted?" asked Harry. "Oh God, yes. She's nearly 3 years younger, she had to have a chaperone," said Daphne. "Which was me, by the way." "Well, in July, 2 months, isn't it? She'll have control of all the Malfoy assets," said Harry, and he smiled quickly. "Yes, they dated, and you had to watch the Pillock kiss your sister, but she'll never need to again." "And if she wants a family, or even love?" asked Daphne. "I'll see what we can organize for the Malfoys," said Harry blandly. "You can't get them the veil or the kiss," said Daphne. "Not for what they did." "No," said Harry, "but Azkaban's a dangerous place." "You'd reach out to get that sort of. Problem solved," said Daphne. "Astoria's family, and so's Narcissa and Draco. This is a family matter," said Harry grimly. "People love their families, or at least tolerate them," said Daphne. "Not in my experience," said Harry, "and I don't know where the Dursley are. The Order never told me, which was 2 kinds of safety measures." "What has Narcissa done to you?" asked Daphne. Harry waved his hand to indicate the 2 of them, but he really was thinking about the Malfoys and the Dursleys. "You hate me so much?" asked Daphne. "Not at all, but we're doomed to politely coexist," said Harry. "The Malfoys, on the other hand, are going to Azkaban, where who knows, maybe the guards will eat them." And Harry did not stare at her bust. "If Astoria is widowed, she will be left a poor, helpless woman with only millions of galleons and a manor to comfort herself with," said Daphne, completely deadpan. Harry suddenly wanted to drop to his knees and ask her to marry him, but suspected she'd think he was taking the piss. She was so sarcastic she made Ginny look like lavender brown. Good God, what a woman. "Maybe she'll take you to Paris for shopping," said Harry blandly. "Already trying to get rid of me?" asked Daphne. "You'd be happy, your sister would be happy, and I doubt I'd miss you," said Harry. "And I could take a cold shower and concentrate on not feeling like a creep." "Oh, Potter, you cut me like a wooden spoon," said Daphne. Harry tried not to stare at her lips, and failed, and wondered what kissing her would be like. "Can we do a different dance?" asked Harry. "I'm really bored of this one." Harry discovered that afternoon that there were dozens of dances, and he'd already learnt to waltz poorly. Daphne grew more and more rigid. "You are, in fact, completely, utterly useless at dancing," she said. "Yes," said Harry. Getting yelled at by her was weird. He knew he could hex her across the room, but like Crookshanks attacking Fluffy the Cerberus, she had her blood up. She had a spine in there. Harry felt oddly pleased. She was in her own strange way as brave as Ginny, who could probably shield his attacks unless he went all out, which he never would at anyone he liked. "Which is odd, given that if we were on brooms, you'd be able to do pretty much any of these dances at 40 miles per hour upside down," said Daphne, her nose narrowing. Harry stopped to think about this. He could learn any seeker play in hours and could, he knew, fly the pants off anyone he'd ever played Quidditch against. Yet, at a slow walk, he couldn't put his feet where they needed to go. "I can do any seeker play," said Harry. "I can learn a new play in a day." "You are, as I observed, very good at Quidditch. Why you can't dance?" said Daphne angrily. "It's like you are trying to be awful and humiliate me." "Humiliate you?" asked Harry, surprised by this turn of argument. And she had a point, and Harry couldn't think why she was wrong. If my bloody husband can't dance, it's my fault, said Daphne. And if we can't dance together, I look like a woman trapped by a poor choice of marriage contract, said Harry snidely. She visibly rankled at that. It was the most likely way to not die and not lose all our money. At the time, said Daphne, nobody expected you to win against you-know-who. I beat a dragon when I was 14, a basilisk when I was 12. Really, couldn't anyone see I could do it? Said Harry disingenuously. It's not like these were Quidditch plays. Huh. Quidditch plays, said Harry abruptly. Daphne stopped and put her hands on her hips. What are you on about? I'm good at learning Quidditch plays, said Harry. Her dress was rumpling round her hands. Broad hips, but not a broad waist. Everyone can work that out, said Daphne. Harry felt that might have been a very veiled compliment, and that he was quite open to another. Draw the dance up as Quidditch plays, said Harry. The diagrams, I mean. It's not like we're going to do a Wollongong shimmy up the dance floor. What would that even look like? Asked Daphne, and Harry took her by the hip and hand and led her briskly across the dance floor, weaving rhythmically left and right. Hey, slow down, said Daphne, almost staggering. I'm doing this backwards, and I'll be doing it backwards in heels. Do you need to wear them? Asked Harry. It sounds awkward. He kept shimmying and Daphne kept going backwards. It was sort of like the bit before snogging. I need to look taller, said Daphne. You've contrived to grow since '94. I'd hope so, said Harry, or I'd be a midget. Daphne's eyes narrowed at the word midget. You're not a midget, said Harry consolingly. My sister is taller than me, said Daphne bitterly. You're curvier, said Harry, and regretted it the instant he'd said it. You don't tell a girl she'd got bumps. Daphne stepped back, arms tightly crossed, looking pissed off. She could look pissed off for the England team, Harry thought. And that looked kinda sexy too, and Harry felt guilty for thinking that. You dated Bloody Weasley, so you must like skinny girls like my sister, said Daphne angrily. I think you're prettier than your sister, said Harry, feeling like he was taking a risk. Daphne's arms loosened to be merely around each other, not shaking with annoyance. She kept looking at him oddly, probably trying to understand his reckless saving people thing, thought Harry. Hermione would. Oh, he'd have to tell Hermione sometime. That, thought Harry, will be embarrassing. Maybe we should take a break, have something to drink, suggested Harry. Daphne took him to an informal dining room, and they had water. Harry declined the proffered pumpkin juice. Really, it tastes of pumpkins. Harry sat, then Daphne sat, holding a goblet of water. Have you and your mother got a time in Paris organized yet? Asked Harry. Late next week, said Daphne. Things keep coming up. =0 equals. The next day, Harry arrived, with the same parchments and markers he used for Quidditch plays. Daphne rolled her eyes and drew out a waltz as 3 plays. Harry tried not to smile. She was fairly clever and sarcastic and pretty, and doing Quidditch plays. Weird ones. But it's one thing in a square, said Harry. That's a box waltz. There needs to be 3 plays, so you can choose to put a lift in if required, explained Daphne. After grabbing the first play, Harry walked about the floor, gazing at the sheet. So you do this for Quidditch plays? Fly with the sheet? Asked Daphne. I haven't played in years, but yeah, for the first few goes, I hold it. Harry put the sheet down and took the second, labeled Box 2. After Harry had done the third one a few times, he put the parchments down and tried with Daphne. It was a total failure. You do this, I know you do this, said Daphne. Oh, said Harry, you're the broom. Daphne's hands tightened into fists. If you ever say that again, I will hex you. I have to walk through the play with you, said Harry. And hold it how? Asked Daphne. You can. Hold it in your teeth, suggested Harry. If you ever tell anyone about this, said Daphne, but she went for it. After 5 minutes Harry of practice with Daphne and the plays, he put the parchments down and said, Well, start the music, and call the plays you want. Call the plays, said Daphne, confused. You're the captain, I'm just a seeker, said Harry. Daphne looked at Harry oddly. and referred to the sheets. She started the music. We're going to do a waltz one followed by a 3. On my mark, go. Harry Box waltzed Daphne across the floor 1 box. And 1 and 3, she said. Keep doing 1s and 3s, asked Harry. And veer right, said Daphne. Harry went right. My right, said Daphne firmly. Harry couldn't help chuckling as they box waltzed across the ballroom, Daphne turning them. We do all 1s to got forward, 1s and 3s to hold position, said Daphne. Seems a bit dull, said Harry. Well, listen, when the music does that bit now, next time do a waltz too, said Daphne. The lift turn play, said Harry. It's coming in about a minute, said Daphne. Harry went home having danced with Daphne Greengrass. It was dead easy once it was Quidditch, and she'd looked at him sort of surprised, but in a good way. And dancing with Daphne Greengrass had holding her hip and smelling her perfume, and she went where he put her, and suddenly it was time for a cold shower and more occlumency. =0=. Daphne went to Paris the next Thursday with her mother. Harry tried practicing the drills in the drawing room of Grimmauld Place. There was not enough room around the furniture, but Sirius's mother's bedroom, once Harry vanished all the broken furniture and hippogriff shit, was the largest open space in the house. Not forever, though. A builder was coming to fix it. His thoughts moved sluggishly with the strain of near-constant occlumency. But it meant he didn't have intrusive thoughts about Greengrass, so having a little difficulty adding nuts and sickles correctly was an acceptable trade-off. It even stopped his hands shaking, which was a bonus, as they'd been a bit shaky since the Battle of Hogwarts. Harry pointedly didn't think about that. Occlumency it was. He drew the line at feeling gratitude to Snape. Nope. Harry went up to the 4th floor landing and wondered. There really was a fairly large space up here, with all the windows lighting the stairwell. He got a phonograph in Knockturn Alley from a second-hand store, and a selection of records from a small set of shelves at Flourish and Blott's. Nearby, he found a book of dance patterns, which let him draw out more plays without needing Daphne's help. He conjured a training dummy, much like a dueling dummy on wheels. He took care to make it the right height and width of Daphne. Wouldn't do to train on the wrong size broom after all. Not a sleek Ginny broom, but she moved like a very premium broom. She went exactly where you put her, smoothly. Harry had a long, cold shower, his forehead against the tiles. It wasn't till he got to bed he realized that he'd leaned on the wall for ages with cold water running over him, and his scar hadn't so much as twinged once. He went to sleep counting his blessings. It was easy, that was it. His scar didn't hurt anymore. But considering it had hurt so badly, he'd wanted to split his skull open in the graveyard in 4th year. It was kind of a big deal. He drifted off with a smile on his face. Creature found, looking in the attic, some old black family wedding robes, which Twilfit and Taddings used as a design. The shopkeeper, a fussy middle-aged honey-blonde woman, asked him where his bride was, and looked lemony when he said she was getting her robe in Paris. Couture, said Harry, whatever that means. =0=. On Wednesday, Harry got an owl with a letter from Paris. The dress will be done by the end of February, and Daphne and her mother will be back on Friday. Harry looked at Salazar, who was sulking in the corner of the kitchen. Thursday morning, Harry got an invitation to dinner with Cyrus Greengrass. Harry wore his one good robe and arrived 5 minutes early. Cyrus got up from the couch and led Harry to a book-lined study, where fire whiskey awaited. You're not happy about Daphne, said Cyrus. Not my choice of bride, said Harry, and he took a sip. Certainly not telling her dad I fancy her for her figure. It's fallout from the war, said Cyrus. I had plans. You and Narcissa ruined them, said Harry evenly. Are you going to widow my wife for it? Asked Cyrus. I'm tired of that sort of thing, admitted Harry. I'll just have someone in my house, and I don't know, just make do, I guess. Saving people is my thing. I'm not a monster, said Cyrus. It was my best chance of keeping my girls safe. Harry nodded and sipped. Harry vaguely recalled discussing the Quidditch League. Cyrus expressed surprise at Tutshill being Harry's team. Ours is Appleby, said Cyrus, just down the lane. Harry started to explain his lost life. Weasley's, Ginny Weasley. They're very poor, said Cyrus. Is that important? Asked Harry. Sometimes, said Cyrus. They don't know how to manage investments and estate. Does Daphne? Asked Harry. She does actually make money for the family by managing our rental properties, said Cyrus. Has done since she was 15. Harry blinked. Oh, he said. I'll have to do it or get Roxanne to do it, said Cyrus. Have you many rentals? I honestly know very little about the business side of the family, said Harry. I've been preoccupied with killing Voldemort before he killed me. Cyrus looked apprehensive. Can you please not hurt her? He asked. Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. What? The idea of hurting Greengrass felt wrong. She was a delicate flower, well with thorns too. And he was the good guy. He'd seen Tom's mind, and he knew he wasn't like that at all. I know she's willful, and you two don't get along. Can you not terrify her? Asked Cyrus. I don't want to, said Harry. I'll just sit quietly and pretend I don't exist. Cyrus looked confused. I had relatives I didn't get on with my whole childhood and no choices, Harry began. And then I went to Hogwarts and discovered that Voldemort or his minions were always trying to kill me. My only choice was to get him first. I got lucky. After the war, I thought I was going to have some choices, choose my family. And now my only choice was declaring your daughter has something awful, so I'll just have to sit quietly and pretend I don't exist, with no choices. You two are more alike than I ever thought, said Cyrus. Daphne's got the same, I have no choices, my spouse hates me thing. She, though, isn't some war hero, she's not a soldier. She's afraid. That I'll kill her, said Harry bitterly. My entire family, except my Aunt Andromeda and my godson Teddy, have died. I've had enough of death. It's not what it's cracked up to be. Besides, my parents are watching. I can't shame them. Mum would be proud of me. Your dead parents? Asked Cyrus. I've met them. They were proud of me at the time, said Harry. How do you? Asked Cyrus. I don't know if it was real, but it felt real at the time, said Harry. And that's what I needed at the time. It's hard to go on when you know you're walking to your death. Cyrus drank a lot after that. Harry remembered talking more, sobbing, drinking too much, and fluing home and being violently ill. Where two British magicals get together by accident. The course of true love never did run smooth. The course of this story is once again more like a pinball on an improbable journey. By an orc, the Harry Potter Wizarding World setting and characters by J.K. Rowling, with no intent to profit from this work. Chapter 3, Hangover. Harry woke on Friday morning with a splitting headache. Creature gave him a vial of potion, and Harry shuffled through the morning, barely alive. That had, thought Harry, been a bad idea. He ate a light brunch, drank a lot of coffee, cleaned his teeth, used mouthwash, and staggered through the flew to Greengrass Estate at 2 in the afternoon. Daphne Greengrass was waiting for him, looking peeved, in a smart blue dress that set her eyes off. What did you do to Father? She asked tensely. Dinner yesterday, we drank fire whiskey and talked, said Harry, sitting down. His head ached. But it wasn't Tom's Horcrux, so he had that going for him, which was nice. Father's very ill, said Daphne. Mother's never seen him like this. Was it something you ate yesterday? We, didn't get around to eating, said Harry. We did drink a lot. So you got drunk with my father and bonded, is that it? Asked Daphne. Not really, admitted Harry. My memory's a bit hazy. I remember he was worried I'd hurt you or frighten you. Father's worried about me, asked Daphne, sounding a tiny bit surprised. I tried to reassure him, said Harry. I don't want to be a bully, and my cousin used to hit me. I'd never want that for anyone. Saving people. He didn't say that he felt she was a bit like a cat and he'd never hurt a cat, as, well, he didn't know how she'd take that. I would go straight to the hit wizards, and I trust you anyway, said Daphne matter-of-factly. Harry relaxed. That was good, thought Harry. Not getting to snog Ginny good, but Harry knew you didn't get what you wanted out of life. Narcissa's being tried next week, said Harry. Draco afterwards. Astoria is very concerned. She likes the pillock, said Daphne, using Harry's word. Well, on a lighter note, I've learnt 6 more plays, said Harry. I got a gramophone and some records and a book and wrote some plays out. Still need to practice with you. I've been using a training dummy. And dancing with her was nice, like Quidditch without bludgers. For a moment, he wondered if she flew. That might be nice. If he had a broom. Harry's mood fell faster than the Death Eater he'd hexed off a broom over Sir Rye. A dummy, said Daphne, one eyebrow raised. I might take offense. It's dueling dummy without movement charms on casters, said Harry. She'd been sarcastic, and for an instant Harry wondered, how do you ask your wife to be sarcastic? Because it's dead sexy, and it's not like I'm being sleazy. Oh, that reminds me. Show me what you can do to a dueling dummy, said Daphne enthusiastically, and stood up and led Harry downstairs into a basement, along a brick hallway, around a corner, past a wine cellar, through a steel door into a brick-lined room with some training dummies. Well, show me what you can do, Daphne said. There are all kinds of silly stories going around about you. Harry felt the urge to show off, and she'd know he was a big, strong wizard and cling to him sexily and... Harry drew his holly and phoenix feather wand and hit a dummy with a wordless banishing charm as hard as he could. It smashed backwards, crunching off the wall behind it. Funny colored blasting curse, commented Daphne. Harry shrugged at her misapprehension and hit the second dummy with an actual blasting curse. It exploded into matchsticks. Harry's ears were ringing a bit from the boom, but he followed through with gouging curse at the third dummy. The gouge tore up the floor in front of the dummy, turned the dummy into kindling, and ripped a hole in the brick wall behind. My ears hurt, said Daphne loudly. Harry's were still ringing, and he felt really proud. He was, as Hagrid had said, a thumping good wizard, who'd really just made a mess. That gave him an idea. Harry looked at the mess and cast some overpowered repair spells. The gouge in the wall repaired itself with one cast, and the second fixed the floor. He concentrated really hard and hit the dummies one after another with repair charms until they looked, largely as they had when Harry had started. Well, a bit battered. Harry put his wand away and felt quite proud of himself. Daphne put her hands on her hips. Nobody would believe me, she said, still a bit too loudly. I hit a magical snake with the blasting curse in the last battle. It bounced off and hit a group of Death Eaters, I think. I was concentrating on Voldemort. Anyone that was watching has seen it, said Harry. There's a story you cast a massive Patronus and repelled, like every Dementor at Hogwarts, said Daphne, tilting her head. She looked expectant. Harry snapped his wand out and cast the Patronus charm. Prongs appeared in a jet of silver smoke and stood, looking around for a threat, snorting silver clouds. That Patronus, said Harry. Mine's called Prongs, looks just like my father's animagus form. With a flick of his wand, Prongs snuffled Daphne. It feels tingly, said Daphne curiously, not cold like a ghost. You can send messages with them too. They're faster than an owl, but you can only send a small speech. And of course, it's hard charm to cast, said Harry. Dumbledore's army all learnt it in my 6th year. You really did teach a secret defense class, asked Daphne. 2 years. It was that or fail OWLS and then loose the war, said Harry philosophically. Well, the rest of us had to make do with tutors, said Daphne. Harry shook his head. How was Paris? Asked Harry, wanting to change the subject. Daphne started to talk animatedly and led Harry back upstairs to the ballroom. The key points seemed to be hats, which Harry didn't understand, the press, which Harry understood and hated, and opera, which Harry had no opinion about. Mysterious girl stuff, really. But she hated the press too, so they had that in common. About half an hour later, Daphne's mother appeared and stopped the music. Harry was slightly peeved. Dancing with Daphne Greengrass was starting to feel quite nice. Her hand on his arm felt warmer today, he was sure. What, Mr. Potter, did you get up to with my husband? Asked Mrs. Greengrass. We, talked and drank fire whiskey, said Harry. Before or after dinner? Asked Mrs. Greengrass. Harry and father drank instead of eating, said Daphne primly. Mrs. Greengrass looked daggers at Harry. I've never drunk that much in my life, admitted Harry. Maybe twice as much as at Bill's stag party. Mrs. Greengrass left, and Daphne decided to see more of the new dancing plays. Harry had sore feet 2 hours later, but hadn't stepped on Daphne's feet at all. Daphne didn't like holding the plays in her teeth, but Harry had picked up a lot of moves. And she smelt really nice, some really exotic perfume, and under that a hint of something more animally. Kind of like how Ginny smelt, only more distracting. Harry had a cold shower at home. With practice, not thinking about Daphne Greengrass dressed like one of Sirius's pin-up girls was getting easier and easier. Also, she never even wore short sleeves. =0 =. Harry sent Hermione a letter using Salazar, who only bit him viciously once. Hermione dropped by that evening, in work robes. "Harry," she said, looking a bit tired, "there are ridiculous rumors going around, and you haven't been to see Ginny in ages." Harry sighed and tried to explain. "Well, the whole Ginny thing's off," he said. "Again," said Hermione. Harry indicated kitchen chairs and sat down. Hermione sat, her handbag landing with a heavy thud. "After Sirius adopted me, before I was an adult, my aunts on the black side could sign contracts for me. Auntie Narcissa signed a betrothal agreement for me. Ron told me all about it. Mrs. Weasley is livid and Ginny, well, she wants to hex you." "It's not even my fault," said Harry. "As you know, Auntie Narcissa and Draco are in Azkaban." "Harry, did you withdraw your protection?" "Yes," said Harry sharply. "I bloody did. Greengrass dislikes me, we have nothing in common, and we have to live together. The only mercy is that we don't have to have children." "Sorry, Harry," said Hermione. Daphne's not a complete arse and had been running her parents' rental properties since she was 15. We, the Blacks, have a bunch and she'll run that, so I can sit quietly and pretend I don't exist." He hadn't actually said she had a nice arse. Not really. He concentrated hard, and using occlumency quickly squashed the stupid thoughts out of his mind. "Someone at work said there was a way out for you," said Hermione. "I looked in Flourish and Blots, but I couldn't find a book about it." "There was a way out," said Harry, "but that's why I owled you. I chose not to do that." Hermione's eyes grew very large. "Harry," she said, "you didn't just because she's pretty." Harry's brow furrowed, not the reaction he expected. One of the reasons, yes, also suicidally depressed blonde. I didn't want to declare her unacceptable," he said. "That's the loophole, but it's really horrible." Hermione froze up. "Harry," she asked, "you're not telling me you slept with Greengrass?" "Oh God, no," said Harry, though the thought had a certain appeal, and his pants got uncomfortable. "The way out is that I declare Daphne unacceptable. She's not as ugly as, say, Umbridge, has newts, so isn't a retard and is healthy. The only other grounds are untreatable diseases, the kind you catch, curses, and that sort of thing," said Harry. "Well, for all you know," said Hermione in a cynical tone. Harry held in the obvious remark that Daphne was bloody well still a virgin and less experienced than, say, Hermione. "And then I take out a full-page ad in the Prophet declaring her unacceptable. It's as good as putting up posters saying she's got a magical disease of the places," said Harry. "Nobody would have anything to do with her ever again or hire her. She'd live with her mum and dad forever, and after they died, nobody would deal with the Greengrasses again. End of the whole family. And she'd kill herself," he thought, with that bludger resting in his guts again. "She's not a Death Eater, she's not even really that awful. And when she's sarcastic, well, it's something to enjoy. Her little sister is in a contract to Draco Malfoy. She'll end up owning all the Malfoy assets eventually," said Harry. "Sooner with some luck. Greengrass's father engaged both his daughters to Draco. Thought he was doing that anyway. It kept his girls safe. Nobody would touch Draco's brides-to-be, and Daphne knew Astoria liked him and would leave her alone apart from. One child for a black heir and a possible Greengrass heir," said Harry. "She wasn't happy about it, but the alternative was having to join up, so she went with it," said Harry. Hermione looked at Harry incredulously. "It's saving people, isn't it?" she asked. Harry nodded. "Guilty," he said. "With Teddy as heir, no need to, well, that," he said awkwardly. "But maybe she'll come around. There will at least be dancing and sarcasm, and hopefully some more revealing robes. A man could dream, or imagine her head on the girls on your bedroom wall, depending on how much you wanted to do things and feel ashamed of yourself afterwards. You wanted a family. Well, I've got one, sort of. Andromeda's my aunt, Teddy's the baby, Daphne's, well, not really a wife, and Astoria's a sister-in-law. Her mum and dad are okay, sort of. Harry smiled insincerely. Got what I wanted, he said unconvincingly. Compared to number 4 Privet Drive, he was living his best life. I'll look up the law. There must be something, maybe a divorce, asked Hermione. Contract explicitly rules out divorce. Draco could have kept the money and divorced Daphne, left her to something bad, said Harry. This is barbaric, said Hermione. Apparently, dynastic marriages are a thing when you're rich, said Harry. I did get 85,000 galleons, though, and a pretty blonde who, when she sweats, the smell makes me feel things, let alone that I like her sense of humor. Hermione coughed. Holy cow, that's a lot of money, she said. Well, as I need to pay the builder for fixing the master bedroom, said Harry. Fixing it? My mother-in-law isn't prepared to accept excuses like Sirius kept a hippogriff in his mother's bedroom, said Harry. Hermione giggled. It does sound a bit silly. So I think I'll be fixing up the house, paying builders, that sort of thing for a while, said Harry. The Blacks earn some money every year, enough to live on. He continued. How much? Lots, 280 galleons a year, said Harry. That's more than I get paid, and I actually work, said Hermione. Well, cleaning this place properly may take some time, said Harry. He hesitated. Now, Hermione, I'm not suggesting anything, but could you please not make any plans to get rid of Greengrass? Of course I wouldn't, said Hermione. There are laws. Harry took a deep breath. And I don't mean don't tell me and do it anyway. I mean really, no. I wouldn't, said Hermione sharply. And I don't mean tell me you're not going to and do it anyway. You're making a difference, Hermione. You're one of the heroes of the war, and we aren't doing anything illegal ever again, said Harry. He hesitated. I cast one of the you-know-what's in front of McGonagall. God, what was I thinking? Harry, no, said Hermione. She could blackmail you now. Harry had a sinking feeling about Hermione's moral compass, and felt guilty, because he was pretty sure it had been 7 years of terrible adventures with Ron and him that had done it. Hermione, I can't stomach the ministry, I just can't. But you can do so much good. There's house elves to save, all creatures being equal, and that, said Harry. Hermione frowned at Harry. Harry, she said softly, you're my best friend and you're in an arranged marriage. Which is going to be completely law-abiding, said Harry. He snorted. It'll be an example to the purebloods that we're not trying to destroy everything they believe in. But we are, said Hermione. Yes, but this way the 3 of us look like we're playing by the rules. Whereas we're secretly changing them, said Hermione excitedly. Exactly. Now make sure that arranged marriages become illegal, but you'll have to wait a year or so, sneak it in when nobody's looking. Just after your wedding, Harry. Nobody would read about it, and the papers will be full of wedding coverage anyway, said Hermione, eyes shining. Yeah, said Harry, feeling like a centaur had just sat on him. That made good tactical sense. Equals 0 equals. A week later, Daphne started practicing in high heels. Harry had to take a deep breath because she was really tottering, and it certainly made a lot of her assets. His casual robes he'd never wear except to visit the Greengrasses hid his trouser-related discomfort. Daphne gamely waltzed backwards in heels so high there at eye level. She was forced to grab Harry for support, and after the first failed lift, where she turned an ankle, they take it a bit slower. Fortunately, Daphne knew a turned ankle healing charm. It's just part of wearing tall heels, she said, and got right back up again once she'd cast the charm, in a way that reminds Harry somewhat of Quidditch injuries. My wife's sensitive about her height, thought Harry, and looks very attention-getting in them. Whenever she spun out to the side, her hem rose up and Harry say Daphne Greengrass's legs, taunt and well taunting him. And had a very long, cold shower when he got home. He lay in bed smiling at the ceiling. There is a God, and they made Daphne Greengrass on one of their, let's see if we can't do a girl but make her have some really interesting bulges days. Not, admittedly, that she's always gorgeous the way Fleur is, but also she's not ever going to turn into an angry fireball-throwing bird woman. A few hexes, easily blocked, worst case. But the view of the bulges in her slightly sweaty dress after a couple of hours of dance practice, her legs, and there was something about the way her sweat smells. Harry's bits got excited just remembering her, and he only felt a little guilty. He wasn't doing anything wrong and wasn't going to do stuff to her, or even ogle. He sighed and cleared his mind. Equals 0 equals. Daphne and her mum Roxanne came to visit Grimmauld Place. They arrived by flu and stood in the kitchen, looking unimpressed. "Get rid of the junk," said Daphne bluntly. Harry took them on a guided tour, and moments after they arrive in the front hall, Sirius's mother's painting started yelling at Harry. "Filthy half-blood." Roxanne pulled out her wand and silenced the painting with some charm Sirius never knew. "That will not do. Remove it." "It's stuck to the wall with a permanent sticking charm," said Harry. "Then remove some of the wall," said Roxanne. "Daphne tells me you've got quite the gouging charm." "Now?" asked Harry. "Before next week," said Mrs. Greengrass. "This place is dreadful. Get some cleaners in." "We have cleaned it," said Harry defensively. "Is this the best you can do?" asked Mrs. Greengrass. "I've seen half-squibs clean better than this." "Mrs. Weasley wouldn't let us use magic. We were underage," said Harry. Daphne looked at Harry with a look of was that pity. "Had you been very bad?" she asked. Daphne and Mrs. Greengrass approve of Mrs. Black's room. Now it's renovated. Mrs. Greengrass turns the bathroom taps on and off and simply says, "Replace all the taps and porcelain. It's all worn out." "You just need to do the taps up a bit tighter," says Harry. "No," says Daphne, "and have guests think we can't afford taps that work. Not going to happen." Mrs. Greengrass pulls her wand in the bathroom and casts Evanesco on the stains. Nothing happens. "I already did that," said Harry, glad he'd got rid of the ghoul earlier. The strange fungus in the other bad one had taken a lot of vanishing. "You'll have to replace," said Mrs. Greengrass. "Daphne, you'll need to get the businesses on their feet quickly." "We're making money," said Harry. "The ledger shows deposits." "Harry, may I look at the ledger after lunch?" asked Daphne. "Of course you can," said Harry, wondering why she even asked. The tour of the house continued, until they get to the 4th-floor landing. "What is the meaning of this?" asked Mrs. Greengrass. "I was doing dance practice," said Harry. Daphne gave him a slight smile. Mrs. Greengrass vaguely approved of Regulus's room, obviously, and the two witches stared in disbelief at Harry's room. There were a lot of pictures of girls wearing not much, draped on motorbikes, thought Harry. "Did you put those pictures up?" asked Mrs. Greengrass. Daphne had her arms crossed and looked like she wanted to say something mean. "My, godfather Sirius put them up with," said Harry, "not me." "Permanent sticking charms," guessed Daphne. Harry nodded. She can be quite clever, he thought. "Get them off now," said Mrs. Greengrass. "It's disgusting." "It's my room," said Harry. "I don't even notice them," he said, feeling defensive. "You don't like that sort of thing," said Daphne awkwardly. Harry blushed. "I don't know how to get them down, and I don't have a lot to remember Sirius by. Pictures of scantily clad muggle husses are coming down, or I will use incendio," said Mrs. Greengrass. Harry shrugged. How would I even get them off? Even curse breakers can't remove permanent sticking charms. "You've had curse breakers look at this problem?" asked Mrs. Greengrass, sounding surprised. "Yes," said Harry. "Bill had a go at it years ago, that counted." "Get some respectable pictures and hang them over the top," said Mrs. Greengrass finally. Harry had an idea. "I've got a photo album of my parents. It was his present in first year. I could get them framed." "Daphne, can Potter not transfigure picture frames?" asked Mrs. Greengrass. "I've not seen him transfigure anything, Mother," said Daphne. "School dropout," said Mrs. Greengrass dismissively. "What's up the spiral staircase?" asked Daphne. "The attic," said Harry. feeling a bit angry about the school dropout crack. "Show me," said Daphne. "I want to see what this house has." Harry led the way up into the attic and lit the charmed lamps. "This is junk," said Daphne, looking at the trunks and miscellaneous old dusty stuff. "But some of it is useful," said Harry. "The design for my wedding robes was an old robe from up here." "Sorry about Mummy," whispered Daphne very quietly. "She's very worried, just ignore her." Harry led the way back down the spiral staircase and coincidentally saw Daphne's calves, and inferred the shape of her quite toned thighs through the dress fabric. His pants got uncomfortable. Again. "Why doesn't your house have a back door?" asked Mrs. Greengrass when Harry was back on the 4th floor. "A back door?" asked Harry. "Well, it's clearly Muggle and Victorian. There should be back door to the kitchen and pantry," she said. "It's Muggle," asked Harry, and her mum knew about Muggle architecture. "The flue opens into the basement. Any civilized building would open into a receiving room, like our house," said Daphne. Once they left, Harry had a disturbing thought. Daphne hadn't actually complained about the semi-naked women on motorbikes. It had made her nervous, of course, because she was a nice girl. But also, Harry eyed the girls on the wall and could imagine Daphne draped over serious old bike in not much, and imagine the smell, a mixture of motorbike and warm, slightly sweaty woman. Time for a cold shower and to clear his mind. =0=. Hermione and Ron came to see Harry on the weekend. He'd got most of the filth off the 1st floor bedrooms by aggressive use of magic, and had 9 cold showers. Occlumency wasn't giving him anywhere near the headaches it used to. "Harry," asked Ron, as Harry staggered down the stairs to the kitchen. He was a bit tired, he realized, steadying himself with the banister. "You look very tired," said Hermione tactfully. "Cleaning, Mrs. Greengrass. She wasn't happy," said Harry. Harry proudly showed Hermione and Ron where Mrs. Black's painting used to be. The wall looked a bit odd. The wallpaper stretched and very distorted where the repair spell hit it. "How?" "Gouged it off, repaired it," said Harry. "You're taking this all very seriously," said Ron. "I needed to do something about it. At least the place is clean," said Harry, mentally listing rooms as yet demildewed. "I suppose we could give you a hand," said Ron. 3 hours later in the kitchen, Hermione was sitting, drinking tea. "This place, it's almost a proper house now," she said. "I got used to how awful it was," said Harry. "Now, well apart from my imminent wedding, I like this place now. It's still very gloomy, though." "Your room's all right," said Ron. "Top room of the house is always the best, eh?" "Yeah, Ron," said Harry and sipped some tea. "Any chance of some butterbeer?" asked Ron. "I don't have any alcohol. Sirius had drunk it all and I had to drink with Mr. Greengrass, and well, I got very sick." "So are we having a stag party for you?" asked Ron. "Oh, God, no," said Harry. "My mother-in-law hasn't forgiven me for getting drunk with Mr. Greengrass yet." "Did you bond?" asked Hermione, looking a bit amused. "It was very awkward, then we were both sick for days," said Harry. "Why's Neville the best man?" asked Ron. "Because you'll make a scene," said Harry. "Hermione, your job is to stop Ron making a scene and make sure Ginny doesn't crash it." "Are you afraid she will?" asked Hermione. "If she turned up, I think I'd beg to marry her," sighed Harry. "This isn't what I wanted." "She is very busy with the Harpies development squad," said Hermione optimistically. And Harry felt that as lies went, that one had gone well. If Daphne Greengrass showed up in a low-cut wedding dress and high heels, Harry suspected he might have a heart attack and be a very happy-looking corpse. =0=. It was late February, and Harry was standing in the ministry atrium on Saturday afternoon, dressed up in a black and silver robe. Sleekeasies has flattened his hair into something like a wave. Neville stood beside him and just stood there calmly, not moving. After a while, Neville said softly, "Do you need me to cut this one's head off, too?" "Arse," Harry retorted. Harry not seeing the wedding dress before the wedding is a magical wedding custom too, apparently, so he had no idea what it's going to look like. She seemed pleased with the exercise of going to get it, so at least, as he'd said, One of them would be getting something the way they wanted it today. Daphne Greengrass arrived through a doorway in a mostly white dress as a bunch of musicians play something. Harry can't help but be impressed with the dress. It's like Fleur's dress, in that it's clearly not from Madame Malkin's. Daphne's looked ludicrously tall for her, and tottering a little, stabilized by Cyrus. She certainly had curves. He had no idea she had a tiny waist like that. The sway the shoes are giving her is very disturbing. Harry catches sight of the shoes briefly as the hem kicks up. How she can walk in those things. There's even a platform under her toes. Cyrus is providing support. Dennis Creevy takes Daphne's photo, looking snazzy in top hat and tails. Harry said formal dress and Dennis might be intentionally misunderstanding. "I think not," murmurs Neville, looking at Daphne. She's not showing any skin, and Harry wonders if he might bite his own hand off. Daphne and Cyrus head up the aisle, a whole roll of carpet, past the seats full of people on both sides. Her wiggling totter somehow goes in his eyes and straight to his bits. She'd got hips and a small waist, and bulges on her chest and some part of Harry's brain, largely in charge of organizing starring, drooling, pants-related difficulties, and needing cold showers, says, "Oh yes, definitely." After what felt like an hour of torture watching this quite adult-looking witch walking towards him, she made it level with Harry, and they turned to face the same balding wizard that did Bill and Fleur's service. Dennis took another photo, and Daphne is clearly not annoyed. Harry's starting to get a feeling for what Daphne being not annoyed and bottling it up instead looks like. But also, she is, to be blunt, proper fit. Like, fitter than Sirius's pinups fit. Once the wispy-haired old wizard has said a few things, she lifted her veil up and back. Her makeup was perfect, and she looks like a real-life painting of Daphne Greengrass, and has no expression on her face at all. Even her eyes are largely neutral. Only the set of her shoulders, the way she turned, make Harry think she's cross. Harry tries desperately not to look nervous in the face of his cold, pureblood bride, once again trying to use occlumency to cut down on fidgeting, and look serious, and not drool. Despite the mind-slowing effects of occlumency, Harry said the things at the right time, only a bit awkwardly, put a ring on her dry, limp finger. She put a silver and gold band on his ring finger. He finally gave Daphne a chaste kiss on the lips at the end of the service. Dennis took a photo that instant, and the flash nearly blinded Harry. He took her arm as the music started and carefully walked down the aisle, conscious of her less than perfect stability. Dennis had managed to photograph both the kiss and the walk. It was like she was wiggling into him, and it was incredibly distracting. He was so going to have a cold bath, because he was imaging her wiggling like that in bed, and oh God. He's going to die, and it will be just fine. "Thank you," she said, sotto voce to him. Harry managed hold in the whimper. Harry momentarily wondered if he's going to go mad from sexual frustration. And a fleeting thought that he might be a little bit messed up about girls being emotional comes and goes. Daphne's hip bumping his is bumping his brain into jelly. At least the train on the dress means he can't see the curve of her arse, or he suspected he might drool. He'd certainly ogle. They got to the end of the carpet and flew away. Harry stiffened and Daphne made the landing, with a little help from Harry and those enormous heels. They'd arrived at Greengrass Estate, and after a short stop to clean up, Harry, Daphne, and later the whole wedding party were photographed by Dennis in the drawing room, formally posed. Mrs. Greengrass looked quite pleased. As Harry got up from the couch, Daphne used him as a post, and Harry could easily imagine the photo of the two of them looking like stuffy purebloods in stuffy formal robes. It's what Mrs. Greengrass and probably Sirius's mother would want for a wedding photo. Dennis proceeded to take the wedding party outside. It hasn't rained today and takes more photos in the gardens around the house, which, while it has a ballroom, only has 5 bedrooms. Daphne looked, in Harry's opinion, better in daylight, and Harry feels a bit freer without her parents' old house around him. Also got to see her move in the dress. Nothing she's ever worn has shown off this figure. She threw the bouquet a huge distance. Bulges bounced. Harry tries not to smirk. Fit. He tried even harder not to look smug, occlumency, or being an insulting creep. The mental strain was worth it. Clear your mind and don't touch her bum. Harry was feeling quite hungry when they finally finished with photos, and wondered if everyone else was hungry. They flew one by one. Harry does have to go with Daphne because, Appearances matter and those shoes are too tall for safe fluing. She should wear them to bed, he thought, and immediately regretted the thought as his pants became hugely uncomfortable. For some reason, the flu didn't roll Harry like a tumble dryer for once, just a slow spin. Harry and Daphne arrived by flu at the restaurant Margaret's of Diagon Alley. That's the reception venue. Harry's been here once with the rehearsal, but it's a lot different with a central table and a cleared space for dancing. Harry aided Daphne to the table, and she sat gracefully. He sat down and Daphne said, unexpectedly, "Thank you, you've been very helpful." Harry didn't know what to say, so he said, "Yes, dear," while watching the restaurant fill up, and cleared his mind again, because ruminating on what Daphne Black looks like naked is making him crazy. Grabbing her and trying to kiss her will get him maimed, he's pretty sure. His mind fills with gray nothingness and everything feels very far away. His stupid urges subside. Guests came and made fairly meaningless congratulations, but after a subtle elbow from Daphne, Harry's nodding and thanking them like a nodding dog on the parcel shelf of a car. And not thinking about her naked. He's going to be respectful if it kills him. Eventually, they waltz. It is a bridal waltz, so there are no twirls. But she's holding the Trina up so Harry can see her figure. Daphne's dress doesn't seem particularly designed for dancing. Harry's throat feels dry, all his blood's gone elsewhere, and in a daze he managed to barely avoid grabbing her arse. Oh God, he thought to himself, not Fleur's arse but still sexy, also not half fireball-throwing monster. On balance, I need a cold bath with ice. The glacious charm will do. Harry then danced with Mrs. Greengrass and kept his hands to himself. But she looked like Daphne, only older and not as fit, with different lips, and Daphne has her father's eyes. Daphne danced with her father, and the Blacks sat down. And grabbing her mum's arse and getting hexed to death feels like something to put off for later, after he'd grabbed Daphne's arse and been murdered. "How are your ankles?" asked Harry conversationally. Better than thinking about her waist. Harry imagined that he could hold her with both hands and lift her up and down, or just go straight to St. Mungo's and get himself committed already. This is not so that sort of marriage. "Fine," said Daphne. "I haven't had any problems today. You've been very helpful and Mother spelled them well yesterday." She sounded off, very distant and weirdly calm. She usually sounded a little uptight. The food was nice, Harry supposed, but it all tasted a bit forced. Harry had tried to invite the Weasleys, but Daphne and her mother had refused to invite Ginny or her parents. Just as well, really. Ron and Hermione came over and looked and acted reasonably normal. Ron even called her pretty. Then Hermione made some remark about Daphne's outfit, and Daphne stood up and leaned over the table and said, "Some of us, Granger, have waists." But she was still partly sitting, so her bum was. All Harry could see was Daphne's arse and the clinging white fabric, her tiny waist, and the way her bust filled out the top. He couldn't not look at her arse and imagine casually putting a hand on it. He felt slightly nauseous. Narcissa Malfoy was a horrible person and deserved Azkaban with Malfoy, but also, oh God. Is it worth getting hexed? Because if she does this 3 times in one day, I'm going to lose a hand to the curses she'll cast. And not care. And Harry realized awkwardly that she had no reason to lean over like that, except to show off her figure to Hermione and her arse to Harry. His bits throbbed. Did she want to show off? Because it was totally okay, well at home preferably, so I can stare. He stared. Daphne sat down and poked him, and he stopped staring at where she'd been. Ron and Hermione had somehow gone back to their table without Harry noticing. Bill and Fleur came over and congratulated them. Then Fleur launched into a conversation with Daphne about her dress. Fleur started talking in French, and Daphne started replying in French. The two wives, united in what Harry assumed was a discussion of dresses, left Harry with a thoughtful-looking, badly scarred Bill. "I heard young Malfoy got Azkaban for letting in the werewolf that did this," said Bill, pointing to his face. "I'm glad you changed your mind." "I'm sorry, Bill. With all the other stuff in the war, I forgot. My wife reminded me, actually," said Harry. Bill's eyebrows raised. "Mrs. Black has done me a favor," he said, smiling slightly. "My wife seems to have found a new friend." "Dresses and talking French," said Harry, "if it makes them happy." Bill's eyes narrowed. We will be talking some other time about your surprise wedding to the Greengrass family." "It is complicated," said Harry. "Did you see that my Aunt Narcissa is in Azkaban now?" "Leaving the Malfoy estates in a shambles," said Bill with a ghost of a smile. "Couldn't happen to nicer people," said Harry, smiling, but not to his eyes. "I put them in Azkaban, Ginny's protective big brother. Isn't that enough?" "Harry, I must say, your Daphne has excellent taste in dressmakers," said Fleur, looking glamorous. "Daphne is always a surprise," said Harry. He thought about her figure, which was going to haunt him for the rest of his life, he thought cheerily. Fleur looked Harry in the eyes and nodded to Daphne and Harry and left back to her table with Bill. Daphne very softly said, "You and the Vila Potter," she accused. "Fleur only has eyes for Bill, and I think of Fleur as the wife of a big brother," said Harry. "I find Fleur perfectly resistible, thank you." And did not say, "Besides, you're gorgeous." And technically they'd met at the Triwhiz, but this sounded more like Fleur who. "What does that Weasley do?" asked Daphne. "Bill is a curse-breaker for Gringotts," said Harry. "That's how they met, on a curse-breaking expedition." "They're both curse-breakers," said Daphne incredulously. "Yes," said Harry in an affected drawl. Daphne flicked Harry on the arm. Harry smiled a bit. Daphne's snarkiness is fun, and the snark flighting's good fun. Though if she was properly sarcastic today, he might need a stiff drink and a cold shower. Though since Fleur had little Victoire, she's not full-time. "Mrs. Weasley Sr. looks after Victoire when Fleur's at work," said Harry, trying to sound like a normal person talking to their wife. "Victoire, an unusual name," said Daphne. "Born just after the end of the war. She's a cute little girl. My godson, Teddy, ends up playing with her when the Weasleys look after him." "Do you intend Teddy to marry Victoire Weasley?" asked Daphne. "I intend for Teddy and whoever to decide who he marries when he's old enough. He inherits the House of Black, fortunately for us," said Harry. Daphne nodded and looked more relaxed, but still rather emotionless. Harry briefly wondered if all the purebloods could do occlumency. Dumbledore said it was obscure, but he did say a lot of things. Neville, it being that time, banged on a glass and stood up. Being tall, he was a long way up. "We're here to celebrate the marriage of Harry Potter Black to my fourth cousin, Daphne Greengrass," said Neville, and he took out a stack of cards. Pratt thought Harry. "I've known Harry since I was 11, and Daphne since I was about 5, I think. She might have been at some things before that, but Gran didn't say," said Neville. "I shared a dorm room with Harry for 6 years. He, being Harry, dropped out of school and got involved with a dangerous crowd." There were snorts from the gathering. "Harry was always the sporty, disaster-prone bloke with the messy hair," said Neville, tipping his head towards Harry, whose hair was most definitely not a disaster today. Sleekeasies worked, though it wasn't cheap, and having to use hair potion felt like cheating. "That is a good look on you," observed Daphne softly. "Thank you," replied Harry quietly, intent on Neville. Neville flipped a card. "Daphne has never had hair trouble, except for that one party when we were 7 and the mud pies got airborne." There was a small, polite laugh from the audience. Harry realized, with some confusion, she'd given him 2 compliments today and thanked him. "Harry's here as Harry Black, heir to his godfather Sirius. I met Sirius one night and he scared me witless," said Neville, "though Ron is the one with the really awful story." Sirius was an innocent man on the run, and much like Sirius, Harry went on the run. Luckily for us, Harry's run ended back where we all started, at Hogwarts. Harry saved us, and now he's married to Daphne, who I hope will save us from Harry's predilection for adventures and keep him in this much better-groomed state. Daphne has never been one for running, being far too subtle for that, though she's a much better dancer, and that seems to be rubbing off on Harry. "To the Blacks, may Sleekeasies ever be in your cupboard," said Neville, smiling at Harry. "The Blacks," said everyone. "And I personally would like to say, cousin, that I hope Harry takes you for a ride on his broomstick. I spent years hearing about just how good a firebolt is," said Neville, and he sat down. Harry frowned at Neville, who smiled and dropped his cards on the table. Neville was going to get his, thought Harry. At his wedding, I'll stand up next to the most beautiful witch there and casually make fun of Mr. Don't mind my bloody great big sword. Harry, your turn, said Daphne. Harry stood up and the speech he'd thought of, written down, was in his pocket. He pulled it out and glanced at it. Sod this, I'm winging it, sarcastically. He dropped the speech on the table. Well, I was going to have a really fancy speech. Instead, I'd like to say, everyone meet my wife, Daphne Black. She's the brains of the Black household. I'm, as you all know, a retired school dropout with 2 surnames. I wish my godfather was here today. He'd be proud of me, and probably tell me that there's no way I could have picked up a wife as pretty, well-educated, and sophisticated as Daphne. However, here I am married. My family's a bit small, but I'd like to point out over there, next to my Aunt Andromeda Tonks née Black, my godson Edward Remus Lupin, heir Black. If you watch carefully, Teddy's hair will change color. He's a black and a metamorph magus black like his mother, and the odd 1 or 2 every century going back a long, long time. That's all of us. Aunt Narcissa's just made a career change to inmate. She backed the wrong side in the war. We are not many, but we are the Blacks, and we are not going anywhere. Well, with the exception of Daphne, who might need to go to Paris again for some shopping. The guests laughed politely. She was effing well getting more French dresses if they looked like this. I don't effing care about the cost, so I might die of sexual frustration, at least I'll be happy. Daphne frowned at Harry, who'd looked down for the frown. Her cross look made his bits tingle. I've said silly things, mildly irritated my wife, so I'd like to say one last thing before I give my father-in-law, Cyrus Greengrass, a chance to speak. Which is this, Roxanne, it wasn't my fault. Cyrus made me do it. Harry sat down smirking. Daphne crossed her arms, and Harry once again felt faint pleasure. Cyrus stood up and looked thoughtful. Well, Harry, with an introduction like that, no matter what I say, I'm going to have to think about my speech a bit, said Cyrus, and he tossed a few cards from his palm onto the table. Daphne is, as those who know me will know, my eldest daughter and my capable assistant. I'm losing my unpaid assistant, and Harry's getting her. Which, after I asked Harry about his finances, means my daughter is going to be a very busy woman. Titters from the guests. I'm going to ruin your life, Cyrus Greengrass, thought Harry. Cyrus waited a bit and spoke. Harry is, as everyone knows, brave, a powerful wizard, and a pretty good Quidditch player. A shame he had to be in Gryffindor. Slytherin could have done with a decent seeker. Laughs from the guests. Ron looked really conflicted at people making fun of Malfoy, but being Slytherins. Cyrus spoke again. I discovered in the last few months that Harry is also an innovative dancer. Once he learnt to use Quidditch plays instead of trying to learn to dance, Daphne's disapproval of Harry's dancing skills dropped to record lows. As Daphne observed, if you're this good on a broom, how can you possibly be a lousy dancer? I believe their first experiment in this was Harry taking Daphne across the dance floor in a Wollongong shimmy. She was impressed. Not very impressed, but impressed at all. A few laughs. Ron was looking thoughtful, and Hermione was writing something on a napkin. Cyrus discarded a few more cards onto the table. Oh, Harry's paying for the bar, so don't worry, said Cyrus. A lot of people give a speech at a wedding and tell a lot of jokes or talk about not losing a daughter but gaining a son. I'm not going to repeat that sort of sentiment. Harry Black's taking my eldest daughter and giving her a lot of business to run, and I hope he lets her run it to the best of her abilities, because my daughter's very good at it, and Harry's just not interested. And I hope Harry can forgive me, but I'm going to share a story Harry told me. Harry was going out to play his first ever Quidditch game, aged 11, and his captain, Oliver Wood, who's with Puddlemere, now said to Harry, "Go out there and catch that snitch, or die trying." Harry, being Harry, took Oliver Wood literally and ended up catching the snitch in his mouth as he hit the ground, leaving quite a rut in the grass. Harry and I had a night of stories and questions, and part of what Harry said was this, that he plans to sit very quietly. Harry's had a truly momentous life, and I hope now with Daphne doing the bits Harry's not interested in, he can sit very quietly. He's earned it, and Harry, thanks for marrying Daphne. There was gentle applause, and Harry, feeling a bit of a lump in his throat, looked at Cyrus, who'd sat down and looked satisfied. and not at all like someone who's just made a speech out of a partial quote of Harry being snarky and bitter. "Did you really say that to Father?" asked Daphne quietly as the guests started to talk again. "Among other things," said Harry. After dessert, which did not feature treacle tart, Daphne said to Harry, "We are going to get up and dance a foxtrot," said Harry. "Foxtrot it is," said Daphne. She stood. Harry stood up and took her arm, and they got to the dance floor. Daphne said foxtrot to the musicians, and they stopped what they were doing and changed music and started to play. Harry and Daphne proceeded to foxtrot around the floor. It looked different to a waltz and was, as Harry knew, pretty easy. And she looked perfect. Harry tried not to stare. They got to leave at that point, because it was their wedding, apparently. Harry and Daphne flew to Grimmauld Place, and Daphne immediately hooked up her dress and took off her shoes, the hems raised to mid-calf height. Her bum didn't stick out so far all of a sudden. "Sore?" asked Harry. "Nothing Dittany can't fix," said Daphne, holding her heels in one hand. They were, flipping hell, they were enormous with platforms under her toes. "Which room do you want?" asked Harry. A tiny, optimistic part of probably his bits wanted her to say, "I'll sleep with you, Harry." "I'll have the refurbished master bedroom, thank you," said Daphne. Harry's mindless optimism withered. Harry helped her up the stairs, to the ground floor, then past the first and second floor, and pointed out the door. "There you go," said Harry. "Thank you, Harry," said Daphne politely, and she shut the door behind her. "Creature," called Harry, "time to go have a very cold shower." Creature appeared with a pop. "This is Mistress Daphne's room from now on. Make sure her things from the kitchen are here, and make sure there's extract of Dittany in the bathroom here for her," said Harry. "Yes, master," said Creature and disappeared with a pop. That was easy, thought Harry. Harry walked along the hall and went up one more floor, to Sirius's old room, which Harry had been using for almost a year now, took off his wedding robe, had a very cold shower, put on his pajamas, cleaned his teeth, put some bruise paste on his feet and went to bed. And lay there, remembering the most amazing dress he'd ever seen. He couldn't help remembering how much she didn't like him, which seemed a waste of such an amazing dress, really. But at least, he thought, exhaling, nobody would think she was unacceptable. She was smashing, really. Equals 0 equals. Harry turned up to breakfast, and the kitchen table wasn't set. Creature was puttering around the kitchen. "Creature, where's breakfast?" asked Harry. "Mistress has instructed Creature that no more meals are to be served in the kitchen, master," said Creature. Harry stumbled back up the stairs to the ground floor and went into the dining room. There, at one end of the table, was a place setting. 20-odd yards away, at the other end of the table, was another place setting. On the sideboard, halfway along, were covered silver dishes. Daphne was nowhere to be seen. Harry took one of the 2 plates by the silver trays and lifted a cover. Poached eggs. He took 2. The next tray had bacon, so he took a decent stack and a piece of toast. Creature could cook at least as well as 10-year-old Harry had, thought Harry. He took his plate to one end of the table and sat down, finally finding a teacup. He stood up again and went to the sideboard. Further away on another hutch there was a teapot. Harry poured tea. He took his teacup all the way back to his seat and settled in for breakfast. Folded neatly, by the place setting, was a Daily Prophet that Harry studiously ignored. By the time Harry had finished breakfast, with a second cup of tea, a silver salver had appeared with a thick stack of post on it. Harry settled back and started looking through it. People congratulating him for marrying Daphne Greengrass, well, and vice versa. It was polite, thought Harry, and Andromeda Tonks had written, "Most excellent dress." The Blacks were always the fashion leaders of magical Britain, even if they were all insane blood purists. Harry mentally added 1 blood purist to the list of blood purist Blacks. He was deeply suspicious that Daphne was, in fact, at least as bad as Malfoy. After all, she'd been rude to Hermione at the wedding reception and called him a half-blood during the negotiations. The only mercy was that she was nowhere near as annoying as Malfoy, well, and not a bloke. Because that would have been, Harry mused, a bridge too far. He was 7 letters in when Daphne came in and yawned. She was wearing a robe and looked pretty but tired. Harry's imagination filled in like she'd been up all night, and he wished, with me. "Potter," said Daphne. Her voice seemed flat today. "Daphne," said Harry, looking up from the congratulations letter. "What are you reading?" asked Daphne. "Letters, wedding congratulations," said Harry. "Keep them with their envelopes so I can find return addresses," said Daphne. "I'll have to journal who sent what, especially once presents start coming, so thank you cards can be sent." "Oh, do I have to reply to these?" asked Harry. "You do not, that's my job," said Daphne. "Aren't you going to look at the business stuff?" asked Harry. "As well," said Daphne. "Your task, I believe, is to sit very quietly, or was my father mistaken?" "Quoting out of context," said Harry. "Oh God, she hates me. Privet Drive again without the walrus." "Boo-hoo," said Daphne. "There's not much bacon," she observed, looking in a tray. "There was earlier," said Harry. "I'll tell Creature to cook more in the future. Thanks for telling me all meals are in here from now on." "Meal planning and location are my purview," said Daphne. Harry hoped she'd wear a pretty dress tomorrow. He was to be disappointed in that regard later. That night, Harry went down to the kitchen, where Creature was jittering about. "Creature," said Harry. "Master," croaked Creature, flapping his long fingers, spraying a little blood about. "Dinner must be cooked, but Creature cannot." "Creature, what's with the blood?" asked Harry. "Creature shut his hands in the oven door for not cooking dinner," said Creature. Harry held in a sigh. "And now you're injured," said Harry tiredly. "Yes, master," said Creature. "Hold out your hands," sighed Harry. Harry drew his wand and bumbled through a pisky on Creature's hands, then apparated up to his bathroom, got the bruise ointment and put it, open on the floor. "Bruise ointment," said Harry. "Do your hands, Creature, and never slam them in the oven door again." "Creature is a bad elf," whimpered Creature. "Master could beat Creature." "Creature, I'll cook dinner. It's not like you were cooking before," said Harry. "But Mistress is here," said Creature. Harry rolled his eyes. It didn't take Harry very long at all to brown some onions, then some mince, and pour in a tin of tomatoes. A little pepper and salt, and Harry wondered if there were actual herbs. "Creature, have we got herbs?" asked Harry. "Creature thinks the fat blood trader left some," said Creature. "Mrs. Weasley," said Harry firmly. "Don't call people names, get me the herbs." "Potions ingredients?" asked Creature slyly. "Just herbs, Creature," said Harry. The herbs were easily several years old, dating from the order years at Grimmauld Place, but one might be oregano, and the one that was mostly tiny twigs tasted like it might be some kind of rosemary. Harry chopped them finely, though the kitchen knife was worn away to a crescent. The sauce started to reduce, finally, and with the herbs smelt a bit like the bolognese he'd made for his aunt. There was plenty of dried spaghetti, and he picked out twice what he'd eat, hurrying the pot of water along with his wand and an incendio. The pot got a little wonky from the heat, but by about 7, he had 2 plates of spaghetti bolognese and some leftovers. "Dinner," said Harry. "Where are the forks?" Creature clicked his fingers, and the plates vanished. "Mistress says all meals are in the dining room," croaked Creature. "Fine," Harry bit out. "Go tell her it's dinner time." He stomped off up the stairs. The plates were at opposite ends of the table. Harry went to the end he'd used before and waited awkwardly. There was a crack of apparition in the hallway, and Daphne Black, in light brown robes, walked in. She looked over at the plate and stopped. "What on earth is that?" "Spaghetti bolognese," said Harry, and he picked up the fork and started twisting. Daphne Black walked over to her chair, sat with a huff, and sniffed the plate. "Who made this?" she asked. "Not bloody Creature," muttered Harry. He'd progressed to slamming his hands in the oven because there was no dinner. "What?" "He doesn't really cook." "We had breakfast and lunch," said Daphne. "Well, he didn't cook this. I did eat up." She looked at it and poked it with her fork. "You twist the fork to pick up the spaghetti," said Harry. "I've been to Italy," said Daphne sharply. Where's the Parmesan?" "The what?" "The Parmesan cheese," asked Daphne. "Haven't got any," said Harry. She took a little sauce on her fork and tried it, and frowned. "This is not ragu alla bolognese," she said. "It's insipid." "It's how I learnt to make it," said Harry defensively. "It's not, I admit, proper Italian cooking." "Did you even use wine?" No," said Harry. She picked at it, which Harry thought was a waste. It was pretty good with herbs. Equals 0 equals. The next day, Harry, having got a letter inviting him, nicked out to the Three Broomsticks for a few drinks with Ron and Hermione in the afternoon. "How are things?" asked Hermione. "Cold," said Harry. "The new owl's a bit troublesome." "You still miss Hedwig then?" asked Ron. Harry nodded. "You got a new owl?" asked Hermione, raising her eyebrows. "Salazar," said Harry, "a snowy male. I wanted to call him Orion else, but he didn't like the name. Salazar was the next thing I thought of." "So he nicks food like Hedwig did," said Ron with a nostalgic smile. "Bites when you try to send mail or take it," sighed Harry. "How's, asked Hermione. "Surprisingly peaceful," said Harry. "You two dance quite well," said Hermione. "Seeker plays," she said with a smile. After 3 butterbeers, Harry flew home. It was all rather polite, but cold after that. Harry cooked his impression of minced chow mein, nicked out for soy sauce, and went crazy with it. She ate it but rolled her eyes. "This is not Chinese cuisine," she said, after a mouthful. "Everyone's a critic," thought Harry. "It's fancier than my aunt would ever make," he replied. Equals 0 equals. Harry discovered that Greengrass would eat roast beef without complaint, though she didn't eat the potatoes. Harry waited till after and ate them instead. They'd come out really good. He suspected she'd eat asparagus. She just didn't eat potatoes or spaghetti or rice. Weeks passed, Astoria's contract matured, and she became Mrs. Malfoy. The Malfoy businesses, Daphne told Harry that night, have suffered a bit from being left alone for 3 months. Harry sympathized. Everything he cooked she didn't like, which was unfair. He thought everything was miles better than, say, Hermione's fish and mushroom surprise. Harry not coincidentally avoided cooking fish or mushrooms. The next day, Astoria came for lunch. Harry discovered that when he went to sit down for lunch in the usual place, and there were 2 settings at the other end. Astoria came in, dressed like a married woman in embroidered white robes, with Daphne following in a mostly black and silver outfit. Harry was in jeans and a t-shirt he finds amusing. He'd been mucking about in the library and the office. "Harry Potter," said Astoria. "Why are you?" She stops, because she's read the t-shirt. "I defeated the Dark Lord and all I got was this lousy t-shirt." She looked flustered. "I'm at home, and I'm not going anywhere or expecting guests, so I'm dressed comfortably," said Harry. "Daphne, I've been thinking, I think you should use the office. After all, you're doing all the business things," said Harry. "I can use the table in the library." Daphne stared at him for a moment, then said, "Please don't come to meals dressed like that." Before dinner, Harry pulls on a work robe over his jeans and t-shirt. Daphne very politely dragged Harry from the dining room, where Astoria was sitting, to talk in the hall under a privacy charm she cast wordlessly. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" she hissed. "You said wear a robe. I'm wearing a robe," said Harry. "My sister will tell everyone you dress like a slob," still said Daphne. "What kind of wife does that make me look like?" "One who wants a pure-blood husband and hasn't got one," said Harry, tired of her bullshit. "And another thing, your room is still hideous. You promised cover up those loose women," she said angrily. "Daphne, your parents betrothed you to the Black family to keep you safe from the Dark Lord." "Are you safe from the Dark Lord?" said Harry, who'd had enough of this. "Of course I am, you killed him," said Daphne. "So the marriage is performing perfectly," said Harry, "apart from ruining my life. I was going to propose to Ginny Weasley once, things. Remember, I saved you too." "Saved to have to look at this dump all day and try to save your investments that you're too lazy to work on. You could at least fix the bloody house," Daphne said, looking really annoyed now. Go put some decent robes on. I'll tell my sister you were doing something messy. No, said Harry, the anger building inside him, wanting to come out. My house, my rules. You can dress like a fossilized matron all you like. I'm not getting dressed up unless I have to. Daphne stood, fuming. Mealtimes are formal dress, she insisted. Harry took a deep breath. Is one little concession too much to ask for? Said Daphne, lower lip trembling. Fine, said Harry. Outside of mealtimes, Muggle clothes. I don't own Muggle clothes, said Daphne. God, did she just pout, because that looked amazing. I'll take you shopping. We live in London, an enormous Muggle city, said Harry. She'd look fantastic in jeans. Oh God, a clued. Shopping, clothes shopping, asked Daphne, surprised. How hard can it be? Said Harry, woefully underestimating shopping for a partner. Daphne pointed at the stairs and Harry instead apparated off to his room, where he got changed into a fairly poncy dress robe, and Harry thought humorously, pointy shoes. Sirius had left some and they fit. He apparated back to the front hall and went back into the dining room and stalked to his chair. He sat down and Daphne and Astoria were talking, though a privacy charm. Harry spoke up, sorry for arriving at the dinner table in work robes. Daphne looked up and blinked at the green and black robe, and Harry started on the first course. Creature was cooking more, and that was deeply suspicious. And the fish was nice, and Harry wanted to know how. He suspected the herbs and sauce mattered a lot. After a while, Daphne canceled the privacy charm and spoke loudly. It was 20 yards after all. Can Astoria come shopping too? She asked. Why not? I think we could make a day of it, if you two can spare the time, Harry shouted. Coming from someone who does nothing, said Astoria, not quite shouting. I don't understand the family business stuff, shouted Harry. I'm willing to learn, I suppose. Daphne used to manage the tenants for your father. Do we have tenants? We do, shouted Daphne. Some even pay their rent. They object to landlords who don't fix anything and do no maintenance. Ah, well, I'm quite good at fixing things. I can paint too, shouted Harry. Building maintenance, shouted Astoria. Harry stood up. I'm sick of yelling, he said, and walked down to Daphne and Astoria and sat down opposite Astoria. Daphne, Astoria, he said. Your dinner, said Daphne. Harry drew his wand and summoned his place setting. It slid down the table and stopped in front of him. Harry rearranged it and took a bite of the fish, then spoke up. Gardens, lawns, fences, sheds, I've done all that. I helped clean this place in the summer of 5th year. You still haven't had the sinks and porcelain replaced, said Daphne, very evenly. So the sinks, asked Harry, feeling a bit confused. And the loos, said Daphne, slightly embarrassed. They're too rusty and copper-stained to scourgify. Technically, we did that years ago, me and the Weasleys. I've got an idea, said Harry enthusiastically. My Muggle aunt used to buy stuff for that, and it worked quite well. I had to do it, of course. Stuff, asked Astoria. Muggle potions, said Harry. They have a thing called chemistry. It's like potions without the magic. So how does that work? Asked Astoria. I don't know, said Harry. I left Muggle school when I turned 11. You don't learn much except maths and English and a bit of geography in 6 years, though we did make a light go using 4 potatoes. No wand. Potatoes and a light bulb and some coins, said Harry. It's odd, really, he said thoughtfully. You don't know any languages? Asked Daphne pointedly. No, said Harry. Just English and a tiny bit of Latin. And Parseltongue, said Daphne. I don't think so anymore, said Harry, walking over to the door handles of the dining room, which were snake-shaped, squatting down and staring at them. Is this English? He said. Yes, said Daphne, like I expected, thought Harry. Harry stood up. Well, it used to be if I looked at a snake, or even a snake-shaped thing and talked, it'd come out as Parseltongue. After the war, well, things happened and I can't do it anymore. Use an actual snake, said Daphne. It's rather cool, she said to Astoria. I think I can't do it anymore, protested Harry. Summon a snake, go on, said Daphne. Harry pulled his wand out and cast Serpensatoria. A green snake shot out of the end of Harry's wand and landed with a soft thud on the rug. Harry looked at the snake. Well, snake, sit still. He said. You really can't do it anymore, asked Daphne. You're not just acting up. Harry stared hard at the snake. Come, he said. The snake flinched, slid forward. Harry, you hissed, said Daphne. See, he can do it, she said to Astoria, who was standing to see the snake on the other side of the dining table. Dollar, how are you? Dollar, Harry asked the snake. Where's my nest? Dollar asked the snake, sounding confused. Harry cast the snake banishing spell, and the snake went back to where it came from. Is that a real snake or a conjuration? Asked Daphne thoughtfully. It wanted to know where its nest was, so I think it brings the nearest snake, said Harry. Where is the nearest snake in Islington anyway? He wondered. So you're a Parseltongue like Salazar Slytherin, said Astoria. How awesome! You must be related. Harry sat down at the table and ate some more fish thoughtfully. Before, we had a theory about how I could do it, said Harry. It had to do with getting some of Voldemort's magic stuck in my scar. Harry took another bite of fish and looked up. Daphne looked pale. You had dark magic stuck in your scar. Horribly dark, said Harry glumly. Gave me headaches and horrible visions. I can't really explain it. Could someone from St. Mungo's explain it? Asked Daphne curiously. Harry shook his head. I know why, I just shouldn't tell anyone. There are some things best kept as secrets. Voldemort dared to do some very evil magics. Probably some of the most evil. We shouldn't discuss it. Harry looked up from his fish. Daphne and Astoria were both staring at Harry. Daphne's blue eyes, Astoria's brown. You didn't just drop out of school and come back just before the battle, did you? Asked Astoria. Harry sighed. No, he said. But I agreed with Dumbledore to keep those secrets close. My best friends know, they helped. But not your wife, said Daphne, tight-lipped. It's not that, said Harry. Even knowing about this stuff is a risk. Other people could do it again, and we might not get as lucky again. Immortal dark wizards would be very bad. He was immortal, asked Astoria. How does someone do that? That I cannot tell you, said Harry. God, now I start sounding like bloody Dumbledore, he grumbled. Bloody Dumbledore? Asked Daphne, sounding confused. You were his star pupil. Harry laughed a bitter laugh that ended in a sob, his prize pig, raised stupid and willing to be slaughtered. And I still don't know why I'm not dead from that. But he died, not you, said Astoria. Which is how come Daphne's married to you, not Draco. Astoria complained. He's in prison, I probably won't see him again. Harry smiled. Daphne looked at Harry and said, If he stays in prison, I'll probably kiss you one day. And if Harry stared at her lips as she talked, that was his business. I miss him, said Astoria. You're in a minority, said Harry, and thought a kiss from Greengrass not bad. His lips felt dry, so he licked them. He wondered for a second if Percy could organize for Malfoy to snuff it. 10 dropped the thought because he was going to be a quiet, law-abiding wizard, and not get caught doing something illegal. He was, he realized, an adult, and it wasn't detentions now, it was Azkaban. He felt a swelling of guilt at having used Snape's curse on Malfoy. He'd been a fool. How did Harry ever get that awful painting off the wall? Asked Astoria. Mother said it was a permanent sticking charm. Gouging hex, said Harry, and lots of reparo. It's still a mess, said Daphne. The whole hall needs new wallpaper. Can we afford to get it replaced professionally? Asked Harry. Yes, said Daphne. Then do it, said Harry. With what? Asked Daphne crossly. The gold in our vaults, said Harry. I don't even have an allowance, said Daphne. Oops, thought Harry. You can have my key, said Harry. You're the money expert. You trust Daphne that much? Asked Astoria. Of course I do, said Harry. Daphne's too smart to do anything stupid with money. Daphne blushed. The subtext. Because if I crucioed her to death in Diagon Alley, nobody would say anything because I'm Harry Bloody Potter, went unsaid. Sometimes Harry worried about his angry inside thoughts. But that's all they were. He was, after all, fine. Where two British magicals get together by accident. The course of true love never did run smooth. The course of this story is once again more like a pinball on an improbable journey. By an orc, the Harry Potter Wizarding World setting and characters by J.K. Rowling, with no intent to profit from this work. Chapter 4, Harrods. Harry went to Gringotts after dinner and made sure Daphne had access to the Black Vault and got her a key to his Potter Vault. Then Harry asked about spending Muggle money. The goblin offered Harry money, changing at £5 to the galleon. "Could I get a bank card?" asked Harry. "Carrying cash is a bit awkward." The goblin looked irritated, but admitted that for an annual fee, Gringotts could provide a bank card that worked in Muggle stores. Harry held his hand out. "Card, please," he said curtly. The goblin started to explain about time and time to process, and Harry lost patience. "Time is money. Just give me £4,000. The goblin went away and came back with a large bundle of paper notes. Harry asked for a bag, which was provided for a nominal fee. Harry went home and found in the attic a small suitcase, which looked like it had been a children's school case. The money fit. Harry didn't want to carry a case of cash, but the Muggle banks were closed, and would have taken ages to mail out a card anyway. Aunt Petunia had complained about it once when Dudley had lost her card. That had been 3 days in the cupboard for Harry. Harry got changed out of his robes after breakfast, where Daphne and Astoria in the distance were making lists. He put on jeans and an old jacket. He was waiting on the 3rd floor landing for Daphne and Astoria, when Daphne came out of her room in a dark green dress that looked like it might have been fashionable in the 50s. She looked cute, Harry supposed, which was fine, but he couldn't help remembering the wedding dress. "That outfit is awful. Haven't you got something more respectable?" Daphne complained. Harry resisted the urge to pick a fight by saying, "Your outfit is unflattering. Could you look less attractive if you tried?" Harry went back to his room and looked for decent clothes. Nothing, but then he had an idea. He went into Regulus's old room and found a green and silver tie in the top drawer of Regulus's dresser. Harry checked the wardrobe and found in the back corner an actual dark Muggle suit. It looked roughly Harry's size. He tried it on. Regulus had been, well, roughly Harry's size. The trouser cuffs hung a bit, so Harry used a shrinking charm delicately on them. They looked fine. Harry put on the tie and jacket and looked at his reflection. He looked like Harry in a well-fitting dark suit and Slytherin tie. He got another tie and tried transfiguring it to red and gold. Total failure. The tie was charmed unalterable. Why would Regulus's clothes be, of course, living with Sirius? "Creature," called Harry, and the house elf appeared. Creature looked a bit annoyed. "Half-blood wearing Mr. Regulus's clothes," he grumbled. "Get me one of Sirius's old ties," asked Harry. Creature shook his head. Creature vanished old bad master's clothes when Half-blood master needed dresser space. "I'll live, sorry Creature," said Harry, and he apparated to the 3rd floor landing. Moments later, Daphne left her room looking cross, one shoe off. "Low heels too, damn it." "This better?" asked Harry, feeling irritation filling him. "You look like a respectable Muggle, and you're wearing a Slytherin tie. I need a camera," said Daphne, looking cheered up. Her fleeting smile, for some strange reason, made his chest feel funny. Astoria liked the tie too. Harry was mildly irritated, but Daphne looked nice smiling. They complained about the smell of the cars and buses. Harry supposed it was just something you got used to. Harrods was to Daphne and Astoria a miracle. They paused just inside the doors like they were 3rd years visiting Honeydukes for the first time. To Harry, it was less miraculous. Still, they did seem to have everything. Daphne and Astoria stopped dead when Harry got them to the women's wear section, and the dummies had women's underwear on. Properly bought-up witches apparently didn't see that sort of thing. Harry had seen pictures, and it was certainly a bit embarrassing. Some of the dummies had skimpy underwear on, as in Sirius would have put the pictures up in his bedroom levels of skimpy. "We're not buying any of that," said Daphne. Harry felt that she sodding well was. Not lying around wearing it looking at him smokily, well, yes, not that. Harry held in the sigh. 4 hours later, Daphne had conceded that comfortable Muggle clothes were comfortable. When she came out of the changing room in a hoodie and sweatpants and sheepskin Ugg boots, Harry had suffered a moment's confusion. She looked like a normal person. Well, a pretty woman in a hoodie. She had a strangely placid look on her face as she told him that Sarah had designed the outfit for her comfort on trying days. Whatever that meant. Hermione never looked like that in a bloody hoodie. Daphne looked. Harry could not put his finger on it, but his stomach felt odd. Maybe he should have had more breakfast, or maybe he had had too much. Harry stood next to a cash register with Daphne and Astoria and the huge pile of clothes they wanted to buy. The keen young female assistant, who'd spent ages with both of them in changing rooms, rang up purchase after purchase, including some underwear, both the sort Harry thought of as boy underwear for girls, and the other stuff, the lacy stuff. Harry watched the lacy stuff like the snitch, important to get a good look at it now. The assistant filled bag after bag and finally asked for £843. Harry opened his case and handed over 18 50-pound notes. Harry kept the smile in. She was gonna wear lacy underwear, and he had seen it. Well, on the racks anyway. Harry opened up the little suitcase, which felt a bit embarrassing. "Cash," said the assistant oddly. "My bank are being a nuisance about a lost card," said Harry. A little white lie, he thought. "Oh, I'm sorry," they said and gave back a 20 and some other stuff. Harry put it in the case. Harry took the sisters to a quiet corridor of the store, Shrinking Charms or Elf. "Elf," said Daphne. "Magic can interfere with Muggle technology." Harry nodded and led them to a quieter spot and called Creature. Creature appeared with a muted pop. "Master is among the Muggles." "Take this shopping home," said Harry, and the sisters gave Creature armloads of bag handles. The small elf, looking overburdened, disappeared with a pop. "Well, now for some more shopping," said Harry brightly. "We've got everything," said Daphne, "though can we get some fur coats?" The ones they had seemed quite nice. "When we've got a bank card," said Harry, thinking Daphne in a fur coat sounded great. "I don't think we've got enough cash for that. Also, I need to rearrange my pants and have a very cold shower. I've got to stop thinking about her like that." "How much have you got?" she asked. 3,000 odd, said Harry. "It's only 1,000 galleons worth." "We don't make 1,000 galleons a year, Harry," said Daphne sharply. But she'd called him Harry, so there was that. "Well, I need some clothes, and I think we can get some things for the house and the pantry." The mention of things for the house, Harry realized, had been a bad idea. "What sort of things?" asked Daphne, and she had a strange gleam in her eye. "Little things," said Harry, and took them to the kitchen section. Creature liked the tools he had, but Harry thought the little stovetop espresso machine might be interesting, and the wok, and a set of Pyrex bowls. Aunt Petunia had two, and they were great. A smaller cake tin, well a set that weren't rusty. He doubted the old ones were at all hygienic, what with the rust and stains. "You're buying cooking things?" asked Astoria. "I like cooking, and these things are things I've used before. They're simple and affordable." Then Harry found a global knife block, and that just had to come too. It looked magnificent. Harry's cooking things ate the rest of the first 1,000 pounds. "Why were those knives so expensive?" asked Daphne, being tolerant. "Because they're made from better steel, and have no seams to break or catch dirt," said Harry. "HMMH," she said, but she stopped arguing, and the knives were so pretty. Harry went to menswear, and had to argue to get to buy anything that wasn't a suit. "These are okay," said Daphne, "for casual clothes," she said, looking him up and down in a way that, if some other girl had done it, would be perving. But she was just picking on the clothes, of course. "Turn around," she said. Harry turned, feeling a little irritated. "Well, I suppose those will do," she said, and looked him up and down again. "With your good tie," she said, and he saw teeth in her little grin. So that's how it's going to be, thought Harry. Hogwarts house jokes for the rest of my life. And he got changed back into Regulus's old suit and carefully adjusted the tie. He did look very put together, he supposed. Where do I get some Gryffindor ties, he wondered. And for a second he considered a tie with a snitch on it, then discarded the idea as too Dumbledore-ish. But also, a Quidditch-themed tie for Ron would be a great Christmas present. It would drive Hermione mental, and that would be hilarious. Harry spent £500 on clothes, mostly 2 suits and 4 pairs of very comfortable leather shoes. They were like trainers only, looked posh. He managed to squeak in another pair of jeans that were on special. They were a poor fit, but Harry had chanced a sizing charm in the changing room, and it was nice to have jeans without any holes or stains. "They have shoes?" asked Daphne when she saw the shoes. "Where are the women's shoes?" If Harry had been more experienced in the sport of spousal shopping, he might have fled at that moment, but he had always been extremely brave. 2 hours later, Harry was starved, and Daphne had spent £2,000 on shoes and handbags. The high-heeled boots made her tall, though Harry wondered if he could explain about the social implications of very high heels for muggles. Nah, she looked too hypnotic to complain about. I may be going to hell for letting her do this, he thought, as Daphne tried on high-heeled boots that had her looking like a page 3 girl. Harry realized he didn't care. His pants were agony. Fantastic agony. Even that stupid green dress that had looked so frumpy looked good with Daphne in heels. Well, Daphne looked good in heels, even in a sack, and she'd bought loads of high-heeled shoes. Sensitive about her height, and oh God, she looked so good. His wife had both kinds of girl bumps. In hindsight, the only thing wrong with her stupid green dress was that she'd been in flats. She could, thought Harry, almost be an actual model, apart from the too long face and the slightly too small bust. She could be an actress, he supposed. Astoria somehow found white platform trainers, which Daphne had to have a pair of. "Shoes for my dear, short sister," said Astoria, who was almost Harry's height. "See anything you like, Astoria?" asked Harry. Astoria snatched a few pairs of stylish heeled shoes and put them in the pile. Harry wondered why Daphne had bought several dozen pairs of shoes for a moment, then gave up thinking because all the blood had left his brain. High-heel Daphne, so many high heels. His hands itched to touch her provocatively stuck-out bum. Her equally sticky-out boobs he settled for wishing he got to see any of. Having more self-control than a 14-year-old, he didn't whimper. Besides, there was occlumency, a clued. "Don't spend our money buying my sister shoes," said Daphne. "She can take you shopping here later once you two are used to it," said Harry. Hopefully she'd buy loads of lingerie. Astoria looked thoughtful. "You'd let us go shopping in London without coming to protect us?" asked Daphne, and she was frowning. "You're big girls," said Harry, "and you could buy clothes and show them off at home. That's a thing, isn't it?" He thought very optimistically. The concept of a lingerie show popped into his mind, and Harry had to swallow suddenly. "It's not safe. There's muggles," said Daphne quietly. Harry had to think about that for a bit, and his mindless enthusiasm deflated a bit. Oh dear, she was afraid of Muggle London. Shoes paid for, Harry took them to a corner and got Creature to take the stuff home. "Come on, I'm famished. We're having lunch," said Harry, and they went to the store's Georgian restaurant, and they had lunch. Harry ordered a hearty-looking meal as he was famished. "It's okay, I suppose," said Astoria, eating salmon. Daphne was savoring her food in a way that Harry wanted to perv. Not that he was pervert or anything. She was his wife. There's just something about watching her eat that it's her lips, he decided. When she licked them after her meal, Harry held in a groan of misery. "Well, we're done with Harrods now," said Harry. "Home and a cold shower." "No, you promised we'd see the pantry area," said Astoria. Harry found the food hall, and even Daphne and Astoria were impressed. "They have so many things," said Daphne, and she sounded amazed. Her eyes were glittering. That, Harry decided, was a good look. Definitely show her things that interest her. And this is more edible than shoes, despite that she looked great in heels. Harry left Harrods with less than £100 and 3 persons lugging heavy bags. "Mother has never seen some of this stuff," said Daphne. "These are going to be great presents, especially for the people who sent expensive gifts." She sounded honestly enthused. "We got gifts?" asked Harry. "Wedding gifts," said Daphne. "Creature and I took care of it." "Anything I'd want." "Mostly things to replace things that are a little old," said Daphne. "Sheets, some small things, vases, punch bowls, that sort of thing. Some traditional presents." As they struggled down the street, looking for a convenient alleyway, Astoria and Daphne darted into the next alley they passed, and Harry followed, slowed by all the heavy food items in his bags. "Back home," said Harry, and they apparated away to the front steps of Grimmauld Place. Harry opened the door, and they all staggered inside and dropped the bags. "Creature," called Daphne. Creature appeared with a pop. "Store this lot, but we're going to be using some as gifts for people, so don't unwrap things," said Daphne. Creature looked at the pile, took a deep breath, and Harry spoke up. "Creature, take small loads, take breaks. I'm tired, and you've carried all the things. You have every right to be a little tired." Creature looked at Harry briefly, but took 2 bags and walked them downstairs to the kitchen instead. "He's not as young as he once was," said Harry. Daphne looked thoughtful. Harry wondered if she approved of being nice to Creature. She never ever said a mean thing to him. Well, she didn't to Harry either, but that was different. That was her mostly not talking to him or being critical, but in a tentative way that Harry barely noticed compared to his relatives. Life was still an 11 on a scale of 1 to 10, really, by his standards. "Now I'm afraid we have some more shopping to do, this time for some Muggle things," said Harry. "That cleaning potion?" asked Daphne. "Yes," said Harry. "We're going to Islington Green, then a shop called Tesco." "Have you got another case of Muggle money?" asked Astoria. Harry emptied the case into his old wallet. "This won't cost much," said Harry. Daphne found Tesco underwhelming. "It lacks tone," she said. Harry wasn't going to bother explaining that it was just sodding Tesco. But also not Poundland. That wasn't gonna happen. Ever if she thought Muggle stuff was rubbish, Poundland would cement that opinion. Also, he was never going to Poundland again. He had money. He could afford things that weren't tat. Harry took a basket and bought coffee beans, milk, and 4 different kinds of high-tech scale and rust remover. "One will work," he said, then spotted the sweets section, just in case. A few grabs later, Harry went through a checkout and paid £22. "Oh, it's very affordable," said Daphne, sounding surprised. "It's not even the cheapest place to buy food," admitted Harry. "There's cheaper places to go, but I wanted the scale remover." That confused his wife and sister-in-law, till he explained Muggles called those kinds of stains scale, sometimes. Daphne wanted the Muggle potions, demonstrated immediately. Harry apparated to his room and changed into old clothes first, and popped back. "You're in awful clothes," said Daphne. Astoria looked interested, if only in the coming fight. "This stuff might ruin clothes," said Harry. "Like making potions." "You could wear a work robe," said Daphne. "It would get stained or bleached," said Harry. Astoria made a snide aside about Daphne knowing all about bleach. Harry wondered why, but was more importantly going to show Daphne something new, and she'd be interested and have that look on her face. Harry apparated the bag to the kitchen, put the milk in the cold room, the coffee beans near the tea, and the sweets in a tin Mrs. Weasley had put cakes in. There were all kinds of things now, only sweets Dudley hated, as that was all Harry had ever eaten. He popped back to the hall and took the Tesco bag and 2 curious witches to the first-floor bathroom. The sink had lasting stains. Harry conjured a rag and used the first rust and lime remover. It shifted the stains with a bit of patience. "It works," said Daphne. Astoria looked interested. "I need this stuff," she said. "Malfoy Manor has endless bathrooms, and lots of the ones in the East Wing have this sort of staining." Harry vanished the toilet water, scourgified, then used the same stuff on the bowl. He left it and said, "Well, more sinks." "The bath," said Daphne. The bath was a bit gross with a solidified, congealed ring at bath water level. Scourgify did nothing, but the bottle of stuff worked a bit. "I'll have to come back to it," said Harry, and gave the toilet bowl another scrub. It was improved. "Chemistry's powerful, even if it's not magic," said Astoria. "Does this stuff come in bigger bottles?" asked Daphne. Harry suspected she was being sensible and clever, and he looked over, strangely beautiful, and getting impatient. "There's industrial stuff for cleaning schools and things like that," said Harry, "but we've only got 4 bathrooms and the kitchen sinks." "The laundry sinks are not great either," said Daphne. She'd gone and looked, thought Harry. Even though Creature did all of that, he was doing all the cooking and cleaning now, for Mistress. "How many bedrooms do you have, Daphne?" asked Astoria. 14 counting the nursery, Daphne said. Do the Muggles have anything for getting houses like this clean on the outside? Asked Daphne. I've seen them clean buildings. Yeah, said Harry. You realize our house is the dirtiest on the street? She asked. We could get a Muggle company to do it, said Harry. They're quite cheap for that sort of thing. Did you ever find the back door? Asked Daphne. No, said Harry. Back door? Asked Astoria. Mother thinks we should have a back door in the kitchen somewhere, said Daphne. This is a Muggle-made house, after all. Well, if we're looking for it, you two need to put on clothes that you don't mind getting dirty, said Harry. Everywhere in this place was awful till it was cleaned, and this door will be dirtier than that. They dispirited. Harry boiled the kettle, made tea, drank it, and washed the cup, and then Daphne and Astoria reappeared in Muggle clothes. It was an odd look for them. And importantly, Daphne's bum looked amazing, and her jumper had one broad bulge where her boobs must be. Ruddy hell, he'd have stared if she'd gone to Hogsmeade looking like that. Any bloke would. And she was only in trainers. He pondered the concept of Daphne in jeans and heels and discarded it as impossible. Thankfully, his imagination had not conjured an image to torture him. Partly because there wasn't a girl on the wall in Sirius's room that looked like that. Astoria looked around the kitchen and pointed to the wall behind the comfy chair in the corner by the flue fireplace. That wall's got a patch on it. It's different brick. Harry looked at the patched part on the wall, too small for a door, and it can't be a window. It would be into the basement next door. The obvious place would be behind that hutch by the fireplace, said Daphne. Harry looked at the hutch, smaller than any other one, and the only one on the back wall next to the fireplace. Harry started picking plates up off it and putting them on the long kitchen table. Why is this table so big? Asked Daphne. It's huge. We used to have meetings of the Order of the Phoenix here, said Harry. Lots of members. Well, there used to be lots. Harry felt sad. The Order had been keen but not the best fighters. His DA had been like that. The Order and the DA had supplied most of the 50 that had died at the Battle of Hogwarts. Is it transfigured? Asked Daphne, and she cast some charms on the table. Then finite-keyed a transfiguration on it, which shrank the table to merely long enough for 5 people each side. The screech as it shrank across the floor was nothing to the thuds as all the mismatched chairs fell over. Did all these chairs come from the kitchen originally? Asked Daphne. Harry couldn't help admiring her charms, the ones she'd cast, and her figure. Damn, she's pretty. Harry carried some plates to another hutch absent-mindedly, trying to occlude and walk at the same time. Well, some of them match the dining room chairs, so I doubt it, said Astoria observantly. Harry, why aren't you using magic to move the china off that hutch? Asked Daphne. Habit I guess, lied Harry, and with a swish and flick, moved most of the remaining china to the table, apart from the 2 plates that fell and broke. His hand was shaking a little, probably intense sexual frustration, or maybe torture curse leftovers. Harry intentionally didn't think about the latter possibility, because that made the nightmares worse. He was quite fine. Fumble wand, said Astoria, and repaired the plates and stacked them on the table. Harry opened the bottom doors of the hutch and found all sorts of tools. This is where the tools are, he said. Good. Daphne muttered and cast a charm on the lower cabinet, and all the contents floated out and laid down in rows. Unpacking charm, she said. Harry asked, what's it called? I need to learn it. Standard Book of Spells, Grade 7, the Unpacking Charm, said Daphne. I get the hint, said Harry, looking at the things unpacked. This is a toasted sandwich maker, he said, gently kicking a long-handled metal box, and that's a barbecue fork. Could that stuff work on the fireplace? Asked Daphne. If you're not fluing, I guess, said Harry. Not insane for it to be there, said Daphne. These tools, they're for what? Fixing things without magic, said Harry. They're old, but I've used things like them, though that big spanner thing is for plumbing, I'm pretty sure. So these are Muggle tools? Asked Daphne. I don't think there's any difference, said Harry. It's tricky to put screws or nails in with a wand. Sticking charms, said Daphne bluntly. This is for things like doors. where you might want to finite it and not have it fall to bits, said Harry. Oh, said Daphne, that makes sense, I suppose. Why are they in the kitchen? Asked Astoria. Tools are in the tool shed by the stable. We don't have a tool shed or stable, said Harry, so I think they got heaved in here and forgotten. We need a box for those tools, said Daphne. Tools go in tool boxes. More than one box, said Harry, looking at the grimy, rusty tools. One box would be very big and heavy. Can't be a conjured box, it'd be a pain if someone vanished it. We need wood to transfigure, said Daphne, and you need to make picture frames to cover up you-know-what. Yes, said Astoria. You need a new picture to cover the wall in the front hall. Harry looked at Daphne. A painting, he asked. We could use a wedding photograph, said Daphne airily. We should get a photo of all the blacks and use that, said Harry. You and me and Andromeda and Teddy. Daphne pursed her lips. That would be quite nice, really. We didn't have Andromeda and Teddy for the wedding photos, though. Dennis can do a new photo, said Harry. Where would we take it? The drawing room, said Daphne, if it wasn't such a dump. I'll do it up tomorrow and owl Dennis, said Harry. Who's Dennis? Asked Astoria. The photographer, said Daphne. Harry knows him somehow. Dennis was in the DA, so was his older brother Colin. Colin died in the Battle of Hogwarts, said Harry, and his stupid eyes prickled because Colin had been far too young to be fighting. I take it they're Muggle-borns, said Astoria. Harry nodded, and proud. Dennis the youngest person to get an Order of Merlin, 3rd class ever. He is quite a good photographer, said Daphne. Can he make a photograph the size of paintings? I'm sure he can, said Harry. The wedding photo at Mother's would go well in the drawing room, said Daphne. Just us or the whole group? Asked Harry. Both, but on different walls, replied Daphne thoughtfully, looking into the distance. It was like she was imagining what it might look like, thought Harry, and she looked so posh from this angle. Harry swallowed. The hutch, said Astoria impatiently. Harry swished and flicked, and the hutch floated off the floor and slid forwards until it was against the swathe of tools. Harry walked around the hutch and said, Well, there's no door, looking at the sooty, whitewashed wall. Daphne came and looked, lighting her wand. This wall is uneven, she said. All these walls are uneven, Harry corrected her. Don't let a gobstone loose upstairs, it'll head off in random directions. None of the floors are level. How many gobstones did you and your helpers loose? Asked Astoria, peering at the bare wall. I don't play, said Harry, getting the heavy spanner and thumping the wall. It thudded. Harry thumped the wall on the side and it went thud, a much more solid sound. It's hollow, said Harry. Gouge it, said Daphne. This is neat. Harry's good at this, she said to Astoria. Harry dropped the tool back in the pile and, drawing his wand, stepped behind the hutch and cast a small gouging charm on the wall. The whitewash and plaster split, exposing bricks. Harry flicked his wand again, and the bricks split, letting in a foul odor of rot. Oh, said Harry, coughing, this is where the rot smell comes from. Scourgify it before the house reeks, said Daphne. Harry pushed his wand into the hole in the bricks and cast Scourgify. The smell didn't reduce much. After the third attempt, Harry conjured a clear plastic curtain from the ceiling to the floor around the doorway, with Harry in the inside. He cast a few more gouging charms before stopping and hurriedly casting a bubblehead charm. Looking like a bubble-headed punk rocker, he started vanishing the bricks, revealing a wet-looking black wooden door with oozes of sludge starting to flow under it into the room. Harry scourgified the sludge, and nothing much happened. Vanishing the sludge worked, but it kept coming. Finally, Harry vanished the door. A ceiling-height tidal wave of black, rotten sludge rushed in through the doorway. Harry instantly cast a knockback jinx, and the wave retreated for an instant. Harry flicked his wand, casting a vanishing transfiguration, to be overwhelmed by a wave of black sludge. The plastic curtain ruptured, the sludge spilling into the room. Daphne and Astoria gagged, and Daphne quickly cast a bubblehead charm while retreating before the foul mess. She looked at Astoria, who was gamely vanishing sludge, and cast a bubblehead charm on her. Astoria stopped casting and shouted a muffled thanks. Harry got up from the floor, covered in black, rot-smelling wet sludge. He scougified himself, then started vanishing the calf-deep sludge. With 3 wands working, the sludge was gone in about 10 minutes. Behind where the door had been was a black, glistening stone passageway. "Harry, never ever do that again," said Daphne in a muffled tone through her bubblehead charm. "Sorry," said Harry, and he started casting wider area vanishings till the passageway was damp stone. "So there's a passage," said Harry, lighting his wand. "And there was a lot of sludge," said Daphne, "and I think there's a draft." "Outside," said Harry. "It leads outside," he said excitedly. "Well, I need to find a big air-freshening charm. Can you and Astoria hold the fort?" "I'll put up another curtain," said Harry, casting a conjuration. "Shame it burst," said Daphne, canceling her bubblehead charm and sniffing, then recasting her bubblehead charm. "Oh, it's awful. Do not cancel your bubble." Astoria came over to Harry. "That was the stinkiest thing ever. What can it be?" "I think it was just leaves and junk," said Harry. "Smelt like a stagnant pond." "Was this the back door?" asked Astoria. "It didn't have a lock," said Harry, "so I think it was an inside door." "I want to see," said Astoria. "Me too," said Harry, and they apparated inside the curtain. "You light, I'll vanish," said Harry. With more light, they saw the damp passageway led on for a really long way, ending in a rusty metal door with a large latch on this side. "Is this the outside door?" "There's a big draft," said Harry, "so I don't think so. Let's go see what that is." After 5 feet, there was a wet and stained wooden door on the right with a simple lever handle. The door was steaming slightly. "That's odd," said Harry. "Don't open it," said Astoria. "We might drown." Harry lit his wand, and a few feet further along, a few fragments of a rotten wooden door hung from rusty hinges, with a lock hanging from the door frame. Beyond the doorway was a slope of black sludge. Harry advanced, peered in and exclaimed, "It's a stairwell going up, and it's open to the sky." "Open, this is the back door," said Astoria. "What's left of it," said Harry, and with more light from Astoria, he vanished some of the sludge. "Stairs," he said, as the stone staircase was revealed under the sludge. "What made the sludge?" asked Astoria conversationally. "Leaves, rubbish, blown dirt, rain, snow," guessed Harry. "This stairway would catch water," she said perceptively. Harry energetically cleared the steps and tested the lowest step. It was firm. He walked up the steps, wand lit, into the early night with the sky glow of London. "The sky's light," said Astoria from a few steps up. Harry to the top of the steps, a landing, and it turned right. More slimy steps and stone sidewalls with fragments of wood. "There used to be a roof. It must have broken," said Harry. "No door at the top, though." "Nothing left of it," said Astoria. Behind Astoria, inside the house, Daphne faintly yelled, "Where are you two?" Astoria said, "Whoops, I'll go get Daphne." Harry nodded, trying to make sense of the space he was in. Walls on every side, a layer of rubbish, broken bottles, pieces of shredded metal, rot, and some dirt. The back side of number 12 rose from the ground. The oddly warm space had a chimney coming out of the messy ground and merging with the chimney on the back wall. Something hot, whatever it was, thought Harry. The other wall, away from Grimmauld, was a low building, 1 story with a peaked roof. The back side had a single wooden door, weathered and gray, and 3 windows. Some sort of outbuilding, Harry thought. This was, Harry thought, standing at the top of the finally cleaned-off stone steps, the backyard. Not much growing, nothing really. Harry cast a detect curse charm. There was a persistent anti-plant curse here. Someone hadn't wanted to weed. Still, if this had been disused for as long as Harry suspected, there'd be trees of weeds otherwise. There weren't any other curses on the ground, but Harry wasn't keen to try the wasteland in darkness. He retreated down the stairs, to find Daphne waiting at the bottom, wand lit. "What do you call this?" she asked. "The back stairs. There's a back courtyard. It's a mess, and there's an outbuilding that is the back boundary, I think," said Harry happily. "The house stinks," said Daphne. "I've found a charm, but we need to make sure there's no more of that stuff." "I did fall in it," said Harry. Daphne nodded and dropped her lumos to scourgify Harry's head. Ouch, said Harry. You were covered in the stuff, said Daphne. Clean the rest of the hallway. Harry came back off the steps. Daphne relit her wand, supplying enough light for Harry to see easily. That's our back door. What's left of it, said Harry. Vanish the bits and conjure a solid door, said Daphne. Better to transfigure something. There was a roof on the stairwell, said Harry. Better you go get wood and a door and fix it properly tomorrow, said Daphne. The door at the end of the passage, said Harry, and vanished slime till it was all clean. What's behind the warm door? Asked Daphne, holding her wand high and increasing the light output. I think it's the boiler for hot water, said Harry. It has a chimney above it. It's been converted to run on magic, said Daphne. I'm not game to open that door. It's wet, said Harry. Coward, said Daphne without malice and a hint of humor. Harry vanished the slime off the metal door and cast Alohomora on it. It opened with a groan. Needs oiling, said Harry. I'm worried it will be a torture chamber, said Daphne. Harry pulled the door open. A dry, dark room full of glittering black rocks. It's a coal room, said Harry. The muggles must have had the coal for the house here, he continued. Well, that's actually useful, said Daphne. Heating takes money and this stuff's still here. And dryish, said Harry, scrunching into the room. The light behind him shifted as Daphne followed him. Your shoes are going to be ruined, said Daphne, sounding weirdly like Aunt Petunia, well posher, but caring about his manky old trainers of all things. They're already covered in sludge, said Harry, lighting his wand and exploring at the back. There was a bit of wet dirt that Harry vanished. He looked up and there was a metal trapdoor. Coal delivery must have dropped the coal in, and then they could use it whenever, said Harry. Can we get coal delivered? Asked Daphne from the doorway. I'm not sure you're allowed to burn coal in town anymore, said Harry. Something about smoke. Well, we'll need to make sure the chimney's smoke-vanishing charms are all working. How many chimneys do we have anyway? Asked Daphne. Harry found an old, wide-mouthed shovel beside the door on the way back out. I have no idea, 6 or 7, said Harry. Well, those charms work well anyway, said Daphne. They might have been fixed first, said Harry. You never know. Well, this might be why the house always smelt of rot, said Daphne hopefully, as Harry shut the coal room door. A door like that would be very safe on the back door, said Daphne, looking at the steel door. We'll look in daylight. I'll wait till then. I think before we try the hot door, said Harry. Clean the door frame. Come on, said Daphne, and Harry used cutting charms to remove the old hinges and lock and vanished the pieces of junk. Not planning on keeping the lock? Asked Daphne humorously. It was rust and slime, said Harry, with a chuckle. He conjured a big oak door and then cast a permanent sticking charm on it. The draft stopped instantly. The passage started to warm up. Harry scourgified the warm door twice and left for the kitchen. Daphne came out and extinguished her wand, and with a sweeping motion cleared up the old doorway and then conjured a door into the hole. Harry cast a permanent sticking charm on it. Daphne cast Scourgify on Harry, then said, "Lift a foot." Then she demonstrated by scourfiging her shoe soles. Harry cleaned up as much as that could then apparated back into the kitchen behind the plastic curtain. He finite-eat his bubblehead charm and sniffed. It reeked of rot, of stagnant water. "You," he said. Daphne apparated over to the table where there was a big spellbook open and cast a complicated charm. The smell receded, like it was the sea and the tide was going out. After 5 more castings, a lingering odor of rot remained. Still a bit rubbish, said Harry, looking at the charm. He read it, it was complicated, and sighed, a bit hard to pick up tonight. Maybe something nice to cover it up, asked Daphne, conjuring some wildflowers with the flower conjuring charm. Harry cast the flower conjuring charm, and a big bunch of red roses flopped onto the table, full of heady scent. Red roses? Asked Daphne. Didn't pick you for the red roses kind of wizard. She looked at him sideways. My aunt planted them, and I looked after them, and her petunias and lilies, said Harry, mentally trying to square Daphne the control freak with a witch conjuring wildflowers. Why those? She asked. My aunt was named Petunia, my mother Lily, said Harry. All the girls in Mum's family are named after flowers. Like Pansy, said Daphne with a gleam in her eyes. Not like Pansy, said Harry, faintly annoyed she'd got a really good snide in, and he couldn't think of a comeback. Though Aunt Petunia's an arse too. Creature, Daphne called, and Creature appeared with a soft pop. Terrible things, mistress. The terrible smell. We're working on it, Creature. Put these flowers in vases and put them on the ground floor, said Daphne. The smell is everywhere, mistress, quailed Creature. Harry, make more flowers, said Daphne. I want a bunch for every room. Harry started casting orchard heiress over and over, till the table was covered in bunches of flowers. Mistress has shrunk the table back to normal, groveled Creature. Creature, you have plenty of flowers, put them in vases with water, one in each room, said Daphne firmly. Creature clicked his fingers and vases of various sizes and shapes flew to the table. Creature started working and seemed to have some idea how to bung roses in vases. Anyway, thought Harry. Daphne looked critically at the tumble of chairs. Those ones, she said, pointing at a straight-backed chair. Go in the drawing room, they match the wainscot. Harry waved his wand and stacked those kind of chairs gently. Neatly done, said Daphne, picking up a chair by hand and repairing its seat cushion before looking at it carefully. This isn't a dining room chair, and it's not a drawing room chair. Bedroom, said Harry. My bedroom chair looks like it, and there's one like it in Regulus's old room. Poor Master Regulus, moaned Creature, still putting roses in vases. The room really smelt of red roses now. His stuff mostly fits me, said Harry. A wardrobe of robes, all quite black family. It's a bit dated and not head of the family style, said Daphne. Fine for shopping trips and things like that, said Harry, sniffing and enjoying the rose-scented air. Daphne smiled. Nice roses, she said. I think you should keep doing that, roses everywhere. Easy enough to do, said Harry. So in 2 days, fresh roses, said Daphne, tilting her head. As you command, wife, said Harry. Daphne made a HMH noise and apparated away. I win, thought Harry. Creature thinks Creature could cook if Master washed the foul stench off, said Creature. Harry sniffed his arm, and apparated to the 4th-floor bathroom. The lights of London shone in through the mansard window, and Harry ran a bath while washing his hands. The room warmed up from the bathwater, and Harry was soon washing, his clothes a mostly clean pile on the floor. He soaked in the warm water until with a pop, his dirty clothes vanished and vase of roses sat on the windowsill. Harry stretched and dried off. Feeling clean, he apparated with only his wand to his bedroom, pulled on underwear and socks and threw on the robe from his bed, slid on the pointy shoes and apparated to the front hall. There was a faint smell of rot under the scent of roses, but the dining room, once he walked in, smelt very nice. Nobody was there, and 2 vases of roses stood on the table. Harry apparated back to his room and checked his watch. The time was about 7. He put his watch back on and apparated back to the dining room, sitting down in his usual chair, the place settings having all migrated to this end of the table. 3 settings, so Astoria must be staying for dinner. Daphne and Astoria arrived quietly through the door in formal robes, looking slightly less than formally made up. Ladies, said Harry. You were early, said Astoria. He's dressed properly and found the back door. I've also found a use for him as a flower supplier, said Daphne. Thank you, dear, said Harry blandly, then remembered something and got out a small gold key and slid it across the table to Daphne, a copy of my Potter Vault key. You're added to the Black Vault access list. The goblins will open the door for you. A Potter Vault key, said Daphne. She looked at him, and her eyes were wider than usual, and they tilt up at the ends in a sexy way. You might need money, for example, to hire someone to repaper the front hall, said Harry. What's my allowance? Asked Daphne. You know what we can afford. Spend less than that, said Harry. Daphne looked confused. Why do you keep trusting me? She asked. Because you keep not betraying me, said Harry simply. If I can't trust my wife, who can I trust? Daphne's eyes narrowed, but she had a faint smile. Your sister-in-law, suggested Astoria, her eyes dramatic. The girl used tons of eyeliner. Mrs. Malfoy, I trust you to spend your husband's money and make more using that greengrass business sense, said Harry. Daphne looked at the ceiling. Tori, don't get a swelled head. Harry has no stake in your success or failure. I do actually, said Harry. I rather hope my rich sister-in-law gets even richer, so she can take my wife shopping, using Malfoy money. Daphne shook her head. Cheap shot, Potter. She caught his eyes with hers. Harry swallowed. It felt she was staring into his soul. I am, my intelligent wife tells me, a man of limited means, said Harry. If you can fix the backdoor fiasco tomorrow, you're probably going to do really well fixing our rental properties, said Daphne, though nobody would live in that sort of filth. Well, we might have some uninhabited properties too. Fixed up, we'd get income from them, said Harry. I wasn't paying attention to properties without tenants, admitted Daphne. Well, after I fixed the back door. And put up paintings for you-know-what, said Daphne. And that, admitted Harry. And organized a family portrait photo, said Daphne. You can give me a list of urgent repairs, and I'll get on it, finished Harry. And then, you're going to look at the vacant properties, said Daphne. And get me some of that cleaning stuff. How's that sink now? Asked Astoria. It's cleaned up, still a little scratched, said Daphne. Does it need replaced? Just the taps, said Daphne. The loo's almost respectable. Well, looks like after dinner I'm on stained porcelain duty, said Harry. I can do that, said Daphne. And mess your hands up, no thank you, said Harry. How do muggles do it? Asked Daphne. They wear rubber gloves, said Harry. I just can't imagine you in pink rubber gloves cleaning sinks and loos. I could, said Daphne stoutly. You're far too aristocratic to do that, said Harry. I'll do it. Daphne blinked. Sis, was that a compliment? Asked Astoria, frowning. I think it might have been, said Daphne, sounding a bit confused. Look, you're both capable witches, but I'd feel guilty making either of you do muggle-style cleaning, said Harry. And you are fine doing it, said Daphne, with a slightly irritated gaze at Harry. I've been cleaning since I could push a rag, said Harry, not seeing a problem. He had a nightmare about drowning in the wave of filth. It was good, really. It wasn't anyone he knew dying. He woke up with a start, bathed in nice clean sweat, heart racing. An exciting mixture of yesterday's wave of filth and drowning in the forest pond, thought Harry. That's a new one. Equals 0 equals. Harry wasn't sure, after breakfast, where to get a door or wood from, or how to find out. He apparated with a notebook and pen to the little whinging library and went in early and looked in the yellow pages under building supplies. With an atlas and pen, he got a list, then thought to ask the librarian at the information desk. I want a back door for my old house. Where would I get one? Asked Harry. In the yellow pages under demolition, salvage, said the librarian inscrutably. There were plenty of large advertisements in that section, and Harry copied down details. When nobody was looking, he duplicated the London Atlas and yellow pages, then shrank them and left with them in his pockets. He apparated home and started planning from the kitchen table, to be kicked out by Creature, who said he had perfectly good desk in the library or study. He left his 2 newest books, suitably charmed to stabilize the duplication, in the library, and went looking for Daphne and Astoria. He found them by their voices, in the drawing room down the hall. Daphne had got all the dining room chairs back into the drawing room. They fit neatly along the sections of wainscoted wall, adding seating other than the couches. Astoria and Daphne were holding sheets of parchment to the walls. What? Asked Harry. Deciding where to put pictures, said Daphne. I found places that sell old doors and things, said Harry. They'll look appropriate. I still want a steel door, said Daphne. I think we want to check the back doorway now the sun's up, said Harry. Daphne and Astoria seemed underwhelmed with the back courtyard. It's filthy, said Daphne. Harry vanished rubbish, broken bottles, and sludge, leaving dirt and twisted chunks of iron, and a few big gray metal sausages. "Steel, it's hard to vanish," said Harry. "What are they, and how did they get in our courtyard?" asked Daphne. Harry looked at the twisted bits. They looked like a jigsaw. That looked like one of the metal sausages. "Oh," said Harry, "these are bombs from the war," he said, remembering a few black and white war films. Much explaining later, Harry was left panting, having vanished one. "Far too hard," he said. "Well, cut it open and vanish the fireworks powder," suggested Daphne. Harry shook his head, and a few cutting curses later Harry had vanished the yellow stuff from inside them. There were some bits that looked a bit like the might-be metal firework fuses, so Harry vanished those too, and was left with odd-looking metal bowls. "Well, we've got spare metal to transfigure," said Harry. Daphne shot Harry a look that was clearly, nobody would want to. Harry walked across the dirt to the gray wooden door and tried to open it. It needed a big repair charm before it could open. The building was in 4 rooms, all narrow. There were big lumpy things in 3 rooms. Harry lit up a lumos and saw horse carriages. This was a carriage garage or whatever. Well, and the back wall had a narrow but heavy bench under the windows and a funny-looking metal vise. This was sort of a workshop. The rooms had big doors on the far walls, all a bit dilapidated. More big repair charms. Harry poked his head out the door. "This is a building for horse carriages. There are 3. Daphne and Astoria looked at Harry's footprints in the mud. Harry flicked his wand and the mud spread sideways, slowly sliding away, revealing a stone path about 6 inches under the mud. Cleaned off, Daphne and Astoria came over and began to investigate, wands lit, talking in words Harry didn't recognize. "A surrey, a phaethon, a coach, surcingles, cruppers." Harry stood in the empty room and pulled on the end section of one of the big doors. It slowly opened with a lot of effort, letting in daylight. "What?" said Daphne, coming over. Harry looked out the open section of door, a back street of some kind. There were rows of buildings sort of like the one Harry was in, but modernized. Harry stepped out onto an ordinary London back street, almost an alley but too wide. The building had 4 doors and they were all faded to gray wood. The peak of the building had a little decorative bit, and beyond it, number 12 loomed, taller than its partners to the left and right. They didn't have mansard roofs. The building was old, and unmarked several neighboring buildings had graffiti on their doors, most of which had been replaced with metal roller doors, often double width. Harry stepped back inside. It's the back street behind Grimmauld Place. There must be muggle-repelling charms on it. I'm certain the muggles can't see it. "Well, this is interesting, but a bit useless," said Daphne. "Not completely," said Harry, thinking. "If we changed the muggle-repelling charms around to only repel when the doors were closed, we could get deliveries here. Easier to just have a muggle-repelling charm on the doors, and another on our side the building," said Daphne. "And it's a coach house. The coaches are very neglected." "Are they damaged?" "Just insects and age," said Daphne. "I wonder if we could sell them," said Harry. "Sell them?" asked Daphne. "Well, we're never going to use them, and they're taking up space we could use. Our neighbors have cars in theirs." "Cars?" "Horseless carriages," said Harry. "They were all over the street outside Harrod's." "Oh, those," said Daphne. "Can you drive one?" "No," said Harry. "A problem for later." Harry went to bed realizing he'd married a business manager who made it absurdly easy to just, well, put your brain in neutral and cruise. Not that he wouldn't like to snog her. And then he had to get out of bed and have a cold shower because he'd remembered her bending over in the wedding dress. Equals 0 equals. Muggle-repelling charms were stupendously easy. Repello Muggletum did all of it. Daphne had done it for Newts, so Harry dispelled the one that was there, and Daphne put one on the doors and the other on the back wall, then another on the back of Grimmauld Place and another on the staircase. Hermione would have criticized Harry for not casting it, but Daphne felt useful this way. She could do the daily checklists too. It was like being on holiday, and her idea of a day's work was nothing. Aunt Petunia would keep him going from dusk to dawn. Daphne seemed to imagine a few hours of DIY would take all day or something. Harry went back inside, having conjured a back door again, and looked up transfiguring steel. Basically, it was too hard, required too much power and specialized spells. Harry was dragged from the library by a mildly irritated Daphne and told to wash for dinner. She had a point, he supposed, as his hands stopped smelling of old spellbooks. Old parchment did not, in fact, smell particularly good. That evening, Harry summoned all the steel from the backyard and tried transfiguring it on the back hallway floor. It sort of stuck together and was door-shaped, but was a bit patchy. Harry tried to lift it, and it was far too heavy. Levitated with a wand, Harry put it loosely at the top of the stairs. It looked almost like the randomly placed, oddly shaped holes were intentional. Harry looked in the yellow pages before bed for antiques dealers. The largest ad, he noted down the number. After breakfast, he went out via the leaky to Charing Cross and phoned the antique dealer from a phone box. "I've got 3 old horse carriages, and I'd like to sell them." Apparently, he should call Christie's. He got more pounds and actually filled in the form to get a bank card. The goblins said it will take a week or so and arrive by owl. An hour later, and £3.50 in coins in the payphone, Christie's wanted to talk. They wanted photos, too. Harry owled Dennis, the only person he knows who can work a camera, and there's that other stuff to do. Then Harry does go look at the demolition recyclers. They have doors. Harry's not sure sizes, so he finds a hardware store and bought a tape measure, went home and measured everything onto a drawing. The recycler had doors and big paving stones. Harry saw a sign, "They deliver." Back lane of number 12, Grimald Place. They're okay with cash. The hardware store revisited had wood. Harry bought some small planks and some stronger-looking bits of wood and roofing metal and nails and bolts for stone. You need a hole, apparently. Harry figured a piercing hex, carefully done, is the same. He impulsively asked what was a Victorian color for outside wood, and the paint guy got excited and sold Harry a particular green paint, and paint brushes, and a color booklet. The hardware store will deliver too. Harry took the small planks, the paint and the brush, and apparated home to the coach house, left the paint in the coach house and apparated to the front door, and made polite inquiries of Creature. Mistress was in the drawing room, apparently, and Creature was being weirdly helpful. Being organized made him happy, Harry supposed. The paint guy had given Harry a book of colors. Harry made some smaller pieces of wood, using the severing charm on the planks, and started making picture frames. Daphne smiled and nodded. Harry handed her the book of colors and simply said, "Pick colors, I'll color varia things." Daphne acquired some parchment. Astoria started suggesting colors. Harry went to his room and finally put all his parents' photos in transfigured frames. A dozen sticking charms later, and Sirius's scantily clad women were covered up. Harry kept going, and soon the motorbikes, all except one that's definitely Sirius's old one, are covered with pictures of Harry's parents. It's nice. He transfigured one frame to be backless and framed Sirius's old bike. His room looked different now. Not so. Angry teenager, more memory shrine. He took the photo of the original Order of the Phoenix and has just enough wood left to frame it. Harry took the set of wedding photos Dennis gave Harry as duplicates and found the formal husband and wife one. It's very strange. Harry looked like a stranger, almost. He went to the attic and found a terrible landscape painting, then enlarged the photo till it was the same size. A sticking charm, and it was a framed photo. Harry took it down to the drawing room and casually stuck it to the wall. Daphne looked over and did a double take. "That's us," she said. "We look the part," said Harry blandly. "Dennis is coming someday soon to take some muggle pictures for me, and I seem to remember that he can choose when he develops them if they are magical or not. We can get that family portrait done the same day, and with another frame." "Get the family one professionally framed," said Daphne. "It's in the front hall, everyone will see it." "Diagon Alley it is," said Harry. "The doors are coming tomorrow, and the new roof for the stairs might be here this afternoon. Oh, and I made a metal door for the top of the stairs." Daphne shook her head. "And you can't be bothered with the business." "I know nothing," said Harry. "I just need things explained." Dennis came 2 days later and photographed the carriages. They roll out into the sunlight, and extra muggle-repelling charms keep the photo shoot quick and private. The seize and pull charm is perfect for moving carriages, as Dennis demonstrated. Harry took Dennis in the front door, and Andromeda carried Teddy to the drawing room, Teddy only fussing a little. Dennis assured Harry the photo will be perfect. He insisted on moving the wedding portrait into the background of the photo. "It's going to look interesting," he said. Harry gave him a fistful of galleons and told him get it printed and framed large, pointing to the wall. The new old doors worked. It was fiddly getting them to swing. Arthur Weasley quietly came by on a Saturday and helped Harry. Harry'd made a new flat roof over the stairwell and painted all the coach house doors dark green. The leftover paint paints the stairwell roof. Dennis sent the carriage photos by owl post. They're Muggle, and the carriages don't look as insect and weather-damaged as they are. A few overpowered repros later, Harry feels confident mailing Christie's the pictures and a cover letter. Daphne wrote the letter, so people can read it. The post office mailed the letter priority courier. Harry rented a Poe box. He can't get Muggle mail at Grimmauld Place with all the Muggle-repelling charms. Christie's apparently have some sort of collective heart attack, and a week later, Harry checks the Poe box, and there are 4 letters, increasingly urgently asking for Harry to drop by. Harry asked Daphne to come with him. Daphne wore a dress and boots, and Harry wore a good suit from Harrods, which was actually as comfortable as pajamas, and that felt wrong somehow. The auctioneer from Christie's has found an expert on coaches, who politely tells Harry his coaches aren't special and quite common designs at the time, but very rare now, and to expect £100,000. They want to take the carriages, take their own photos, and auction them in 2 months. Maybe sooner, if some of the collectors they contact want to make an offer. Daphne looked at Harry, and when they leave Christie's, and said, "You idly say, let's sell this junk, and we're going to make 20,000 galleons." And her eyebrow went up, and she had a little smile. "We've made no money yet," Harry replied, but he felt lucky, and she'd smiled at him. After he got home, there was a huge parcel in the kitchen. Creature explained the little filthy mudblood came and dropped it off. Harry took a peek. It was the family photo. Harry floated it upstairs carefully and unwrapped it. It was magnificent. Harry looks fairly dignified, Daphne looks proud, Andromeda looks happy, and Teddy's hair is changing color. In the background, you can just see Harry and Daphne's wedding photo. Harry held the frame up, and Daphne stuck it to the wall when she's happy with where it was, which involved holding the picture to the wall for 15 minutes. Harry's arms were killing him. She just couldn't make her sodding mind up. Harry held in any urge to say something cross. She'd probably panic, and besides, he's a good person. Harry and Daphne stepped back and looked at the picture. It looked like it belongs. If you didn't know Harry and Daphne don't hug, let alone kiss, they'd look like a family. The next day, Harry lined the path to the coach house with the paving stones to stop the mud coming back. It looks like garden beds or something. Harry, finite the plant curse a bit more and apparated off to a garden center to buy grass seed. A plant growing charm later, and after a week, the courtyard was grassed. Harry canceled the plant growing charm. That was enough grass. In the meantime, Harry'd got most of the rooms nearly all properly fixed up, except paint, wallpaper, and textiles. The tenants have made lists of things that need done for Daphne. Harry remembered, finally, to find a magical plumber to replace the taps. They say they'll be a week before they can come look. Astoria went home eventually, but keeps turning up for lunch or dinner. It's boring at Malfoy Manor all alone, apparently. The Poe box has a letter from Christie's, who accepted Harry's eccentric lack of a telephone after Harry said, "I work elsewhere." They found a buyer, they won't say who, who's prepared to buy all 3 coaches and pay £120,000. Harry finds Daphne by waiting till lunch and shows her the offer. She's not sitting at the other end of the table anymore. Harry's making flowers every 2 days. Grimmauld Place smells nice. Well, mostly. Daphne simply said, "Take the offer." Harry asks her if she wants to come, and she's busy. Tenants, making more lists. Harry apparated close to Cressai's office and walks in wearing a Muggle suit. They are pleased, and once Harry's sign tell him who bought the carriages. Apparently, it was the British royal family. They still use them, and Harry's have lots of wear left in them. They might be spare parts. The buyer wasn't going to say one way or the other. Harry's glad he's got a bank card. His HSBC card takes the transfer with a beep. Harry went home via Diagon Alley. He'd found a decorator to repaper the hallway. Over dinner, Harry mentioned having found a decorator. Daphne frowned at him and asked what wallpaper they're going to use. Harry immediately thinks of the wallpaper section of the hardware store. "I know a shop with wallpaper," he replied. "I'm far too busy with the accounts," countered Daphne. "It will have to wait." Harry did. After dinner, get given a sheaf of parchment with neatly drawn sketches of rooms with color numbers. "I had some ideas for recoloring," said Daphne, "between visiting tenants." "Have you got a list of jobs for me?" asked Harry. Daphne blushed. "I hired a muggle-born to do some," she said. "It wouldn't do for the head of the House of Black to be seen fixing wonky doors." "Oh, I can do it without looking undignified," said Harry, and wordlessly changed the aging wallpaper in the dining room to a silvery pattern. Daphne looked around, all of it, wordlessly. "I've had some practice on my room," said Harry, "and the picture frames and stuff." "As long as you don't look undignified," said Daphne. "We have a reputation." "As landlords that don't do maintenance," said Harry. "I've got a reputation already. As the man who killed you-know-who." Harry went with Daphne the next day after breakfast to an apartment over Diagon Alley, where an old witch was grumbling about her apartment. Harry stuck to wordless magic and cleaned, repaired and recolored the walls she was complaining about. The roof was apparently a problem too. Harry thought a broom might help for that. Harry found a broom in the back of Regulus's wardrobe, an old clean sweep, but it was in perfect condition. He took it to the back courtyard, which had some weeds growing on his grass, a few well-placed curses put paid to that, and wearing his invisibility cloak for the first time in ages, he flew up the side of Grimmauld Place. The roof of the coach house had blocked gutters. The leaves and little plants vanished easily. Vanishing the sludge monster had been good practice. Climbing higher, Harry scourgifted all the back windows, and then up to the roof, cleaned out the gutters. They only had little fragments of metal rubbish. A detection spell revealed some hefty curses, keeping them clean. Harry charmed the mansard roof, just in case, and flew around cleaning the large windows, then up to the attic, repairing and vanishing the rubbish there stuck against the building. The roof had a surprising number of chimney pots, 8, 1 each end, and 3 down each side, all hidden behind another muggle-repelling charm. Harry spiraled down and thoughtfully cast Scourgify on the back wall. It looked a lot less dirty. After another hour, the house was only a trifle grimy, but even the front windows gleamed. So much easier than cleaning his aunt's house with a bucket and sponge as a child. Harry took off and flew over to Diagon Alley. It was odd flying over London, this time without fear of Death Eaters. Harry found the roof of the flat easily. It was dirtier than any other, and a lot of cleaning, vanishing, and a few tiles repaired. It looked good as new. He drifted along the alley and cleaned the roof of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, then flew home to the courtyard, which, once all the walls were cleaned, really needed some flowers growing along the walls. Roses, and Harry knew just the bloke to make it happen quickly. Neville replied to Harry's letter enthusiastically and flew over the next day, early, dressed for gardening with a bulging sack. "Brought some things with me," said Neville. Neville asked the obvious question, "What's behind the hot door?" "I've not been game to look," said Harry, and explained about being buried under a tidal wave of rotten leaves and muck. Neville commented, "So that's why there are flowers everywhere, to cover the smell." "The smell's gone. Daphne wanted flowers every 2 days, and I remember roses from my aunt's garden." This led to a long discussion about his aunt's garden, and Neville looking thoughtful. Neville planted some shrunken rose bushes along the side walls of the courtyard and cast some charms on them. "Basic anti-aphid, anti-rust stuff," he said, and then took out a shrunken sack of dragon dung and mounded the stuff around the plants. "There you go, rose bushes," said Neville, and Harry scourgifted Neville's hands. "I saw Ron at Weasley's Wheezes," said Neville, "working 2 jobs. How he finds time with being an Auror, I'll never know." Harry thought about that for a bit. Neville, I think he's at Wheeze's, more to keep an eye on George. Losing Fred he'll never be the same. Ooh, preventing potions accidents, said Neville dryly. Harry laughed. Neville, you're joking about potions accidents. Without Snape glaring at me, I'm nowhere near as bad, said Neville. Hannah says I just need more practice. Hufflepuffs are hard taskmasters. Harry nodded sure, he agreed. Our school days were a lot of terrible adventures, he said thoughtfully. Now, Harry, I want to have an adventure, so you show me what's behind the hot door, said Neville. And it better not be a three-headed dog, Neville joked. Just cut its heads off, said Harry. One giant snake, said Neville dismissively, which nearly killed Ron's dad and was a Horcrux, thought Harry. It was, after the door was unstuck, almost unsurprising. A water boiler with a fireplace hot and blackened under it, the boiler and pipes covered in disintegrating cloth insulation. You should vanish all that and get some new, said Neville phatically. Harry took his wand and vanished all the insulation silently. There was no change, really. I know just the place, said Harry, and after giving Neville a cup of tea and one of Creature's biscuits, Harry apparated upstairs and changed into Muggle casual clothes. The hardware store had insulating wraps for boilers, all a bit small, but Harry bought 4, and a large bundle of foam pipe insulation. The shop assistant suggested Harry buy some heat-resistant tape to put the pipe and boiler wrap on. You'll save a lot on your gas or electricity bill, they observed, as Harry gave them £280. A quick Muggle-repelling charm behind a large van in the car park, and Harry apparated to the back courtyard and braved the boiler room. The wraps cooled the room down a lot. Harry hadn't done the neatest job, but the boiler was fully covered, and the hot water pipe from the boiler, while a bit old and crusty from the old insulation, covered up looked a lot better. The outside of the foam wasn't hot either. Harry went to the attic and found an old lamp, which he permanently stuck to the boiler room wall. With that lit, he could explore more easily, and behind the boiler he found a large wooden box, with another large rusty pipe wrench and some smaller tubes that were hexagons on the ends. Some kind of spanners with holes to turn them. The rusted metal rod was probably for that. A funny-looking lamp blowtorch thing on a shelf, covered in rust and spider webs, some more abandoned tools. Harry took them all and put them in the carriage house, and brought out the other Muggle tools too. This back shelf was now a tool shed, which reminded Harry about the coal. Creature was surprised to see the coal. Does Master want Creature to clean the room out so Master can torture people? Asked Creature. No, Creature, just use the coal in the fireplace instead of buying stuff, till the coal is gone, said Harry. Creature sighed. Oh, and come see this, said Harry, and led Creature out to the courtyard. Creature looked around. Creature never went here, said Creature. Keep the path clear of mud and the grass trimmed, said Harry. Do you good to get a little fresh air. Creature looked at the carriage house. What's that? My tool shed. It used to be a carriage house, but we don't use carriages anymore, said Harry. Don't go outside there, there's Muggles. Creature shuddered. Filthy Muggles and their filth. He croaked, turning to go back downstairs. The house is clean, said Creature, surprised. We're the House of Black, not the Black House, said Harry. I flew around and did it invisible. Don't worry about it. New mistress's picture is in the hall, said Creature. The family picture is in the hall, said Harry. Little Edward is the heir. Creature followed Harry back into the house quietly. Well, that shut him up, thought Harry. The sort of posh piffle he likes. Equals 0 equals. Potter, said Daphne from the other end of the dining table. Harry looked up from his breakfast. He'd managed to get there before her again and get the bacon. He'd left her 1.5 rashers. He wasn't a monster. Yes, Harry asked, speaking up and feeling faintly ridiculous. The sodding table ran practically the entire length of the massive dining room, and the room ran the length or maybe depth of Grimmauld Place. Either way you looked at it, it was the length of a cricket pitch. As the entire Black family, even if you counted Malfoy's, was only 6 people, a table that could seat so many people seemed pointless. Well, 7 people counting Teddy. This afternoon, she said, and gave up talking. Daphne stood up and walked down the table to him. This afternoon at 1 in the parlor, we are going to have a getting to know one another meeting. More acting? Asked Harry. You're a terrible actor. We're just going to talk about things. Things, said Harry. I'm a renowned actor. I played dead rather famously, and you must remember my reenactments of being a fearsome yeti, a banshee and assorted other creatures that Professor Lockhart never faced and was incapable of defeating. Harry raised his eyebrows. Somewhat unexpectedly, Daphne Black burst out laughing. Oh God, you're yeti. You stood there looking like you wanted to dissolve into the floor and said, roar, said Daphne. The man was a complete pillock, Harry added. Daphne snorted. An uncomfortable silence drew out, then she asked quietly, Did you really just play dead? Pretty much, Harry nodded. Mrs. Malfoy lied, and in return I told her where Draco was. I'd left him stunned and disillusioned on the 7th floor at Hogwarts. Why would she? Asked Daphne. Well, Harry said, and seeing no alternative simply explained. She'd just seen me get hit by a killing curse and fall over. When she checked on me, I was actually amazed at how quickly she betrayed him. Younger sisters, said Daphne, shaking her head. Also, you really took an instant dislike to me, didn't you? Oh, you were just the latest thing in a series of things, said Harry. Take that back, husband, I am not a thing, said Daphne firmly. Okay, not thing, said Harry. My life's had a lot of... Harry struggled to think of a different word. People have arranged bits of my life without telling me, without asking me, and obviously many of them have been life-threatening. Like the tournament, said Daphne. Harry glared at her. Sorry, sore topic. Oh no, I love nearly dying over and over for other people's amusement, said Harry snidely. It was all Voldemort's plan all along, of course. That seemed obvious in hindsight, admitted Daphne. Did it? Said Harry as sarcastically as he could. Amazing. That makes one person that's ever said so. You're still annoyed about it. Yes, said Harry. Your breakfast is getting cold. She turned on her heel and walked gracefully back down the dining room, sat down, drew her wand, and cast a few charms that Harry thought by the few words he heard were warming charms. 1 p.m., she said before taking a forkful of fried tomato. Harry spent the morning chasing down vermin with curses. It was actually fairly good practice, he realized, ending up panting on the 3rd floor. The few doxies remaining were quite wily and small targets, and the last thing he wanted was her having a hissy fit because a doxy ate her favorite clothes. Also, he'd like them not to eat his clothes. Before lunch, he pulled a robe on over his t-shirt and jeans. Creature had done a fish pie, and while the pastry could have been better, it was quite edible. Daphne was picking at it down the other end of the table. After lunch, Harry went to the parlor and surveyed the room again and spent a busy few minutes getting all the spiders out. As a sop to Ron, he stunned and vanished them. And surely, thought Harry to himself, there must be very few of the giant spiders left in the house. They'd been mostly in the china hutches, and those were all cleared. The spells he cast to detect life in the room came up blank eventually, so he had a look in the china cabinet. It still had a number of pretty dire things from the Blacks. Harry shivered at the memory of the silver spider thing that tried to stab everyone. Why are there such dreadful knickknacks? Asked Daphne from behind him. Harry didn't jump, but he turned around, Jimmy's shaken but not stirred, and put his wand in his pocket. Oh, this is after we got rid of all the really cursed stuff. She was wearing the green dress and low heels, which was disappointing, but also not a surprise. Is that an order of Merlin? She asked. Yours. No, that's Arcturus Black's. He got it, what did Sirius say? For lending the ministry a lot of gold, said Harry. Daphne's eyes widened. He bought an order of Merlin, she exclaimed. Harry shrugged. That was Sirius's explanation. Where's yours? Somewhere safe, said Harry. He was fairly sure he'd left it in the bottom of his jersey drawer. Daphne sat down on the couch and crossed one leg over the other. Well, come on, she said. Harry sat on the chair where he could see her. So, said Daphne, picking up a diary-like book, opening it and lifting a self-inking quill. What are your favorite things? My favorite things, asked Harry. I know Quidditch, she said, and… Harry didn't know what to say. Nobody had ever asked. One of your favorite things, asked Harry. You're just going to memorize them, asked Daphne. A Keo notepad, a Keo ballpoint pen, Harry cast, and caught both a few seconds later as they flew into the room. We will need to talk about etiquette at some point, said Daphne. Etiquette? Asked Harry. That sounded like getting stuck in a period drama. It was bad enough living with wears robes not proper clothes woman. Well, being married to her. Half an hour of questioning later, Harry had 6 bullet points, and they painted a picture, he felt. Horse riding, hats, reading, singing, neatness-obsessed family. Apart from family, they all gelled with his general impression of her as, well, spoilt little rich girl. Well, and the wedding dress of unreasonable sexiness. He tried not to dwell on that. Harry had managed to come up with Quidditch, learning defense. He was still interested in it. Flying. He was tempted to admit that Quidditch was as much an excuse to fly as anything, but that would mean having less favorite things. And he couldn't put Hedwig because she was dead. And even barring Salazar's recent misadventures, he wasn't a patch on Hedwig. And they'd agreed that they didn't want a dog. Harry was so relieved by that, actually. But he tried not to show it, and having known Crookshanks, he didn't particularly need another Kneazle or cat in his life. And he was starting to suspect that Daphne was, spiritually, at least a cat. She tucked her legs up on the couch and started to get comfortable, which wasn't the uptight girl he thought she was, but she was still weird. Kreacher had bought tea and biscuits around 3, and they'd gone their separate ways afterwards. He'd baked the biscuits, Harry suspected. They were okay. Where 2 British magicals get together by accident. The course of true love never did run smooth. The course of this story is once again more like a pinball on an improbable journey. By Anorc, the Harry Potter Wizarding World setting and characters by J.K. Rowling, with no intent to profit from this work. Chapter 5. Dennis owled to say he had more work as a photographer these days, and the rumored black family portrait had been a bit of a trendsetter. The Diagon Alley picture framers might have mentioned it. To everyone, Harry assumed. He hadn't seen the 8-foot-tall version of the family photo in their front window that crowds formed in Diagon Alley to look at, which was probably just as well. Daphne asked at breakfast if Harry could do anything other than roses. It was tempting to say something rude, but instead, Harry went to a florist in Islington, but they didn't have a catalog he could buy. He settled for buying 2 flower arrangements and putting one in the drawing room and the other in the middle of the dining room table. Then owled Dennis about doing florists' catalogs. It might, thought Harry, be a nice little sideline for him. He put some beef into a marinade. He got a post office owl from Hermione, asking if she could visit. He raised it with Daphne over lunch. He had tried to keep his irritable wife separated from his friends for long enough, he resolved. Daphne looked at Harry and said, "If you carry on with her, I will hex you to death." Harry had to explain that Hermione was not that kind of friend at all, and start thinking about a birthday present for Hermione. And one for Daphne, too. And what? Why on earth Daphne, of all people, would think he'd want to yuck with Hermione? With Daphne, definitely. Could he buy Daphne really skimpy underwear? And live was the question. At least the marinated beef came out good. Daphne ate all of it, though she, as usual, only picked at the new potatoes. Harry supposed Kreacher would take care of the leftovers. Hermione came on Saturday at 10, looking a bit nervous. Harry showed her the back courtyard. The roses were starting to do things, and Hermione was amazed by the improvement in the house. She stood looking at the hall photo for rather a long time. "Can I get a copy?" she asked awkwardly. Harry told her it was Dennis Creevy's work, and took her to the drawing room, which was nearly renovated. "Oh my," said Hermione, "this is nice, and the whole house smells so much better." Daphne coughed from the doorway, and Harry had a very awkward moment introducing Daphne as my wife, Daphne, my good friend, Hermione Granger. Over tea, Daphne politely grilled Hermione. Her job at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was apparently going well. She was living with her parents and still seeing Ron outside of work. Ron was working 2 jobs as an Auror, and for his brother George, and the shop was doing very well. Harry told Daphne he'd shown Hermione the back courtyard, and Daphne asked Harry if he'd told the door story. Harry shook his head. Daphne proceeded to tell the story of the battle against the sludge tsunami, and by the end, Hermione was laughing. "Oh, Harry, covered in crud again," she said. Harry felt that again was unnecessary. This led to Hermione telling the story of the Chamber of Secrets, so much pipe slime, and the trip to the Acromantula colony, saved by the feral flying car. And Harry supposed from that point of view there had been a lot of slime and filth in his life. And terror, but that was sordid. Daphne was looking quite amused, but said to Harry, "And why, husband, do you not tell me these stories?" "Oh, Harry's so bloody modest," said Hermione. "Have you ever seen him show off?" "Only on a Quidditch pitch," said Daphne dryly, not mentioning that time in her parents' house. After a pause for tea, Daphne asked, "Harry, dear, is there some reason the hot water is much hotter now? I ran hot to wash my hands, and it was actually too hot." Harry must have looked guilty, and Hermione picked up on it. "Harry, what have you done?" she asked. Daphne shot Hermione a glare. "I'll interrogate my own husband, thank you." She turned and looked at him, raising one eyebrow and faintly smiling. Harry felt very uncomfortable in the pants department. Also, she seemed to use dear as code for "I'm cross with you," which seemed quite snide of her. Harry explained about Neville wanting an adventure and opening the hot door, the boiler and the boiler wrap. "Harry Potter and the Boiler Room of Neglect," said Hermione. "Quite," said Daphne. "Well, I've got accounts to do, so will I see Miss Granger at lunch?" "Oh, I couldn't possibly," said Hermione. "Oh, you could," said Daphne, "though dress code for meals is robes." Harry cleared his throat. "And didn't we agree that outside of meals, around home dress code is muggle?" "Fine," said Daphne and left the room, a crack of apparation from the hallway. "You apparate inside the house?" asked Hermione. "Like the twins." "5 levels," said Harry. "You'd spend all day on the stairs." Hermione took the opportunity to tell Harry about vacancies in the Auror office and how he could do so much good. Harry felt himself smiling politely and said no over and over in different ways. Hermione was just being Hermione. She was like a dog with a bone. Harry didn't want anyone to point a wand at him in anger ever again, and so far that was working out great. Daphne reappeared in ironed jeans, high-heeled boots, and a fluffy white sweater. It rather suited her. Though the sight of Daphne's backside in jeans and heels had Harry hopping not to have to stand up for a while. She'd done that on purpose. Oh, God. "Fine," asked Daphne, lifting one eyebrow. "Fantastic," said Harry, looking out the windows to ignore her retreating bum. "Bloody hell, I'm having a dream about that." He didn't dare try occlumency in front of Hermione. He needed his wits about him or she'd talk him into being an Auror. "So what do you do?" asked Hermione, and Harry explained, leaving out dream about Daphne, and take cold showers. After his trouser discomfort had subsided, Harry showed Hermione the rooms that had been recolored, then Sirius's old room. "Oh, it's wonderful," said Hermione as she got to the 4th floor. "It's so light now." "I cleaned all the windows," said Harry. "Broom and invisibility cloak." Hermione was even more amazed at the pictures on Harry's walls. "Oh, Harry, it's fabulous," said Hermione, then awkwardly paused. "But where's Daphne's stuff?" "Daphne uses Mrs. Black's old room. We cleaned it out, got it fixed by a builder, new furniture," said Harry. What the hell did she think? That Harry, was sleeping with her? "Harry," said Hermione, not to pry, but, said Hermione, prying. "None of your business, Hermione," said Harry, feeling very defensive. "I'm not going to ask if Ron's allowed to sleep over." "Well, about that," said Hermione. "We aren't really much more than friends these days. He's just not driven like you," said Harry. "Yeah," said Hermione. "So, have you written Victor?" asked Harry. "He's a driven man." "Harry," Hermione blushed. "It was ages ago." Gotcha, thought Harry, and for a moment it was like the war had never happened, and Harry felt joy. "And you're as famous as he is now," said Harry. "He's doing well this year." Please, said Hermione. I've had to hear Quidditch all year from Ron. Shouldn't you do something more than this? I'm sitting quietly and I fix up our tenants' houses, said Harry. Hermione noticed the hour. Harry noticed. My old coach house had coaches, and I sold them through Christie's for a small fortune. Lucky you, said Hermione. Just as well, because just buying Muggle clothes cost 5 years of our income, said Harry. The business was terribly neglected. Some tenants don't even pay rent. I was going to get a list of empty places, but Daphne's so busy. You could help, said Hermione. I don't understand any of it, said Harry, rubbing the back of his head. Hermione looked thoughtful. I'll find you a book. Have you got a library card? I had one in Surrey, said Harry. You're in London. The local library will have books on everything, said Hermione. Lunch was amusing. Daphne had pulled a robe on over her outfit, as had Hermione. Harry assumed she'd had one in her beaded bag. Harry was the only one not wearing a robe over Muggle clothes. Creature had made soup and little toast things. They were crudities, apparently. Harry wondered if him cooking was making Creature try harder to do his actual job. By the end of lunch, Hermione was making her excuses. Daphne saw Hermione's tiny bag before Hermione apparated home from the back courtyard. She was very interested, and the conversation got technical quickly. Hermione promised to owl the sources of the space expansion charms. Daphne countered with the suggestion Hermione sell space expanded bags, as the usual sources charged hundreds and hundreds of galleons. Hermione argued that she wanted her job at the ministry, and Daphne politely suggested Hermione find some poor Muggle-born who was good at charms and employ them to enchant bags then. I couldn't run my own business, said Hermione. You're much more hardworking than Harry. You could do it and employ some of those unfortunates, said Daphne. After Hermione had left, Harry said, harder working than Harry. Well, you do little, said Daphne. Observe, clean house, said Harry, pointing up. Daphne looked up. Oh, she said, I'm sorry, well done. I did old Mrs. Wright's apartment roof too, said Harry. How? Broom and invisibility cloak, said Harry. You can't go buying invisibility cloaks, said Daphne, probably looking cross. It was hard to tell with her face. Our income is not enormous. I own one. It's a family heirloom on the Potter side, said Harry. So it's worn out? Asked Daphne. No, it's perfect, said Harry. The best invisibility cloak you'd ever see, and don't mention it. It's a secret. Hermione and Ron know, and Hagrid, nobody else alive, said Harry. And Hagrid doesn't know it's anything special, said Harry quietly, and led Daphne inside, closing the doors. She nodded and just dropped it, just like that. The doors are good, conceded Daphne, touching the boiler room door. It was warm but not as hot. She opened the door and, using her wand, lit the room up. Oh, yes, put some lamps up in the passage and the stairs, Harry. They'll have to be wonky, creepy old snake lamps, said Harry, and she dropped it. Why? Harry wondered. It's the back passage, nobody cares, said Daphne. Safer at night to have lights. After Harry was back inside with Daphne, he said, Sit down, Daphne. I've got a story to tell you. Harry, it takes bloody ages to add up the rental income and expenses. I have to get back to it, said Daphne. Can we afford an accountant? Asked Harry. We can hardly afford a bookkeeper, said Daphne. We need to get more tenants paying their rent. Take me, I'll fix things in a non-menial way, said Harry. Hermione's going to send me a book about business and money and things. Well, maybe you can learn enough to help, said Daphne, looking well huffy. I'm not stupid, said Harry crossly. I just don't have any idea what any of this is about. Well, I've got sums to do. See you at dinner, said Daphne grumpily, apparated away. My wife spends all day working on the accounts, but she doesn't like it, thought Harry. He did grilled fish for dinner. That way he could use some of the fish from the cool room, and it was sort of like doing fish and chips. Only without chips, so he made wedges and spiced them so much he imagined Uncle Vernon would have not eaten them. Daphne glared at him poisonously over dinner for some reason. It couldn't have been the wedges, they were really good. After dinner she said, I wanted a salad, and huffed off. Again. Harry resolved to make a salad for every dinner and made a note to find a salad recipe book, and scoffed some of her uneaten wedges. No, they were really good. A week later, Harry had sold some junk from the attic to an antique store, and he was wandering around, looking at stuff. A huge, dusty metal calculator thing with far too many buttons and a lever caught Harry's attention. "Excuse me," he asked the shopkeeper, "what is that?" "Oh, that's a mechanical calculator. It can add, subtract, multiply, and divide," said the shopkeeper. "Nobody uses them nowadays. A digital calculator's faster, cheaper, and doesn't take up half your desk." "How much?" asked Harry. £800, they're quite collectible," said the shopkeeper. Harry insisted it be demonstrated, and that proved difficult. "Come back in a couple of days," they said. "I need to find someone with a manual." "I'll need a copy of the manual," said Harry. "This is a present for someone who won't use modern technology." The shopkeeper looked amused. "Oh, a really old uncle." "Aunt," said Harry, "stuck in the Victorian era." "Oh, not one of those people who do it as a fashion statement?" asked the shopkeeper. On the way out, Harry passed a large brassy cash register. "This cash register, it's mechanical?" asked Harry. "I used to use it," said the shopkeeper. "It's from before decimal currency. It does pounds, shilling, and pence." Harry looked and felt confused, and they explained. Harry had an idea. "How much is that?" "1,000. It's got sentimental value to me." Harry left. £1,000 would have his wife very annoyed. That night, she scoffed the avocado salad he made for the first time, and he must have imagined the moan she made. Regardless of the reality, the imaginary noise tortured his dreams for days. 2 days later, Harry saw the mechanical calculator running, powered by the crank handle on the side. "Great," said Harry, and handed the shopkeeper a bundle of £50 notes. "Got a box." The shopkeeper put the whole thing, and its photocopied manual, into a cardboard box for Harry. Once outside, he went into an alleyway and apparated home to the courtyard, went inside and apparated to his room. Wrapping paper was in the attic from a birthday, aged 15. Harry would rather forget. Harry charmed the paper to silver and green and put the parcel against the wall. The wall panel sounded hollow as the box thudded into it. It was quite heavy. Daphne frowned in obvious confusion when she opened the present. "What does it do?" she asked. Harry explained and gave her the book. "It adds up," she said. "And multiples and divides," said Harry, and explained how with patience you could do all your money sums in nuts and divide out galleons and sickles. Daphne was unconvinced, but Harry demonstrated. She accepted it into the office, and the menu for next week he found on the kitchen table the next day had avocado salad underlined on 2 days. But he did make it, and a tomato one with loads of herbs and olive oil that he personally thought should be illegal. It was so good. She picked at it. Ingratitude, that was her problem. She did eventually finish it, not taking a single bit of crusty bread. Harry was standing around in the dining room, waiting for lunch, when Daphne ran over, grabbed Harry, and kissed him on the lips. Harry stood surprised, and Daphne let him go. "I've finished the week's accounts in 2 hours. It was taking days. That was the best present ever. And magic won't make it break." "It's all clockwork," said Harry, not sure what to think of a kiss. It hadn't been objectionable, but Daphne was, well, just a sort of friend. And also, his lips tingled. Of course, that night he had to have cold shower, what with thinking about Daphne kissing him. At breakfast, Daphne came in and said, "Thank you, husband, for all that you do. I have not been grateful enough. I owe you very much." "I'm just tired from the war," said Harry. Daphne nodded. "I'll cope. I lived my whole childhood without a thank you. I don't need them." "Has anyone ever thanked you for everything you did?" she asked, staring at him rather intently with those gray-blue eyes of hers. "Well, I got this medal," said Harry. "For killing this dark wizard. He was some twat." Daphne Greengrass laughed, smiled, shook her head, and had the kippers, leaving the bacon. Which was, Harry supposed, Daphne conceding the day. Well, Daphne Black. For a second there, he'd thought, well hoped, she'd say, "Well, you can shag me over the dining table," but she wasn't that sort of girl. That week saw a lot of tenant visits, and he might have swapped out the salad for avocado salad twice, but also the tomato and olive oil one 3 times, as he was the one doing the sodding cooking anyway. The tenants he met were a bit starstruck at meeting him. Harry tried to be dignified and surreptitiously fix everything silently. It was fun, like sneaking around avoiding Filch. Also, Daphne was being weirdly kind to tenants, and she dressed up. But didn't wear really high heels, which was a mercy, Harry supposed. She didn't act standoffish to tenants. She just listened and made lists with them and wrote things that had to be done in a notebook, nodded, and had the tenants sign off on it. She was, Harry realized, really amazingly good at tenant management. Loads of practice, he supposed. By the end of the week, having had several hours of broom flying doing roofs, Harry was feeling very pleased. Flying around invisible with nobody trying to kill him was fun. Also, he'd made basil pesto and Daphne had eaten it on plain spaghetti and said that was excellent. Which was bull, as it was merely okay. Daphne had creature served dessert, treacle tart. "I know you like it, I can't stand it," she said. "But your mechanical calculator has saved me days of work every week." And made time to visit so many tenants. 9, said Harry. "We visited 9. Also, how could she not like treacle tart? She was a deeply flawed human being, and pesto was so not a spaghetti sauce. "And they've owled," said Daphne. "I didn't see the letters," said Harry. "Creature puts business post on my desk," said Daphne. "Next week I can start on that list of vacant properties." "Next week?" asked Harry. "I'm taking the weekend off," said Daphne. "You what?" asked Harry. "I'm making good progress," said Daphne apologetically. "You take every weekend off or else," said Harry. "You work hard, you need to take a weekend off." "Is that an order?" asked Daphne dryly. "A request," said Harry. God, she was so annoying, always getting up on her bloody dignity. She needed a good spanking or something. And just like that, Harry's pants were uncomfortable and he felt ashamed, and had to hang around till he calmed down before he could stand up. He made slow-cooked beef in red wine and it came out so good, Harry licked the stirring spoon. Once or twice. Daphne sniffed him out in the kitchen, and he quickly lowered the spoon as she approached. "What is that?" she asked. "Beef in red wine," said Harry. She peered into the pot and held out one hand. He handed her the spoon. She stirred it and lifted some up, and the tip of her tongue licked the food into her mouth. She chewed, then said, "On noodles," handed him the spoon and swept back out of the kitchen. Harry put his plans on hold yet again and put it on spaghetti for dinner. It was bloody brilliant. If Dudley had been there, he'd have eaten a lot. Harry contemplated a second helping. Daphne ate it with a fork but hardly ate any of the spaghetti. She was a weirdo, he concluded. And whenever they were at home, she acted like she was the bloody queen or something. It was, obviously, girls being weird. And a traitoress out of his mind said, "But she is the mistress of this house." Harry scoffed. He wasn't going to act like her house elf. Creature was doing that anyway, traitorous little bastard. Equals 0 equals. It was Saturday morning, after breakfast, so Harry offered to set a beach chair up in the courtyard for Daphne. She declined. Harry knew she was being unreasonable, but he had loads of experience of people being unreasonable, so he left the room immediately, before Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia yelled at him. Hours later, she looked out her bedroom window and saw something in the courtyard. She apparated and walked and found a beach chair, a low table and glass of juice in the courtyard. The roses were just blooming. Harry glanced out the library windows as the day warmed up and saw Daphne was sitting with a book and a glass of juice, reading. She looked relaxed and content. Harry felt she could have been less pig-headed about that. She was so bloody stubborn and stuck in her ways. Dinner, Harry thought, was okay. Daphne had relaxed, Harry had got some more rooms on the second floor done properly in the right colors, and Astoria was not here. And the mushroom stew had come out pretty good. Snape would have said, "Poor, do it again," but Daphne ate all of hers, and the salad. He figured she'd be in a good mood really soon. And then Daphne started to rant about Harry being inconsiderate. He felt confused. He'd given her a chair in the nearest thing to a garden after all, and she'd liked dinner. But then he noticed her fingers, gripping the silverware so hard they shook. I suppose you're still pinning over that Weasley girl, asked Daphne. That's not me being inconsiderate, that's me saving you, you overbred twit, thought Harry. I was going to ask her sometime, said Harry, and he glimpsed at the floor. Her feet were pointed at him, but she wasn't positioned to cast if she stood. And now you're stuck with me, said Daphne bitterly. What am I supposed to do for love? She said very bluntly. He looked up and saw her eyes looking flinty and cold. None of my business, said Harry. He'd sort of given up expecting her to go to sleep in his bed. The tirade that followed had, Harry thought, several interesting points, though being ranted at reminded him of Aunt Petunia or even Hermione on an off day. Daphne had known she'd have to birth the next heir Greengrass, preferably male, since she was 12, and probably the heir to whomever she married. After her parents' plan started, she'd resigned to having to have 2 children with Draco Malfoy, one for Black and a second son, for Greengrass, and her voice kept hitching in a way that reminded Harry uncomfortably of an upset Hermione. Harry decided to ignore that and concentrate on what sounded more and more like a prepared speech. Malfoys usually had boys, so there was probably less risk of a daughter. So what, you want a baby? Asked Harry, and with that crack she flinched. Harry felt suddenly nauseous, not that he would bully her into anything. Oh God, no, you. No, said Daphne, I don't. I will need to birth one before I'm too old and before father dies or my cousin, who's an idiot, will run the family into the ground. Given the flimsy state of this family's finances, not for years. Until then, I'll be a princess in a tower, locked away, a virgin. Harry blushed. He so wanted to help her with that. Well, you've shagged Weasley, so you want her as a mistress, I suppose, said Daphne. She's a liability as a mistress, far too brash to keep her arse out of the newspaper. Harry had a fleeting memory of Ginny's arse in trousers, but the memory was quickly discarded. He'd got his hand up her shirt, that and some snogging. You can meet someone in Paris, said Harry. As long as I never know, I won't want to transfigure them into a T-bone steak and throw them into the forest for wolves to eat. And I can think that in my head as long as I don't look up the spells to do it. Paris, said Daphne. Have you any idea how famous my sister and I are now? What? Said Harry. Daphne stood up and apparated away with a loud crack, and reappeared a bit later with another crack of apparition, in a coat, and dropped a Teen Witch Weekly on Harry's lap. There was a photograph of Daphne and Astoria, out somewhere in robes. The headline screamed, England's richest wives and their fashion choices. It was worryingly reminiscent of the awful magazines Aunt Petunia bought to sneer at. Every month we're on the cover at least once, said Daphne. I was going to go to a fundraiser of St. Mungo's, but the bloody press would have hounded me. Famous? Asked Harry, and he thought St. Mungo's fundraiser. We should go to those. We might have a small income, but you know we've got a lot of gold. And you're the most famous wizard alive, said Daphne, irritated. But I'm not on the covers, disagreed Harry. Because you never go anywhere public, said Daphne, irritated. The French Teen Witch Weekly is worse. They had paparazzi following us everywhere in Paris. We were on the cover and had bloody articles discussing what we'd bought every shop we went to all week. You didn't complain, said Harry extremely reasonably. I didn't complain because I got a bloody huge discount, said Daphne. Shops started owling me, asking me to visit and be photographed at their shops, and in return, most of that stuff was half price or less. The restaurants let us dine for free. So you couldn't meet someone, said Harry, thinking, she's super famous and pretty. No wonder she's on magazine covers. Also, he should ask her mum what she ate, as Daphne was clearly a picky eater. Well, unless every day was avocado salad day. If I talked to a wizard, the next newspaper had a front page about my new affair, said Daphne. So no, that won't be happening. And she was strongly implying she didn't hold hands or anything. Also had come out and said virgin. I didn't shag Ginny Weasley, said Harry defensively. Well, Dean and Michael both did, if the stories are true, said Daphne bitterly. Harry expected the chest monster to rage then, to make him want a hex and kick, but all he felt was sadness. You're taking that well, said Daphne. Some other witch as well, huh? Harry was rather shocked she thought he had a witch on the side. He didn't have any witches. Had no idea what to do with one in bed if he was totally honest. "No, I dunno," said Harry. "I never expected any of this stuff and I just don't know what to do." Harry was pretty sure you don't just say, "Well, wife, we're going to bed now." "Well, I was raised to expect my husband to be, probably my choice, and certainly attentive. You wouldn't even hold my hand if I was getting into a carriage, and you never push my chair in," said Daphne. I'm sorry I'm not like Lucius Malfoy," said Harry. "I would like to hold your hand." "I'm glad you're not," said Daphne. "The rumors are that he liked young girls and abducted muggles and then disposed of them." Harry swallowed. The dungeons of Malfoy Manor took on a whole new light. Had Lucius hurt Luna? She'd never said, but she probably wouldn't say. Having been imprisoned at Malfoy Manor, it's possible. "They had a dungeon," said Harry, feeling a sudden invisible weight on his shoulders. Daphne paled. "It's true." She looked horrified. Harry mentally recategorized her as innocent. "I dunno, Hermione was tortured by Bellatrix for information, and Luna had been imprisoned with Ollivander for a while," said Harry, and Daphne Black's expression froze momentarily, her eyes huge. Harry felt like he'd kicked a cat. She is like a cat." "Granger was tortured by Bellatrix Lestrange," said Daphne hollowly. Her lower lip was twitching downwards, and her eyes were glistening. Harry's expertise in crying women indicated she was on the verge of crying. "I don't like thinking about it, okay," said Harry. "Also, you looking like you're about to cry is horrible. And you can't rant at me for that, it's not my fault." "Why did they have this Luna?" asked Daphne. "Lovegood," said Harry. "Her father published the Quibbler, the only free newspaper at the time, so they took his daughter prisoner to silence him." And Harry felt like he was about to cry just thinking about it, so he concentrated on clearing his mind. "They blew up his house," said Daphne quietly. Harry had to abandon his occlumency to reply. "That was us," said Harry. "He was selling us out to the Death Eaters to get Luna back, and we needed a distraction to escape." "Do you still hate him?" asked Daphne. "No," said Harry. "He's not me. He needed Luna back. She's his only family. I always wanted a family." "We can't have one till the business settles down and you take over some of the work," said Daphne. "Thought that calculator machine is a miracle. I've got 3 more days in every week." Harry tried to process Daphne's apparent plan. Harry does some of the rental business work, and then they have a child. Children, but the idea of that seems a fantasy. Daphne said nothing for a bit, but gnawed on her lower lip. "What would you have done if you'd been him?" asked Daphne. "Stormed Malfoy Manor, killed everyone and burnt it to the ground," said Harry, feeling the anger like he was a half-empty bottle, slowly refilling with nothing good. His fingers itched to take up the pale elder wand and go make things better. "Would you do that for me?" asked Daphne. "Nobody would try," said Harry tightly. "Nobody's that stupid and dangerous enough to get away with it. They'd have to get past your Auror escort first." And he didn't say, "No, I'd get Creature to get you out, then cast Fiendfare and just let it burn till there was a big smoking crater where that place used to be. And fuck the statute. It can be a meteor impact." Not saying that was important. She might get the wrong idea. I'm not a horrible person. I'm never doing that. Angry inside thoughts and all that. "What escort?" said Daphne. She really was innocent, thought Harry. I so want to help her with that. "The one Kinglesey assigned you the day we got married," said Harry. "As a favor to you because you're the great Harry Potter," said Daphne. But she was wringing her hands, so the cold tone didn't match her body. She was upset. Worried about stuff, he supposed. But at least she didn't cry a lot. That was a sodding mercy. "No," said Harry. "You are my family, and I've only got you 3, but that's not why. To keep stupid idiots alive. England couldn't stand the great Harry Potter going around blowing up people's homes." "You wouldn't. You're a good man," said Daphne. "I killed my first man when I was 11, said Harry. "If someone took Teddy, I would snap." Harry's fingers curled into white-knuckled fists. "You did not say me," said Daphne. Harry looked up at her. "What am I supposed to say? I'd happily have a statue of you to look at. I admit, if it was you in your wedding dress, I would, like to have that statue. In my room and some tissues. You weren't my first choice, said Harry. I'd get you back, though. I'd probably negotiate a little, and you're a grown witch. I'd expect you'd make any abductor's life hell, describing how they were going to die. I've already chosen to save you once. It would make it all rather pointless if I didn't do it again. Also, the prospect of seeing her lean over something again had his pants becoming hugely uncomfortable. You would save me? Asked Daphne a bit nervously. I have what Hermione calls a saving people thing. I saved you once, I'd save you again. Then I'd probably do things to them so that you didn't rip into me when we got home, said Harry honestly. I hate being yelled at. Could you work that out? Could you wife? Also, I would like to save you from this virginity issue. It can be a family project for both of us. Weren't you always going to be an Auror? Asked Daphne. McGonagall asked me when I was 15. I had no bloody idea, said Harry. And since then, I don't like the legal system much. I'm still annoyed this could even happen, said Harry. I would like to burn the ministry down, but that would make me just Voldemort, but with a nose. And Kingsley's not that bad. They're having elections for the Wisengamot and everything. Well, you could appeal, but any court would take into account the principle of sine plenus piscis. You ended up richer and married to an eligible pure-blood witch, so the actions of Narcissa can't be seen as detrimental, said Daphne, and she smiled and blinked slowly. Pockets of, asked Harry. Latin often eluded him. Pockets full of fish. If a man is pushed into a lake and comes out with fish in his pockets, the man who pushed him in enriched him, said Daphne. She smirked. You might say I'm a catch. Oh, groaned Harry, if I told them about that pun, I'd have a good case. Also, I am definitely asking about starting a church. She's funny and pretty and clever and mine. You'd be left gaping like a fish out of water, said Daphne. You think you're punny, said Harry. I've had it with your jokes. Oh, said Daphne, I just can't be bothered with you. Harry felt sudden onset disappointment and pants-related pressure easing. She hadn't kept going. For a moment there they were, having a moment. Lucky me, said Harry. I know my place. And he so wanted to exclaim, and Harry wins the cup. Oh, don't kid yourself. If I wanted you, you'd be putty in my hands, said Daphne, lifting her nose. No, I wouldn't, said Harry, and he hoped she couldn't tell if he was lying. He was practically putty in her hands without any flirting. Tight jeans and high-heeled boots, said Daphne. I've seen you ogling. I think it's not ogling when it's your own wife, said Harry. Have you seen your bum in that? Well, much as you getting your jollies appeals to you, I've no interest. I'd like to be loved, said Daphne. Same thing, isn't it? Asked Harry. I'm quite happy to make efforts to have you get your jollies. And he suffered a moment's uncertainty. What did girls like, he wondered, apart from snogging and being told they were gonna be great at pro-Quidditch? Lust is not love, said Daphne. Love, that warm feeling that fills you, said Daphne, staring critically at Harry. Harry struggled to reply. I dunno. Never felt that, he said, embarrassed, looking away. Complicated girl stuff. Why couldn't she be easy to please like Ginny? But your relatives you must have, said Daphne, and her hands had gone slack. No, said Harry. They resented having me in their house and never cared if I lived or died. Weasley's luckier than me, said Daphne. You've no idea what love even is. I've had the feeling in my chest. When Ginny was snogging Dean, I was angry. Oh, you can do jealousy, great, said Daphne sarcastically. I married the hairy-hearted warlock. The what? It's a Beatles story, everyone knows them, said Daphne. I know the tale of 3 brothers, it's about my ancestor, said Harry. Never heard of the other one. It's in the library, every house has a copy. That night Harry read The Warlock's Hairy Heart. It chilled him as there were hints of Horcruxes about it, and Daphne thought he had no love he could cast a Patronus. He'd done it because he'd seen his family in the Mirror of Eris and then saved Sirius because his dad himself and then nothing real. He'd not had anything real except laughing with his 2 best friends. Harry screamed into his pillow. Life was so unfair. There had been a war to fight. At breakfast, he apologized to Daphne. I'm sorry, Daphne. I read the story and thought about it, and I really don't have any idea what love is, said Harry, feeling a bit upset. When you said it like that, it sounded pretty bad, Harry thought. Daphne sighed. Harry, you're the one with a messed up childhood, and you're apologizing to me. Does anything make you feel that warm inside? Holding Teddy does, said Harry, cheering up. Well, go spend more time holding Teddy. Get some hair off that hairy heart of yours. And she smiled sadly at Harry, which made his chest hurt, and his stupid eyes watered. He had an idea for a good thing he could do between now and lunch, and all he had to do was put on a boring dark robe and a traveling cloak, wash his face with cold water, and go out. As soon as he got outside, he put his hood up and apparated to Diagon Alley. The offices of the Daily Prophet were easy enough to find, and he walked in like he had some legitimate business there. Inside, there were a few people at the classifieds counter, and a staircase marked staff only. Harry walked over like he was supposed to be there and went on up. As he sort of expected, nobody said anything. After all, the staff would just go up, wouldn't they? There was, unexpectedly, another desk with a witch at a desk sort of blocking the way into the offices proper on the first floor. Harry walked over, cleared his mind, and lowered his hood. "I'm here to see Mr. Cuff," he said, in a quite hollow tone. The secretary looked up, and their mouth dropped open. They dropped their quill. Harry kept his occlumency going, imagining Snape was trying to take a look. It meant he didn't snort at the hilarious look on her face. "Harry Potter," she said, sounding half confounded. Harry let himself enjoy a tiny nod. "Mr. Cuff," said Harry. "He is still the editor, isn't he?" The witch nodded frantically. Harry pulled himself upwards and, well, sort of imagined he was Lucius Malfoy. "I'll just tell him you're here," she said, standing up and running off, robes fluttering, shoes thudding on the floor. Harry held a snort in, just barely. She returned before Harry gave in to the urge to snoop through all her paperwork. "Right this way, sir," she said. Harry followed, trying to walk the way his father-in-law did, like the world owed him a galleon. Though Harry then had to hold in a grin, thinking about how Cyrus was getting socks for the rest of his life. He was ushered into Barnaby Cuff's office, and it was actually messier than Harry expected. Under all the papers there was fancy-looking woodwork, and the walls had framed photos of Mr. Cuff and various celebrities, and some obviously empty spots that Harry suspected had held photos of Mr. Cuff with people now in Azkaban or worse. Cuff was standing behind his desk, and he was fatter, shorter, and more flushed than Harry had expected. And he came out and pumped Harry's hand with both hands as the door behind him shut. "Such a privilege to meet you," gushed Cuff. "You're here for an interview, of course." "No," said Harry, channeling disapproving Snape. "I'm here to have a little quiet chat." "A chat," said Cuff, letting go his hand and backing away from Harry and bumping into his own desk. "Well, we do have so much. History," said Harry, letting some of his long-held irritation at the Daily Prophet out in his tone. Yes, well," started Cuff. "Oh, I'm quite prepared to let bygones be bygones," said Harry, and he smiled, which predictably had Cuff's eyes bugging out. "Look, my wife's not at all keen on publicity," said Harry, and his eyes noticed, for the first time, that several of the framed photos in the room were of Daphne Black, including the one from Paris of her in the tight black dress, which Harry didn't have a big copy of, so Cuff having a copy somehow made his skin itch. He took a long, deep breath and let it out. "So what I'd like," said Harry, "is for the Prophet to not come snooping around my house, not harass my wife, or," Harry hesitated, "her family. And in return, we get an interview," said Mr. Cuff. "In return, Mr. Cuff, even though we've got a lot of bad history, we can have a new start. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, I was in the Order of the Phoenix in the war with the minister. He did the oraring bit, I did the killing Dark Lords bit." "You're what we can print," said Cuff somewhat incoherently. "Oh, I wouldn't interfere with the free press," said Harry sarcastically. "I'd just give all my interviews to the Quibbler." "You can't," said Mr. Cuff angrily. "Oh, I think I could," interrupted Harry sharply. No snooping, no following me or my wife around, just basic decency, Mr. Cuff. Harry bit down on his own teeth and tried, futilely, to clear his mind. But regardless of his inability to occlude right now, the urge to lift his wand and curse Mr. Cuff with boils receded. I can't be held responsible for the action of freelance journalists, said Mr. Cuff. But you cannot buy their story, said Harry. That would do it. That would ruin us, exclaimed Mr. Cuff. He croaked, then said, that would be interfering with the free press. I'm not asking you to print nothing, said Harry. Just to exercise some common decency. I'm not a public figure, neither if my wife. In the unlikely event we were, for example, employed by the ministry in a public relations roles. But you're going to be an orer, aren't you? Said Mr. Cuff. You get one statement from me, Mr. Cuff, said Harry. I'm not seeking to become an orer. I have. He glanced over at the photo of Daphne Greengrass in an opera dress looking absolutely smashing. A lot on my hands. Hopefully at some point. We can quote you on that? Asked Cuff, turning his back on Harry, scrabbling for parchment and quill. He scribbled down what Harry had said. Surely the minister has asked you. Just after the war ended, and I was in no mood for more fighting then, said Harry. Cuff scribbled frantically, blotting his parchment and swearing. And now because, asked Cuff. Because, Harry paused, and wondered what the hell to say. Obviously, the first thing that came to mind, that if the ministry burnt down he'd take marshmallows, was utterly inappropriate. He fidgeted, and the signet ring on his finger bumped his other hand. He took a deep breath, and imagined for a second he was in some period drama on the telly. The very serious business of caring for the Black family estates is taking up all my time, he said. And on the spur of the moment added, and helping raise my godson, who is the heir to the Black family estate. Oh, really? Cuff looked over his shoulder. You've got a godson. His parents died in the war, Order of the Phoenix, said Harry. And he's a Black by blood, for people that care about that sort of old cobblers. Mr. Cuff turned and scribbled furiously, swore as his quill made a mess, grabbing the nearest parchment and flipping it over and writing hastily on the back. Cuff turned to face Harry, quill in hand. I can't say how grateful we are at the Prophet for this interview. This was not an interview. It was a statement, said Harry. Those are normally just a letter, said Mr. Cuff, because you came to see me. No reporters following us around, no snooping, and don't just buy that sort of shit from freelance reporters, interrupted Harry. Cuff nodded 3 times. Harry took several deep breaths and imagined what Mr. Malfoy might have said in his place. I'm so glad we had this little chat, said Harry, and he left the room, pulling his cloak up. By some absolute fluke, nobody stopped Harry all the way home. He ended up lying on his bed staring at photos of motorbikes, wondering how on earth he'd pulled that off. Well, the pictures were mostly motorbikes anyway, and Harry felt like he'd done a good thing and not cursed anyone or even left laxative chocolates lying around their office. And he immediately regretted that. Harry sighed. Once again, he hadn't really planned properly. A mixture of laxative chocolates and you-know-poo, that would have been brilliant. Still, you lived and learned. But he made big plans that afternoon, so he spent the weekend with Teddy, and Andromeda discussed Teddy's care with him while he held Teddy, a little person Harry was making a better life for. Are you busy during the week? Asked Andromeda. I'd like to get some work. I can look after Teddy, said Harry nervously, and he learned about changing nappies. The bubblehead charm came in handy. Oh God, the reek. Also, Teddy was so cute sleeping. When they got around to Saturday afternoon tea, Teddy had fallen asleep. Andromeda cast a charm over his crib and sat down on the high-backed chair. Sit, she said. Harry sat. He didn't have long to wonder what they were going to talk about. What on God's green earth were you thinking? An arranged marriage, she said rather coldly. I only found out once the contract had expired, said Harry. Found out. Narcissa Malfoy signed it, said Harry. Oh, of course she did, said Andromeda, rubbing the back of her neck. Have I ever said what a spoilt little twit she was? No, said Harry. She was all over sodding Lucy Malfoy at school, of course. Thought he was so dashing and clever, said Andromeda. So, she married for love? Asked Harry. Mr. Malfoy had never seemed very nice to him. She married to make sure she didn't have a child out of wedlock, said Andromeda sourly. Used to come to see me in dorms. Oh, Dromeda, I think I might accidentally be pregnant. Andromeda huffed, as if you can accidentally fall on a willy. Harry blinked. What did you do? He asked, feeling his face heating up. What I should have done is take her to the school nurse. What I did instead was go get the right potion from her, endured another speech about remembering to use the potion, and brought it back for the ungrateful little wretch. Why'd you do that? Asked Harry, not just take her. Pomfrey already knew I was in a relationship, so my little sister could keep her reputation, said Andromeda. Harry nodded, feeling that Andromeda might have been a bit too kind to her little sister. Course she was underage as well, and Poppy Pomfrey was a remarkably tolerant witch, but underage is still a criminal act for the boy, said Andromeda. She thought for a second. You're not taking advantage of your wife, are you? She asked. Harry was torn. He was deeply shocked and also wanted to know more, but also he wasn't taking advantage of Daphne. Dreaming about it, but not at all. No, I'm not, said Harry. Weren't you worried Lucius was taking advantage of Narcissa? My little sister was a witch of the Black family. She could take care of herself, said Andromeda. And Lucius knew that if Bella heard a complaint from Narcissa, he'd be dead. Dead? Asked Harry. That sounded drastic. He thought they were at Hogwarts at the time. Bellatrix was suspected of a few deaths by the time she was 18, said Andromeda, with a single shoulder shrug. Grandpapa made it all go away. Really? But she wasn't a Death Eater already, asked Harry. Took the mark at school, had Lestrange in bed before she was 16, and a week after she turned 17, our old piano tutor was found brutally murdered, said Andromeda, like she was talking about laundry. Piano tutor? Asked Harry. Mama expected us to have accomplishments that weren't just skill in dark arts, said Andromeda. Bella always hated piano lessons. Ruddy hell, said Harry. So, are you and your rather photogenic wife getting on all right? Asked Andromeda. Even for the Blacks, a marriage contract is a bit on the nose. It's not like we were short of money and needed to marry it. Daddy, on the other hand, had nothing but daughters. I did him a favor eloping, really. He didn't have to pay for a wedding. Said Harry. We've agreed on who decides what, and I gave her vault access for both the Blacks and Potters. Both? Asked Andromeda. You didn't have to do that. She needed money for wallpaper, said Harry weakly. Andromeda looked at him sideways. I talked to the Daily Prophet about reporters snooping around, said Harry. I hope Cuff will stick to the agreement. And what did you give him in return? A statement. Andromeda's lip twitched slightly. Quite, she said. By Sunday dinner time, Daphne was surprised to see Andromeda and Teddy at the dinner table. Harry made sure Teddy would be able to eat the fish pie by making it a bit bland, but eggy. Aunt Walburga would hardly recognize some of the house, said Andromeda charitably. Daphne waved her wand and moved her place setting to Harry's end and sat near to see Teddy. Harry seems to be quite fond of Teddy, said Andromeda. You two are having problems. We didn't expect the other, said Harry, preempting certain arguments. Daphne said, quite evenly, I was raised to expect a dynastic marriage, a contracted one as a worst case. Harry's not from our culture. We have differences of opinion. Which Harry thought was remarkably polite of her. Daphne says I'm the chap from the Warlock's hairy heart, said Harry. My relatives never loved me and resented me, and they shared that with me. Surely you've grown out of that, said Andromeda. The only love he's felt is for Teddy and his friends, said Daphne bluntly. So I said, spend more time with him, he's adorable, she observed, smiling at Teddy. Daphne looked quite pretty smiling, thought Harry, not that she ever smiled at him. A weapon no longer needed for a war that was over. I was brought up to do what you did, Daphne, but I ran away and married Ted. My parents would never have let him in the house, let alone marry me, said Andromeda, looking sad. Aunt Walburga was the one that put all the hutches up here. She didn't like having paintings on the wall in the dining room, apparently. What was here before that? Asked Harry, letting Teddy grab his finger with his tiny, chubby fist. Teddy seemed to like him, he supposed. I don't know. My father told that part of the story, but I never heard the rest, said Andromeda. It all happened before I was born. Orion married Walburga. She was a lot older and remade Grimmauld Place in her taste. Uncle Orion didn't seem to have any taste. He was stiff, bookish man who was always working on the accounts. Daphne smiled. Well, Harry had a bright idea, and now I can get them done in 2 hours a week. Harry glanced at Daphne's smile for a moment. It was like the sun on a cold day. I like Harry, but how can he change something that seemed to keep Uncle Orion busy all week into a 2-hour job? Asked Andromeda. Harry got me a muggle calculator, an older one made of clockwork. It can add up numbers, and that would be a small saving, but it can also multiply and divide. I do all the sums in nuts and divide out the galleons at the end, said Daphne, smiling. I hardly know myself. I made her take a weekend off, said Harry. She needed a break. She was getting bags under her eyes, but Harry knew you don't say that to girls. That was a quick trip to the Hogwarts infirmary, or as an adult, St. Mungo's, he supposed. Well, that's very enterprising, said Andromeda. It was my birthday present from Harry, said Daphne. And really, it's better than a book or chocolates. Harry tried to remember that, get her something practical, and if you can't think of anything, book or chocolates as a backup. Or Harry smiled faintly, a plan forming all three. You must show me this calculator later, said Andromeda. Could your father do with one? Oh, I hadn't thought of that, said Daphne. I've only had it a little while. They're not made anymore, interjected Harry. I found that one in an antique shop. Well, it would be a very thoughtful gift, Harry, for your father-in-law, said Andromeda. I'll make inquiries, said Harry. Maybe Christie's can help. The auction house, asked Andromeda. Daphne launched into a cheerful rendition of Harry selling coaches for tens of thousands of galleons. Harry wondered why she was so pleased. Less money worries, he supposed. They were just out the back, asked Andromeda. I didn't know we had a back. That set Harry to laughing. You tell the story of the back door, said Harry. I'm too. Sold by it, asked Daphne. By the end of the story, Harry had laughed, Daphne had laughed, and Andromeda wanted to see it for herself. To avoid upsetting Teddy with apparition, they walked. Oh, that's why the hutch was pulled out, said Andromeda, and the door was just here all along. The sludge wave was here once Harry broke the door, said Daphne. It was ever so smelly. Andromeda couldn't resist asking what was behind the warm and metal doors, respectively. Coal, she said. This really was a muggle house once. We're burning it now, said Daphne. Saves a bit of gold. And the boiler's magical, said Andromeda. Magical fire in a muggle boiler, said Harry. That Harry fixed, said Daphne. The hot water's actually hot now, and takes a lot less time to get hot. I insulated some pipes, said Harry awkwardly. And this passage was full of slime. Utterly awful, said Daphne. My sister and I were on the other side of the clear wall Harry made, all of us wearing bubblehead charms, and then the wave of filth knocked Harry off his feet. Why, though? Asked Andromeda. Harry opened the back door. These stairs go up to the back courtyard. There was no roof left, and it filled with rain, soot, leaves, and rotted the back door off. Harry replaced all of it and made the metal door at the top, said Daphne, and they went up to the top door, which Harry swung open. A metal door, asked Andromeda. Why has it got holes? Harry made it from the metal scraps in the courtyard. Bits were left over from the Muggle War. Harry cut it all up and made a door. Transfiguring steel is very difficult. I was always told it was nearly impossible, said Andromeda sotto voce, walking onto the path. So that's a coach house, the green door, she asked. Where Harry found 3 coaches, said Daphne. They were 3 different kinds, said Harry. Grass, said Teddy. Was this grassed? Asked Andromeda, looking around. Cursed and rubbish. Harry planted the roses here, said Daphne, and she inhaled, presumably the scent from the roses. Well, Neville Longbottom did the actual rose planting. I'm just looking after them, said Harry. What's in the coach house? Asked Andromeda. Large doors onto the back lane, said Harry. The building was charmed muggle repelling. Now the inner wall is, and the doors, so I can get deliveries. Like the back door and the roof for the stairs, said Daphne. Harry's rather handy, said Andromeda. If I need things done, I'll owl. Harry's been fixing our tenanted properties. I'm giving him a list of vacant ones. Maybe he can fix them. So he doesn't really do nothing, said Andromeda, looking at Grimmauld Place. It's clean. Broom while invisible, said Harry. Took a few hours. You reminded me, Harry. Thank you for cleaning the outside of the windows. All the rooms are a lot brighter, said Daphne. I don't understand how the inner bedrooms are ever expected to get light. Thought the fourth floor windows being clean light the stairwell much better. We always envied Sirius's room, said Andromeda. So light, and his bathroom has a window. He what? Said Daphne. Harry, we need to talk rooms. You've got the master bedroom, it's huge, said Harry. Did you ever tidy up those pictures? Asked Andromeda. Harry smiled. My room is completely suitable for polite company, he said. We're going to go see Harry's room, said Andromeda to Teddy. Flower, said Teddy, waving at a rose bush along the wall from Andromeda's arms. They went back down the stairs. So what do you keep in the coach house now? Asked Andromeda as they walked. Tools, paint. There's an old workbench, said Harry. It's my workshop, much less messy than doing things in the kitchen. Like tidal waves of rotting leaves, said Daphne. After 2 flights of stairs, they took a pause. Why are the doors all like this? Said Andromeda. I hadn't noticed as a child, but they stop, and there is always that weird wooden thing over the door. All the interior doors look like that. Harry walked over to the office door and tapped the wood with his wand. Finite, he said. The wooden panel fell off. There was a window under it. Transom windows, said Andromeda. Why would we have covered those over? So there's another wood panel stuck on the inside, asked Daphne. Harry opened the office door, and with a thud and a curse from Harry, the window showed light on both sides the door of the first time in a long time. You can see the light from the fireplace, said Andromeda. The nursery must be like this too. Well, with wood, it's more secure, said Harry, picking up the panel and trying to bend it. Charmed impervious. He said, thinking, the Blacks wanted every room to be a fortress, no matter how dark and dingy. Harry, dear, can you get all those down before looking at properties? Said Daphne. They'll transfigure into good picture frames, said Harry. You can do that after you've fixed some properties, said Daphne. They walked upstairs, Andromeda remarking, Daphne, you're quite the taskmaster. As if, said Daphne. Daffy, said Teddy. Daphne frowned but picked up the teddy she was handed by Harry. He's heavy, she observed. Harry picked up his pace and made sure that his room really was respectable, and the bathroom neat enough to pass inspection by Aunt Petunia before his wife and Aunt Andromeda arrived. You can see the lights of London, said Andromeda. It was like this when I was a little girl, but it's lighter now. More lights out there and clean windows, said Harry. Andromeda and Daphne inspected Harry's bathroom. Harry has flowers in his bathroom. Every room. 2 days, new flowers, said Daphne. Harry's ridiculous orchidaceous has some uses. Your bathroom is unfairly light. I'd lie in the bath and watch the lights. I do, said Harry. It's very nice, he added smugly. Sirius was like this, said Andromeda. We always got the blue bedroom on the 2nd floor. All 3 of you? Asked Harry. Aunt Walburga used to say it was a bigger room, so we could all fit, said Andromeda, looking sad. But thankfully, not like she was going to cry soon. Daphne turned and took Teddy to Harry's bedroom. Harry followed with Andromeda. Windows on 3 sides. You're swapping, said Daphne. There's not room for your bedroom parlor here, said Harry. Sloping walls. Has Harry shown you the secret doors? Asked Andromeda. What secret doors? Asked Harry. Andromeda pushed on a wall panel, and it swung open, revealing a triangular closet, useless at the top, deep at the bottom. Really, you don't need a wardrobe in this room. Sirius and Regulus used to keep their toys in these, and hide things they didn't want people finding in the ones behind the wardrobes. I thought you knew about them. We will explore them tomorrow after breakfast, said Daphne firmly. Well, I'd better take Air Black home. He's too tired, said Andromeda. I can carry him, said Daphne. I'll carry him, said Harry. I like carrying Teddy. When you can spare Harry, he can look after Teddy. He's changed nappies, so feeding's next, said Andromeda, as they traipsed down to the kitchen and watched Andromeda flew away. Harry, you're not looking in them, said Daphne. Yes, said Harry. Daphne followed Harry back upstairs, then quickly cast Pertificus Totalis. Harry fell, totally bound. Daphne levitated him onto his bed and removed his shoes, pulling the eiderdown over him. I know you now, you'd open them, find something dangerous and get injured while I'm sleeping. This way, I can be there to get you to St. Mungo's. This is totally unfair, said Harry, feeling humiliated, and unfairly picked on for being, well, himself. His life wasn't a succession of reckless, skin-of-his-teeth escapes from death. Oh, wait, it was. Well, Harry, said Daphne, leaning down and whispering in his ear. I'm going to go to bed, where I'll put on a scandalous nightgown and then I'm going to pleasure myself. Harry felt his brain was going to explode, and his cheeks were so red they felt like they were catching fire. Daphne stood up and laughed. Harry, you're such a prude. Women masturbate just as much as men, she said. Don't talk about it, said Harry vehemently. Oh, Merlin, you were raised by complete monsters. How have you not exploded? Asked Daphne, leaving. As she closed the door, she said, You're the most messed up man I've ever met. Well, if you thought your name was Freak till you were 5 and lived in a cupboard, you'd be no better, said Harry angrily. Daphne turned and stalked back into the room and with a flick canceled Harry's petrification. They what? She asked, staring intently. And her hands weren't white-knuckled, and her stance was decent, a bit amateurish. Hands on her hips, though. What the hell kind of dealing was that? I shouldn't have said Harry angrily. You're coming with me. We're off to St. Mungo's, said Daphne. It's late, said Harry. They're always open, said Daphne, and you need professional help. At those words, Harry grew furious. Because I'm mad. I don't do what you like, so now you'll get me locked up for being mad, is that it? His chest filled with heat like he'd just swallowed far too much hot tea. No, you're upset and need a professional to talk to. They can take your statement, and then your awful relatives can be prosecuted for child abuse, said Daphne. She lifted her chin slightly. Prosecute my relatives? Asked Harry. Can that be a thing? You're the most famous wizard in England. Of course it can, said Daphne. Harry was a bit stunned at her sensible statement. She was quite sensible often, though. It was hard to remember, what with looking at her bum and her pretty face. Harry flew to St. Mungo's, and after the welcome witch saw Harry, they got a clipboard filled in for them, and Harry and Daphne were taken to a private room, where a middle-aged male healer in green robes turned up and closed the door. What seems to be the problem? Said the healer. Daphne explained that Harry's family had been abusive. Harry explained that he had deserved some of it for being difficult. The healer asked Daphne to step outside. Once Daphne had left, the healer said, Now, Mr. Potter, what's going on? We were arguing and Daphne mentioned things, and I lived in a cupboard and was called Freak until I was 5. Why 5? Asked the healer. Then I went to Muggle school, and the school called me Harry Potter, said Harry. The healer went white. Mr. Potter, do you have angry bouts? Less since I don't have a bit of Voldemort's soul stuck in me, said Harry dismissively. You what? It's classified, said Harry. The minister knows. I'm going to get you some potions, said the healer. Which will taste awful, said Harry. Indeed, and the one I'm thinking of you'll have a vision. At the end of it you'll feel better, said the healer. But you'll need to stay overnight. Well, then my wife can go home and act like a dirty beast, said Harry. She what? asked the healer, surprised. Does things, said Harry, and said I was raised oddly because I don't. Or went to the loo. I never went once in 6 years at Hogwarts, which was a little odd, but I guess it's a magical school, even if the loos have quite ordinary plumbing. You've never pleasured yourself, said the healer, casting a charm on Harry. I'm not talking about that, said Harry. Wet dreams were not his fault. The healer nodded and left the room, returning with a fizzing cup of purple potion. Drink this. Your vision will start pretty soon afterwards, they said. Harry drank it and it tasted of strawberries. Then his head felt so heavy. He was in a floaty place and someone had made his arms all jelly, probably Lockhart. Harry giggled. A lot later, his back felt like he was lying down, and he didn't remember any time until he woke up, in a hospital bed in a private room. Harry found his glasses and put them on. The room had a bunch of grapes on a dish, and Harry was wearing pajamas. He remembered drinking a potion, then feeling floaty. He felt oddly like he was right where he was lying, which was a silly thought, because of course he was. A lot later, maybe, a healer came in and gave him a goblet of water to drink and told him he'd been diagnosed with a rare organ injury, probably from his exposure to torture curses, and would have to stay in the hospital bed for a day or two. Oh, said Harry, I was feeling okay but just annoyed about things. Your wife finished your statement, and while you were taking the first potion, we checked your bones. You've had all your arm regrown, said the healer. Gilderoy Lockhart vanished all my arm bones trying to fix a broken bone, said Harry. He used memory charms on people. He's a danger to society. Mr. Lockhart can't remember his own name, let alone memory charm anyone anymore, said the healer. We will put that on your file, though. Thanks, said Harry, eating a grape. The healer left and a bit later came back with more purple potion, which tasted awful. The last cup tasted of strawberries, said Harry, as his eyes rolled into his head. Harry's arms and legs were rubber, and he was floating about like the giant squid. Weird things flew past like a nightmare Quidditch game. =0 equals. Harry sat up in bed. He felt very bored, and where there was usually restless energy, the desire to do something, Harry wanted to go home and have a bloody good sleep. It was odd. He suspected he'd been in bed overnight, and still he wanted to sleep. Hey, Harry called out. I'd like to go home, please. I'm fed up with this. A young blonde male healer with a lined face arrived and asked, oddly, what exactly are you fed up with? Taking a purple potion and having weird dreams, said Harry, wondering if the healer needed a sleep as much as he did. Are you sure you wouldn't like some more? They asked. Quite, said Harry. I'd like my clothes and to go home and have a sleep in my own bed. The healer nodded and made some notes on a parchment, then jabbed Harry in his right arm with the quill. Ow, said Harry. Would you not do that? He said. It's bloody rude. Checking your reflexes, said the healer. Could you get me to sit up and tap my knee with a rubber hammer? Asked Harry. Jabbing me with a quill, it's a bit poor. How do you feel about being locked in a cupboard till you were 5 and called freak? Asked the healer. What a stupid question, said Harry. I didn't like it and I'd rather not talk about it. Well, just one more thing. If you sign here, we'll forward a complaint to the DMLE about your terrible upbringing, and the hit wizards can bring your relatives in for a fair trial, said the healer. And if I don't sign? Asked Harry. Word will leak of your terrible upbringing, and an angry mob will find them instead, said the healer politely. I'm torn, admitted Harry. But really, a fair trial, followed by a nice cozy cell at Azkaban sounds about right. Oh no, we'll get them tried in a muggle court. Not one of ours. They'd go to a perfectly muggle prison. Though child abuse cases do get put in with the rapists, so they other inmates don't beat them up, said the healer. Harry took the proffered quill and signed. On his arm were a row of slowly healing small bruises, like he'd been jabbed with a quill over and over again. Harry wondered about that, but instead asked, my clothes. Are in the cupboard by your bed, Mr. Potter, said the healer and left. Harry got out of bed, felt woozy and clutched the bed's raised side rails to stay upright. The cupboard held shoes. His silly pointy shoes, underwear he never remembered buying, boxers with silly pink hearts on it, and a t-shirt he recognized. His I defeated the Dark Lord and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. Shirt. He pulled it on. There were a pair of dark trousers, so he put them on, and a robe, a silly half-robe. He put it on. The t-shirt was still quite readable. He slid the shoes on and looked in the mirror on the wall. He looked a bit tired, really. He did want a nap, but not here, with the weird potions, weirder dreams, and oddball healers. He'd go home where the only oddball was his wife, who apparently liked too. Harry suddenly imagined what that might look like. His trousers were too tight now. Better have a cold shower when he got home, and some calming draft, or I'll have a heart attack. Harry sat on the bed and waited. Time passed, and Harry's knee jiggled. The door opened, and Andromeda came in dark robes. "You're well enough to go home?" she asked quietly. "I want to go home, have a shower, and sleep in my own bed," said Harry. "This place is too strange." "Indeed," said Andromeda, opening the door wider. "Need a hand walking." Harry took a few steps. "I'm fine, just a bit stiff," he thought, from a few days in a hospital bed. "Well, you've been here a week. They said you'll need help fluing," said Andromeda. "A whole week," said Harry. "I was supposed to." "Look in the hidden cupboards," said Andromeda. "Daphne has, as far as I know, not opened them, though she did unstick all the wood panels on the transom windows. The nursery isn't a black pit. I might come visit." "No, I won't." "Why not?" asked Harry as they walked towards a sign saying exit. "I like my house, and you two need time to argue without keeping me awake," said Andromeda. "More importantly, Teddy's nearly sleeping nights properly. I'm not risking that." "Oh," said Harry, "you can borrow Creature." "I've seen that elf with bobbies," said Andromeda as they stepped into the flue. "Number 12, Grimmauld Place," said Andromeda, holding Harry firmly. They stepped out into the kitchen, and Andromeda banished the soot. "That elf either is too strict or just plain creepy with bobbies." "Can you manage the stairs?" asked Andromeda. "I'm not apparating you side along." "We'll go slowly," said Harry. He did. He lay back on his bed, kicked off his shoes, and relaxed. "Ah," he said. Daphne arrived and asked, "When are we going to look?" "Harry wants a nap," said Andromeda. "After that, you might have an adventure." Where two British magicals get together by accident. The course of true love never did run smooth. The course of this story is once again more like a pinball on an improbable journey. By an orc, the Harry Potter Wizarding World setting and characters by J.K. Rowling, with no intent to profit from this work. Chapter 6. Harry woke up in his own bed. In clothes but warm, the eiderdown was over him. Harry got up and went to the bathroom. There was a suspicious half-empty bottle of bubble bath he'd never seen before on the windowsill. Harry had a good sit, showered, and cleaned his teeth. He could probably eat something, he thought. The sun was coming up, and he walked downstairs to breakfast. Daphne was eating and reading letters. "Morning," Harry said. "Oh, you're up," said Daphne. "Any chance of exploring after breakfast?" She didn't mention the hospital at all. "In clothes," said Harry. "We don't mind getting dirty," finished Daphne. "And muggle, because at home between meals," said Harry. "Can Astoria come? She's bored," asked Daphne. "Sure," said Harry. "She'll need a calculator, too." "Your problem, not mine," said Daphne, making notes in a book from the letters. Harry found poached eggs and little bacon. "There's not much bacon," he observed. "There was earlier," said Daphne, and she had a tiny smile. "It's good to be home," said Harry. He thought simple problems, no weird healers. And she didn't mention it at all. It's like she obviously knows, but we're not talking about it. We've got a we're not talking about it now. It wasn't till many months later that Harry realized that they also had a we now, even if it was mostly dealing with household disasters. Harry, back in his bedroom, got out of his robe and pulled on an older jersey. He looked around the room and started to see where the hidden cupboards were. He picked his wand off the bedside table and levitated the desk away from the wall awkwardly. His magic wasn't doing what he wanted. He settled for pulling the wardrobe away from the wall by hand. The bed was too heavy to shift, so he sat down and made a list. Cupboards, check transom windows, get list of untenanted properties. Harry thought about that. Should he fix the least awful property first, or the most expensive one? Should he do urgent repairs to any that needed it? That sounded better. Daphne and Astoria's voices preceded them up the stairwell. "So Teddy's just the dearest little man," said Daphne's voice echoing up the stairwell. She likes kids, thought Harry, and he suddenly imagined Daphne holding a little mini Daphne, smiling up at her and him, Daphne smiling like some church painting. His stomach felt funny. That was probably the potions. "Did all the door windows have those bits of wood?" asked Astoria. "The rooms aren't dark now." "The blacks were weird," said Daphne. Harry stood up and turned. Daphne was wearing jeans and a t-shirt. It read, "My husband killed the Dark Lord and all I got was this lousy t-shirt." But more importantly, it was tightish and revealed the shape of Daphne's boobs. Bloody hell. She was as bulgy as the girls in that magazine of Sirius that was in the bedside table, and the jeans showed off her waist. She had no business being that sexy. Almost as bad as the wedding dress, and she was in trainers. She nodded, like the shirt. "It has its good points," said Harry honestly. The Church of Daphne Greengrass the Sexy, membership one, had a moment of silent prayer. Hallelujah. Astoria was wearing a jersey, jeans, and trainers. "These are my sludge disaster memorial clothes," said Astoria, "so I'm not too worried. And Daphne's decided you needed a couple of points to cheer you up." Astoria looked okay, he supposed. Like Hermione, only miles taller with better hair. "A box and tongs or maybe gloves," said Harry, not staring at Daphne's breasts, not starring. "I saw some gloves in Regulus's cupboard," said Daphne, turning and walking off. Bloody hell, the arse on her. Harry stared. God was so on a roll that day, he thought. Rainbows, unicorns, flowers, and Daphne Greengrass. Not Fleur de Lacquer's arse amazing, but also always human. Harry yelled, "Bring a cupboard drawer." Daphne yelled back, "No," and tapped the wood over the door with her wand. It fell off with a thud, revealing a cracked window pane. Sirius was a moody teenager, observed Harry. "Takes one to know one," said Daphne dryly, and she transfigured the square of thin wood into a wooden box with wooden handles. "The box is for awful things," said Harry. Daphne tapped the outer wood panel, and it fell off. Harry walked over and tapped the window, Glasius Reparo, and the glass made a cracking sound and wasn't cracked anymore, but the sound had put his teeth on edge. "He's actually good at that," said Astoria. "You doubt me?" asked Harry, slowly turning the other sheet of wood into a wooden box with a hinged lid. It took ages and kept wanting to turn into a chicken. His magic really was playing up. "You could sell those," said Astoria. Harry pushed on the most obvious panel between the end windows, which Andromeda had already opened, and it swung open. Harry pointed his wand and cast Finite. The middle shelves changed to have terrible stains. Daphne looked closer, booze or ink, she wondered aloud. Harry really exerted himself with a transfiguration into a shelf, and the shelf was unmarked. "Partial transfiguration. Neat work," said Astoria. "And no sludge," said Daphne, pushing on the panel by the side window till it opened into a large, dusty corner space. She lit her wand. "Something in here," she said. "There are shelves and something's jammed around the corner." Harry conjured long metal tongs and handed them to Daphne, who pulled out cloth. Unwrapped, it was a pair of short trousers for a small child. "Pantaloons," said Astoria. "No wonder he lost them." Astoria squeezed in behind Harry's bed and opened the other side panel, the pair of the one Daphne had opened. The panel creaked a bit, and she had to pull it hard to open the panel. She lit her wand. "Stuff," she said. "Put a box on the bed." Harry picked up Daphne's box and put it on the bed. Astoria carefully put a jar in the box, looks like, some sort of stupid prank stuff. She got out another jar, and then asked for tongs. She picked up a dusty necklace and dropped it in the box. With more light, Harry thought it might be amber. "Toy soldiers," she said, and using the tongs, transferred a small company of lead soldiers. Harry opened the panel nearest the doorway. It held shoes. Unfashionable shoes. Harry put them in the other box. "Daphne, you get the one behind the wardrobe," said Harry. Daphne pushed the panel open, and it swung silently open. "Oh," said Daphne, "typical get the rubbish bin." She sounded peeved by what she'd just seen. Harry brought the bin over. Daphne summoned the tongs and picked up one at a time, a pile of dog-eared magazines, and put them in the bin. Astoria came over. "What are they?" she asked. "Pornography," said Daphne, fishing out an even more dog-eared magazine, which she dropped on top and motorbikes. "He had his hobbies," said Harry. Daphne bent over and looked on the lower shelves. Harry felt extremely pleased about jeans on his wife. Then Daphne knelt down and Harry felt the urge to get himself painfully hexed. The view was so stimulating. To touch that, stinging hexes would be a fair trade, even if his face took a day to go down. Harry kept his hands to himself. Daphne pulled out a small pasteboard box and opened it. "Arsehole," she said, looking in. "What's in it?" asked Astoria as Daphne flicked the lid shut. "Knickers," said Daphne. "That box is getting burned." She levitated it into the open-topped box. She scour-jiffed the compartment, and Harry went and cleaned out the shoe cupboard too, trying not to think about her bum or her knickers, which was hard. By the time he was done, she'd done the easily accessible corner cupboard and closed 2 of them back up. "Can one of you put the furniture back? My magic is a bit wonky," said Harry. Daphne put the bed back, then the wardrobe slightly shakily, then the desk. "Done," she said. "Regulus's will be much less awful." Harry got the panels down. Regulus hadn't broken the transom window. He transfigured up 2 lidded boxes. They had chickens carved on them. Harry sighed. Better than conjuring wooden chickens. "You can transfigure okay?" asked Astoria. "My levitation's all wibbly," said Harry. "Might be the potions." "They did say no apparition. Some problems for a few more days," said Daphne offhandedly. "Well, at least I've had some treatment," said Harry lightly. He glanced at his wife that didn't talk about things he didn't want to talk about. And she was beautiful, well, in a horse-faced way. Daphne moved the furniture. She did one piece at a time, and the wardrobe bobbed a bit. "You need more practice on big objects," said Harry, going back to get the tongs, and clumsily duplicated the porn and put the duplicates in the bin and the porn in his bedside drawer. "I need that," he thought to himself. "After today's t-shirt, I've earned it. If only I had a photo of that, but if I was going to wish for a photo, I might as well wish for one of her kneeling." Harry cleared his mind with occlumency and adjusted his pants. Harry decided he needed to get a grip, just not today. "Getting the tongs," said Harry loudly, returning. Daphne had put the gloves on. "Regulus was the good son," said Harry. "And a Slytherin in a house of Slytherins," said Daphne. "Can you detect curses today?" "You do it with Astoria. I'll do the picking up things," said Harry. Regulus had stored books by the door. Daphne dispelled charms on them, and Harry looked extra textbooks, swotty chap. Harry flicked through the pages. Some of the books were fairly dark magic by the looks of it. The bottom shelf held boxes, presents Regulus hadn't liked by the look of it. A toy dog, a music box, a wooden puzzle, a ball. "He did not throw those gifts away," said Harry. "He just never used them." The hidden shelf behind the desk held a strange ink bottle, a bottle that looked like fire whiskey, and a bottle that Harry recognized all too well as hangover cure. "Not so good as all that," said Harry. "Do either of you recognize the ink?" "Some sort of secret ink or maybe cursed," said Daphne. "Looks like top-shelf stuff from Scriven Shafts." The cupboard behind the bed Harry saw a small wooden box. Daphne floated it out and magically opened it. There were photos and letters. Daphne checked for curses and looked at one. She put it down quickly. "It's from his parents, mostly about Sirius. They were happy Regulus was in Slytherin." "Oh," said Harry, "family history and letters. Photos." Daphne looked at one. "Some Slytherins." She rummaged and found a much older photo. "Oh, Regulus and Sirius." "That's for the wall," said Harry. "We'll get what blacks we can for the drawing room. Photos don't talk." Astoria pulled open the secret door behind the wardrobe. "Oh no," she said hollowly and turned, looking pale. Daphne came over. Harry, you need to bring a box and tongs, she said in a very quavery voice. Harry dragged a box closer and went, and by the light of Daphne's wand, a black robe hung. A very familiar style of black robe, Death Eater robe. This is burnt today, said Harry and dropped it in the box. It smelt of smoke already. Behind it, on a shelf, bone white, was a decorated face mask. Harry picked it up with tongs and dropped it into the box. He should, he thought, have expected that. The last cupboard Harry pulled open. Daphne stood behind him, lighting the way as he held tongs. It was empty. Harry pointed and Daphne cast a finite into the cupboard. In the far corner was revealed a dusty small wooden box. Harry pulled it out with tongs and flicked the lid open. More letters, but written in a larger, childish hand. Harry cast a finite on them and picked one up. Dear Regulus, you are so handsome. Will you dance with me at the Yule Ball? The letter burbled on. Love Esmeralda XO. It's a love letter, said Harry, to Regulus from someone Esmeralda. Astoria plucked a photo out and turned it over. A pig-tailed girl, maybe 12, smiled and waved in a cloak and mittens. Some girl liked Regulus, said Astoria. She dug through the box and sorted the photos like playing cards. Oh my, she said. She kept liking Regulus. She must be 17 in this. She showed Harry a photo of a girl with long, dark hair, the same girl but much older, blowing a kiss in Hogwarts robes. Harry wondered about the picture. What house is she in? He asked. Astoria looked closely at the kiss-blowing girl. Slytherin, said Astoria. She's got a snake brooch. So why abandon the box? Why hide it? Asked Harry. Daphne took the letters and skimmed through the pile for the newest one. Oh, she said. How sad. Did she die? Asked Harry. Worse, married an Avery, said Daphne. That would make her a grown-up, about 30, married to an Avery, said Harry. There. Avery, the one that married her. He was a Death Eater and a disloyal one, said Harry. Regulus Black was loyal to evil, said Daphne. Not exactly, said Harry. He actually betrayed you-know-who and helped defeat him. So he was a Death Eater who changed his mind, said Astoria. Decided what he was doing was too evil, glossed Harry. Shame about Esmeralda marrying Avery. If Regulus had lived instead of dying, they could be my slightly evil uncle and my soppy aunt. You really are a romantic, Potter, said Daphne, though it is tragic. Do we burn it? Asked Harry. She had sounded a bit sarcastic. Find out if she's still alive, and Avery's dead and return them, said Astoria. So she can sob over her lost love, said Daphne. Seems cruel. So she can burn them, said Astoria. And maybe Harry can tell her a bit more about old Uncle Regulus. If I do, she'd have keep it secret, said Harry. Don't want the House of Black outed as having nice tendencies, asked Astoria. Apart from being a Death Eater, this room was a lot less surprising than expected, said Daphne. Harry opened the bedside drawer. There was a book. Harry flicked through it. Words, poetry. Harry read a little. It was, well, there's no way this kind of poetry would have been taught at school. It was clearly about shagging and stuff. Harry, red-faced, dropped the book on the bed and went to look out the window. Daphne, behind Harry, exclaimed, Oh my, this is very purple stuff. Astoria interrupted, and Harry, looking out the front of the house, can hear the sound of page turnings and muted exclamations. Talk about the quiet ones, said Astoria. This is very racy. The book shut with a snap, and Daphne said, You can stop looking out the window, Harry. Regulus's pornographic poetry won't bite. Harry could not see the book, so he assumed it must have been back in the drawer. =0 equals. Harry woke up from a fantastic dream involving Daphne naked, on her hands and knees on the floor, to having sticky pajama pants. He scourgifted himself and went back to sleep, wondering where you got a pensive. So then he woke up almost in time for breakfast with sticky pants, to the memory of the sight of the boobs in the t-shirt. If he had a photo of them, he thought, he might attempt beastliness on himself. He had a shower and went to breakfast in robes, not blushing at his wife, who was in robes and therefore not outrageously sexy. It was a helpful relief. Harry's fixed an unoccupied black-owned house over the next 2 weeks. It was mostly dirt, and overpowered cleaning charms are Harry's thing these days. Going and looking after Teddy was taking a back burner to securing Teddy's future, thought Harry. He had Muggle Post in his Poe box. Christie's have a line on a collector of mechanical calculators. They'd like a finder's fee before they tell him contact details. They suggested £400. The next building to fix was a 3-story apartment building off Diagon Alley, i.e. in the near bit of Nocturne Alley. It needed doors, they're all kicked in and are missing. Harry loved that Muggle-made doors can be shrunk and finite and don't fall apart. Harry put up repelling charms and buys doors the right size from a custom door company. They're made of steel. Harry enjoyed screwing the hinges into the frames. These doors wouldn't break easily. A combat spell will wreck them, but it didn't matter. Once there were doors, he layered up protection charms on them. The charms would stop a few piercing hexes. A week of childcare with Teddy was quite nice, thought Harry. Thought the smell of nappies is a bit much. Harry flicked those Sirius's porn collection and took himself in hand. It's fantastic. No wonder Seamus used to brag about it. Some of the loose women in there are as curvy as Daphne, and a few are just ridiculously huge-breasted and really saggy. His tastes, he decides, run to more hourglass-shaped than sporty. Now he's seen an actual live human woman in a tight t-shirt. Oh my. The wet dreams still woke him up. At least, actually, he hadn't had a nightmare about Privet Drive or the war in ages. Not since the hospital. Even thinking about Sirius left Harry just missing Sirius, but sure that his speech at his wedding was true. Sirius would say there was no way Harry was getting a girl that's smart, pretty, or well brought up. Mostly because he might be an oik. Technically, he's not getting the girl, but one day they will, once the business is stable. Harry actually read Hermione's book on basic business finance, possibly motivated by the urge to shag Daphne once the business was stable. He sent Salazar the next day with a block of chocolate and a quick thank-you letter. Over lunch, Harry asked some simple questions about the business side of things and got short, simple answers. That he even understood. Harry concluded he needed to fix more buildings. Income needs to be bigger. The plumber had finally come and replaced the taps. They worked. It was pleasantly boring. The new wallpaper in the front hall, broad vertical green stripes on cream, is better than the old stuff. Daphne started making oblique remarks about towels. A week later, the gray, scratchy thing Harry's been using as a towel was gone, and there was a soft towel. If this is success, it's nice. Teddy was starting to expect Harry, who he calls Howie. Harry's got a warm feeling in his chest just thinking about it. Andromeda's got a job, part-time with a firm she used to work for, as a general charms witch. Harry's decided she only gets avocado salad when the avocados are under £1 each. He can be responsible with money. Also, tomatoes are miles cheaper, even counting the cost of all the fresh herbs. =0 equals. It was mid-July, before Daphne raised the subject of Harry's birthday party over breakfast. Teddy and Andromeda, said Harry. I'd like for my friends to come too, he said boldly. Not your ex or her mother, said Daphne. What's wrong with Mrs. Weasley, said Harry. She was like a mum to me. She decided you are going to be her son-in-law, and she's a bloody dangerous duelist. She killed Bellatrix Lestrange, said Daphne. Harry went to disagree, but it was true. I'll owl her, said Harry, deciding to be tactful. Oh, and that white owl's really vicious, said Daphne. Every time I send mail, it tries to bite me. Bribe it with bacon, explained Harry. What? Said Daphne. It's hard enough to get bacon competing with you, let alone the damn owl. Who buys snowy owls anyway? I missed Hedwig, my old Snowy, said Harry. What happened to her? Said Daphne. She was the only one at Hogwarts, wasn't she? We were flying away my aunt's house when she got hit by a killing curse fired by the Death Eaters following us, said Harry, sighing. Poor beautiful Hedwig. Could you explain that? Asked Daphne, and Harry told her the story of the 7 Potters. And just sneaking off under your invisibility cloak was too hard. asked Daphne. It wasn't my plan, said Harry, and my firebolt got lost in the muddle. Daphne looked peeved. It had been a very expensive broom. Harry sighed. He did miss the damn thing. Harry flew to the burrow. Mrs. Weasley, who's always been so nice, was snappy with Harry. Dumping poor Ginny like that, because she's not good enough for you, she said. Harry explained, with interruptions, that he was married off by Aunt Narcissa. You poor boy, said Mrs. Weasley, finally. Harry was actually feeling quite irritated by that point. So what I wanted to do was invite you and Mr. Weasley, and Ron and George and Bill and Fleur, to my birthday at Grimmauld Place. But not Ginny, said Mrs. Weasley, her mouth a tight line. My wife is not comfortable with that, said Harry. Surely you can get divorced or something, said Mrs. Weasley. Kingsley can help, surely. I've already had favors from Kingsley, and without Daphne's help, Teddy's inheritance would be a smelly house and a few galleons. Her help? She was brought up learning how to run the business of a house at a profit, said Harry. I can hardly do anything without blowing a hole in our budget. Mrs. Weasley looked uncomfortable. But you're rich, she said. The income the Black family gets is from rents mostly, and the houses were all nearly derelict, said Harry. You could have got a job, said Mrs. Weasley. A good ministry job. Just fixing the taps in the house cost 50 galleons, said Harry. If I got a job, I couldn't fix the other houses, then the tenants would all stop paying rent, then Teddy would inherit a bunch of broken-down buildings. You could get a builder, said Mrs. Weasley. They're so expensive. I won't put the rents up, that's not fair, so I fix things instead, said Harry. Arthur said you needed help with some doors, said Mrs. Weasley. I paid attention, and I put 8 new doors into a building, said Harry. That's a bit wasteful, using new doors, said Mrs. Weasley. All the old ones were kicked and hexed in, said Harry. What kind of family kicks in their doors, said Mrs. Weasley. That's disgraceful. I think it was Death Eaters and Snatchers, said Harry. It's an apartment building in Nocturne. The rental houses the Black family own are much smaller and humbler than the borough. Well, except for the Château in France overrun by squatters, the townhouse in Bath is not technically a rental, and is cursed so people can't live there. And the manor house in the country appeared to have fallen over because Voldemort's troops raided the cemetery for bodies to make into inferi, and didn't fill in the holes. Daphne had gone off and drunk a potion to forget about the big manor house after telling him. I would only grind my teeth, she'd said. Harry felt that she was overreacting, but then again, she was a girl. You wouldn't need all that money if that fancy wife of yours wasn't swanning around in expensive clothes. They went to Paris, said Mrs. Weasley. Daphne works very hard. I had to really insist to get her to not work 7 days a week, said Harry. And the thing about the manor house had left her furious, till the potion had wiped that memory. Well, cooking and cleaning is an all-week job, said Mrs. Weasley. A job she'd somehow convinced Creature to do by talking to him, though the way her family treated their house elf was more like Daphne's other mother, the one that's not a sexy middle-aged foreign witch. She goes and meets all the tenants and sorts out what needs fixed, so I can do it, then does all the bookkeeping. Sirius's father used to spend all week just doing accounts. Daphne's faster, but that's because most of the family business have failed. It doesn't take that long to add up some sickles, said Mrs. Weasley, crossing her arms crossly. People pay in nuts and sickles. One place is a shop. They pay in galleons, but only monthly, and the Flu Network bills come weekly, said Harry. It's terribly complicated, and some of the really old tenancy agreements let the tenant pay whenever they feel like it. When they feel like it, said Mrs. Weasley. That's absurd, they'd never pay. That's what I said, but they have to pay a certain amount per year, and a smaller amount per month. Just checking that family is paying right takes ages, because they make it intentionally hard to work out. One of the tenants is allowed to pay in corn, and apparently that means wheat. Well, you should change the agreement to one that's more simple, said Mrs. Weasley stoutly. That's illegal, apparently. The lawyer charged us 50 galleons to find that out, said Harry. Daphne asked me to not have any more helpful ideas after that, he added, feeling stupid. 50 galleons, said Mrs. Weasley indignantly. That's daylight robbery, Harry mentally agreed, but Mr. Davis had looked at Harry very oddly the whole time, like he thought Harry was a bad person or something, which was very odd, given that according to some checking Ron had done, he was married to a Muggle-born and had barely escaped the camps during the war. Tracy Davis wouldn't have complained to her dad that he was being awful to Daphne, would he? He was being respectable, after all. And it probably wasn't controlling the supply of avocado salad. She could not be that petty. Could she? Harry took a deep breath and said, "So anyway, would you and Arthur come to my birthday? Just you'll have to not try to tell Daphne what to do. It's her house, and Andromeda's the senior woman in the Black family, so you really need to not tell them what to do at Grimmauld Place." "You're probably not even cleaning it properly," huffed Mrs. Weasley. "It's a lot cleaner than it's ever been, and nowhere near as gloomy," said Harry. "And we found what was making the whole place smell of rot and fixed it." "You probably spent too much money on that," said Mrs. Weasley. "I fixed that myself," said Harry, feeling defensive. "The door Mr. Weasley, Arthur helped with as our back door." "You don't have a back door," said Mrs. Weasley. "My mother-in-law worked out it had to be there, and my wife found it," said Harry. "It's where the smell was coming from." "I'll talk to Arthur," said Mrs. Weasley. Harry flew home. That had been much harder than Harry expected. It was like Mrs. Weasley didn't understand anything about his life, the business, or anything. Daphne, on the other hand, was agitated. "We're making money from every property we own," she said, sounding a bit annoyed. "Nobody's withholding rent." Harry was not entirely sure why she was agitated. If he didn't know better, he'd think things going well made her annoyed. But she's not mental. A bit nervy, but not mental. "That's good, right?" said Harry, taking the week's repair list and mentally splitting it between spells, Muggle bits, and awkwardly expensive magical tradeswizards. Daphne did one of her explain the business talks to Harry, then got to the last bit. "The investments we have are doing poorly," said Daphne. "But it's not our fault, and we can't change it, and this money keeps turning up in the Potter account every month, and it changes." "How much?" Harry asks. "Around 100 galleons, but hardly any in September's," she said. "The goblins say it's labeled as for a Mr. S. Farter." "Silent Farter," said Harry. "It's my share of profits from Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. I gave them the seed funding. I'm a silent partner, but George likes toilet humor." "They make hundreds a month," said Daphne. "A joke shop makes 1,200 a year." "It's probably making 3,000 a year. I get a third," said Harry. "Why a third?" asked Daphne politely. "I beat them down from half," said Harry. "Then Fred died in the war, his siblings got a split of the share." "They're good at business?" asked Daphne incredulously. "The twins were, now just George." "Potter makes as much as Black used to, from you making one investment," said Daphne. "You're so lucky it's irritating." "What's the bottom line for Black?" said Harry, not telling Daphne he put in 1,000 and made it back every year and more. It was at least partly luck. Well, a bit luck. Some anyway. When you knew the twins were slightly deranged geniuses, it was a pretty good bet that they'd make money from their business. 4,000 galleons a year, said Daphne, and another 1,200 into Potter. "Is this a lot?" asked Harry. "Ministry mid-level jobs pay 300 a year," said Daphne. "So, like, 15 times what Mr. Weasley makes, and he had 7 children. "And we have a few 100,000 for a rainy day," said Harry. "Are we financially stable?" "Mostly," said Daphne. "Mostly because you've cut costs by fixing everything." She looked at him with narrowed eyes. "And I killed Voldemort," quipped Harry to lighten the mood. "People liked that t-shirt," conceded Daphne. "I was thinking, Weasleys can get some made. Harry Potter killed Voldemort and all I got was this lousy t-shirt," said Harry. "You, of all people, making money from your utterly enormous fame?" asked Daphne, looking an unusual combination of interested and amused. One Harry decided he liked. Must make more clever, funny jokes. "We can donate half to St. Mungo's. and put it on the shirt in small print, said Harry. You really should have been in Slytherin, said Daphne, shaking her head. Harry thought about his birthday some more. He's having a party, Daphne said so. Harry wrote some invite letters and went to the kitchen to get Salazar, to get jumped by Creature, who took Harry's letters. Mistress says Master's letters must be rewritten, said the elf, who trotted off upstairs. Harry followed, arriving in the office, where Daphne was looking at Harry's missives. Honestly, Harry, how is anyone supposed to read these? She said, and took out parchment and rewrote his invites in green ink. She wrote a bit more and handed the letter she'd just written to Harry. Harry read the letter. It was the same, admittedly very neat, and Daphne had put, "My husband invites you," on the front and on the bottom, said starting at 10, for morning tea, and put in that they had plenty of bedrooms if anyone felt too tired to go home, and finally asked that everyone please not pick fights on Harry's birthday and PP Daphne Black, whatever that meant. Her handwriting was rather neat. Harry bit his lip. "It's good, I suppose," he said. Daphne dashed off 2 more letters, with much the same changes, except for Hermione. She insisted Hermione stay overnight, so they could catch up. It was a Saturday, after all. "Have you sent George Weasley an invite?" asked Daphne. Not yet," said Harry. Daphne wrote a letter without a personal bit from Harry, but as Harry read it, much more insistent that George come visit beforehand if possible, understanding that his business was heavier on Saturday. "Why do you want George to visit?" asked Harry. "Because he's a business partner and evidently quite good at it," said Daphne. "I'd like to get to know him, and maybe he needs a calculator." "What he needs is a cash register," said Harry. That meant explaining what one was. At least she'd seen one at Harrod's, sort of anyway. "Where would anyone get one that worked in galleons, sickles, and nuts?" asked Daphne. "Well, the Muggles used to use 3 moneys like us, just different numbers of each," said Harry, having an idea. That old one had done 3 moneys too. The second place Harry telephoned from the phone box in Charing Cross Road had an old cash register for a reasonable price. Harry took it to the Burrow after dinner. Mr. Weasley was fascinated and went with it to the shed. Harry followed, and within 10 minutes it was opened up, and Mr. Weasley was playing with some of its gears. He started really tinkering using spells, and Harry was fascinated. Switching spells were really useful for this. You didn't have to take things apart to get bits out. "Come back tomorrow night," said Mr. Weasley. It was getting really late. Harry came back after dinner the next night. Mr. Weasley had started pulling bits out of the cash register. 20 teeth, needs 29, said Mr. Weasley, and he transfigured the cog he'd pulled out with what looked like another switching spell. My Weasley played with the till for a bit, then said, "Oh, the other bit," and did the same to another gear. Harry dragged himself home, having watched and asked some questions. Mr. Weasley liked this machine. It was apparently more complicated than the car, which seemed odd. The car was much bigger. A couple of days later, Harry dropped by in the evening and went to the shed. Mr. Weasley was messing around with the cash register still. He opened up the top and prized out the labels and painstakingly painted in new labels. It was getting really late again when Mr. Weasley rang up a fake purchase in galleons, sickles, and nuts. "So you thought George's shop needed this?" asked Mr. Weasley. "I got Daphne a mechanical calculator, and now she can do the accounts in 2 hours. It used to take 3 days," said Harry. "And then we were talking about inviting George around for tea to talk about business stuff, and I thought about selling things and adding up the sales." "Well, I think I've got it right," said Mr. Weasley. "And it's not magical at all," he said, "and this calculator, it doesn't mind magic." "It's totally mechanical," said Harry, "and better than an abacus." "I think you'll find magical abaci are pretty good," said Mr. Weasley, "though it can divide, you say. That's quite the thing. We could do with some of them at the ministry, I'm sure." Harry felt that the ministry would get help from him just after he sold the devil some gas outdoor heaters. From B at a markup. George came to visit for dinner 3 days later in his purple suit and hat, arriving at the front door with a bag of sweets that Harry politely declined. These are perfectly normal, said George. Harry smiled blandly and said, Daphne dear, don't eat anything George has modified. She got the hint, crossing her arms over her chest and lifting one eyebrow. Harry felt slightly titillated. Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Potter, said George, tipping his purple top hat. I'm Mrs. Black, said Daphne firmly. George saw a different picture frame in the hall and went to see. You and Mrs. Black and Teddy and Andromeda Tonks, said George. Looks a bit pure blood. It's the Black family, said Harry. Those of us not in prison. George looked up and down the hallway. Well, you've made the place look a lot nicer. Smells of roses. After dinner, George asked, How did you get Dad to make a cash-taking machine? You what? Asked Harry. Apparently Mr. Weasley had given it to George already. George had tried it out a day before, and apart from lacking amusing noises or magical hands, it was apparently working. Makes settling the books at the ends of the day rather easy. Daphne looked annoyed. She wasn't getting what she wanted, Harry thought. Daphne tried again to draw out George on the finances of the Weasley Wheezes business, and George had looked a bit resentful. George, Daphne's trying to understand, because she thinks Wheezes is such a good business, said Harry. George looked a bit less mulish. George explained about ensuring you used cheap ingredients, kept all your recipes secret, and had to hand things like a little brother who was famous to help stir potions and mind the shop. That's your friend Ron? Asked Daphne, sounding a bit hesitant. That's Ron, yes, said Harry. So this party of yours, Harry, is there going to be booze? Asked George, helpfully breaking the tense moment. There will be butterbeer, but nothing stronger, said Daphne. People might make a scene. Harry chum, little pal, said George. At least some spiked punch. Catering is Daphne's area, said Harry. We don't want, say, Ron getting plastered. Well, yeah, he'll either start crying or abuse my wife, said Harry simply. Well, yeah, or try to snog Hermione. I'll have a word with him about that. Daphne seems to be an all-right wife for you. You're looking a lot better than you ever had, and this place is surprisingly nice now. That's mostly Harry's doing, said Daphne. He does renovations, property repairs, and muggle business deals. So you stay home and fix the house, said George. You're doing that sitting quietly thing. He also does most of the maintenance on all the Black family rentals, 17 houses, some apartments, and shops. He has personally renovated 3 or 4 entire houses, not including this one, which frankly, you've only seen the ground floor. The rest is far nicer, said Daphne. And that sounded weirdly like she was proud of him. Or something. You've got the whole place fixed up. That must have taken ages, said George. Harry is surprisingly effective at renovations. You know how ludicrously overpowered his spells can be, said Daphne airily. Well, what's in the cursed room in the corner? Asked George. We never did work it out. Harry looked over behind his chair. It's a sort of storeroom with lots of drawers for something. There's a weird cupboard someone ripped out and bricked up. Oh, Harry, George hasn't seen the transom windows. We must take him for a tour after dinner, said Daphne enthusiastically. Or the back door, said Harry. George, your mum didn't believe me when I said we had a back door. Daphne's mew. Mother knew the house had to have one, and Daphne found it. So Mrs. Malfoy comes around often? Asked George. She gets very bored all alone there, said Daphne. So once she's done with paperwork, she pops in. I seem to have a spare bedroom she doesn't mind, said Harry, trying to be polite. After dinner, no dessert, and Harry once again declined a sweet. Harry showed George the small storeroom off the dining room. It's like it's for storing stuff, but you've got all those hutches, said George. Aunt Andromeda tells me those are new. They date from Sirius's mother, said Daphne. Grandmother Walburga rather remodeled the house. Grandfather Orion spent all his time on the accounts, said Daphne. Having had to do the damn things, I'm glad Harry gave me a muggle calculating machine. Now I have 3 more days in a week. George watched Harry's reaction to Daphne's little speech. So that storeroom might have been for plate and silverware, asked George. That might explain why all the drawers lock, said Harry. That was the most exciting letdown of an afternoon ever, said Daphne. Drawer after drawer, all locked and all empty. Well, there is felt molded in odd shapes in the drawers, said Harry. George opened a drawer. Those could be for spoons, said George. Mum's silver canteen looks like this when it's empty. Well, someone didn't like it, or that cupboard, said Harry. There was a cupboard that had been ripped out and replaced entirely with bricks. George looked at the bricks. Those were put in magically, said George confidently. Dad's done enough. He built the whole house from just a converted pig shed. Daphne pursed her lips, furiously not making a smart-aleck remark, thought Harry. Let's show George the back door while there's still a little light, said Harry. George was incredulous, and when Daphne told the story of the sludge tsunami, he laughed. Oh, I missed it. Next time you do something messy, give me an owl beforehand. So you can help, asked Daphne. So I can come and laugh, said George. Man who conquered, covered in slime, that'd be hard to beat. George liked the passage, thought the coal bin had potential. If we'd known about it, the mess we could have made, he said nostalgically. Harry opened the back door and led George up to the back courtyard. This is Grimmauld Place, said George. It's nice. You could have a picnic here. Harry puts a beach chair out for me on the weekends when the weather's nice, said Daphne. You charmer, you, said George, but he was halfway to the coach house already. What's in here? He asked. It's a coach house. Opens onto a muggle back street, so I get deliveries into it, and it's a tool shed. Harry's got his own back shed, asked George. You're really copying my dad. Mrs. Black expecting a bunch of little blacks soon. Daphne's good mood clearly evaporated, her face going from politely amused to annoyed. It was easy to tell. Her eyes narrowed minutely, and the faint, polite smile vanished into a flat line, and her lips stopped being so pink and kissable looking. Our family succession is secure in Edward, said Daphne coldly. George looked a bit embarrassed, but poked his head around in the tool shed. You've got tools, he asked, like actual tools. Most of them were in the kitchen cupboard, said Harry. Some were in the boiler room. The warm door we walked past, said George simply. We should show your guests the first floor, then perhaps call it a night, said Daphne stiffly. Harry managed to get a second to whisper to George, Don't talk about kids, you've pissed her off. You two not having any luck? Asked George quietly. It's not that kind of a marriage, said Harry, feeling cross, no furious. His messed up life, his angry wife. Sorry, mate, said George. Harry told George about the t-shirt idea as they climbed the stairs. George was willing to do it. Harry had George close his eyes and led him up the last landing to the first floor. George's utter shock at the first floor landing was worth it. Windows over the doors, said George. And why are there 3 doors? There were only 2. The office was hidden, said Harry. Daphne looked at Harry curiously. Unhidden the day I came to see your family with the seal ring. Daphne said, The calculator is in the office. George was subdued in the office and blinked. That's not magic and not technology. Clockwork, said Harry. George can't believe the drawing room. This is actually nice core, nice wedding photo. Harry looks like he has a stick up his bum, but still. He looks more cheerful in the outdoor photos, said Daphne. You looked better in the outdoor photos, said Harry. Daphne made a slight smile. George was impressed at how clean and nice the library was. Still lots of cursed books, said Harry, shoving his paperwork into neater piles. So you work in here? Asked George. Daphne does more of the paperwork, so she gets the office, said Harry. George explored the second floor. The loo is clean. He said magic. Muggle chemistry, said Daphne. Harry knows a thing or two. These rooms are actually nice, said George. During the day, they're lighter, said Daphne. All them windows, mused George. The second floor, George peeked around. Harry, he asked, can you clean up my flat? He costs 50 galleons an hour, said Daphne, straight-faced. George started to complain and realized he was being kidded. Nicely done, Mrs. Black, her said, and tipped his hat. If I visit, can I have the big room? He asked. That's a family room, said Daphne. You can have one of the ones on the first floor. Harry disagreed. George is practically family. You can have the small front room. We could set it up in a suitably girly way for you. Not the big front room. Astoria's room, said Daphne. The one upstairs is the same, said George. This floor she gets the bathroom to herself, said Daphne. I had to share a bathroom with her for 15 years. I have a spare bathroom. She gets the room on the second floor. The third floor, Harry simply pointed at Daphne's room and said we had a builder in to fix it. Buckbeak left rather a mess. Can I see? Asked George. You may not enter, but you may observe, said Daphne, and she opened her bedroom door. George looked in its. Very nice, he said. Strange not seeing wrecked furniture and hippogriff shit. The front bit's like a little sitting room. For private conversations with intimates, like my sister, said Daphne. By the time they got to Harry's room, George was casually ignoring the improvements. Then he saw the views of London, and the pictures on the walls. Bloody hell, said George. Best room in the house. And a bathroom with a view, said Harry. And he's so selfish he won't swap, said Daphne jokingly. You could have Regulus's old room, said Harry. Same views and morning sun. It was what your mum thought you should have. But it's so much smaller than my room, said Daphne. So is mine, said Harry. I'd take the whole floor, said Daphne, waving her hand expansively. Dance music, Harry, said George, looking through the records. Dance practice. After lessons with Daphne, I practiced up here, said Harry. Anything interesting up in the attic? Asked George. Less junk, said Harry honestly. Same attic. George sighed. Well, this has been a fun tour. Which way should I go home? Well, you can apparate of the back courtyard, said Harry, but flu's probably easier. Is there a back doorbell? Asked George. No, said Harry, front door for that. Can I apparate down? Asked George. Sure, said Harry, and everyone vanished in a volley of cracks to reappear in the kitchen. So the tables shrunk, said George, headed to the flue. What happened to the chairs? They went back where they were taken from, said Daphne. The dining room, the drawing room, and assorted bedrooms. How many are there? Asked George. 14, and 8 chimneys, said Harry. George left via the fireplace in a flare of green flames to George's pad. That could have gone better, said Harry. He tried, said Daphne graciously. He annoyed you, said Harry. I'm sorry. Our problems and lack of a relationship are nobody's business, but our own, said Daphne. Yeah, said Harry. I'll have a word before the party with my friends. Make sure they don't irritate you. And you were not irritated at all, said Daphne sarcastically. Well, yes, said Harry tightly. Time for bed. Equals 0 equals. People brought presents. Ron was polite-ish and everyone sang happy birthday. Harry was going to bed when someone knocked on his door. It was Daphne in a housecoat. Husband, she said anxiously. Daphne, said Harry, what is it? It is your birthday, if you insisted. We could have relations, she said, blushing. Harry worked out what she meant and nearly choked on his own spit. Thanks for the offer, but I don't think either of us is comfortable with that, said Harry. Daphne kissed Harry on the cheek, said, Good night, Harry, and left. If he dreamed of Daphne and woke with gunky pajamas, it was nobody's business but his own. And then in the loo late at night, too. He was feeling tense. Bloody hell, having relations. He referred to the men's magazines for ideas about how that might work, twice more, and was left feeling a bit sore but satiated. Equals 0 equals. It was October 31st, and Harry was pretty sad. Another anniversary of his parents' murder, though he's got Teddy in the nursery to look after this week. Daphne pointed out at lunchtime that nothing bad was happening. Harry was at home. We could do with another business idea, said Daphne. I guess we can sell wooden boxes, said Harry. Astoria liked our boxes. Your box, corrected Daphne, speaking of which, Astoria's certain Draco's getting sick. Sick? Asked Harry. He has a persistent cough according to the letter, said Daphne. Lots of inmates get it, said Harry. I wouldn't worry about it. Draco died of what had apparently been pneumonia 2 weeks later. I was wrong, said Harry, as he read the newspaper page Daphne banished into his face. She'll come to see us, so be nice, said Daphne. Andromeda sent a letter of consolation to the head of Black, as Draco was technically a Black. Daphne kept it and frowned a lot. Astoria arrived that morning, in black, looking lined and tired. Astoria, said Harry, tipping his head. I had hopes that he would finish his sentence and come home, said Astoria tightly. Harry cleared off to work on some lost roof tiles elsewhere, saying, I was dreading that bit would not, he was sure, have helped. Family dinners with that git would have been awful. Lunch was awkward, 2 sisters not looking at him. Harry, nonetheless, caught sight of his wife in muggle clothes that afternoon with Astoria. They were going out. Going shopping, asked Harry, in jeans and a jersey. You can come and help, said Daphne tightly. Teddy was asleep and Creature promised to be good. The afternoon out went badly. Some slick young man with a fancy haircut tried to pick Astoria up. She snapped at him, My husband died yesterday, you heartless brute. The young man trembled in fright, apologized inarticulately, and walked away quickly. Harry looked at Astoria. He supposed if you liked willowy brunettes with long hair, she was the girl you were looking for. Harry's eye ran over the curvy blonde. Much nicer. Not that he had a thing about Daphne, not at all. She was a good-looking woman, that was all, who was only wearing a warm dress and thus not causing Harry too much discomfort. Daphne put an arm around Astoria and gave her a half hug. Harry's heart sympathized. She'd been totally delusional, liking Malfoy, but still, she had liked him and he'd died. It was just as well Astoria. Maybe she had seen Gilderoy Lockhart. Astoria, what did you think of Gilderoy Lockhart? He would have taught you in first year, he asked. Astoria looked at Harry and squinted. He was terrible. Absolutely dishy, but terrible, she said. I don't think I learned anything useful all year. I wish he'd told us his hair care secrets, said Daphne. That he was good at. Astoria giggled. He did have lovely hair. Astoria bought little but ate a large slice of chocolate torte. Harry felt strangely sorry for her. Malfoy was a revolting racist prick, but he had been doing time in Azkaban, not a death sentence. And he felt uncomfortable and tried not to think about it, where 2 British magicals get together by accident. The course of true love never did run smooth. The course of this story is once again more like a pinball on an improbable journey. By an orc, the Harry Potter Wizarding World setting and characters by J.K. Rowling, with no intent to profit from this work. Chapter 7. Daphne's friend Davis came around on a Saturday for afternoon tea. They were in the drawing room, Daphne's aristocratic accent and Tracy's perfectly ordinary voice. Harry dear, Daphne called. Harry groaned. She was going to be like that then. Harry walked in, wondering what he'd find. Daphne was in a blue dress and slippers. Davis was sitting on a chair, in black jeans and a Weird Sisters t-shirt. She'd folded an anorak over the arm of the chair. This is my good friend Tracy Davis. Tracy, my husband Harry, who's rather good at repairs and cleaning. Harry smiled politely and didn't perv Davis's chest. Besides, Daphne's was bigger. Harry, some of my friends are coming for tea, and I hoped you might stay and meet them, said Daphne. Harry nodded. Astoria coming? He asked. My dear sister has a tiresome problem with the manor. You can stay here with Tracy. I need to guide my friends to the drawing room. Daphne got up and left. Harry looked at the floor, to avoid looking at Daphne walking, and then to avoid looking at Davis. So, Davis, he asked. You can call me Tracy. I've been Daphne's friend since, well, a long time, said Tracy. She looked at Harry speculatively. So you and Daphne had to get shacked up, she said. Are you going to get all lovey with her? Will I need a bucket? Harry sighed. We're in an arranged marriage, which you probably know all about. We're friends, I suppose. Meals are formal robes, daytime is muggle. We have separate rooms, and no, I'm not cheating on Daphne with Ginny Weasley. Tracy Davis crossed her legs. So, are there going to be children? She asked, eyebrows raised. It looked almost like a parody of Daphne's posh manners because she was in trainers but couldn't be. "You already know," said Harry. "Eventually, I guess, my family finances are a mess." "And Daphne does all the thinking," said Tracy. "I fix roofs, clean, repair. I know how and I'm good at it. Daphne's good at the business bit, at least according to her father," said Harry. "How boring. Are you two secretly going at it like rabbits?" Tracy asked. "How's your love life, Miss Davis?" asked Harry defensively. Tracy went quiet, apart from looking at the photo on the wall, that photo, she said, biting her lip. "Daphne's mother likes it," said Harry. "I prefer the photos from outside." "The one in the hallway looks like you've already had a kid," said Tracy. "You should smile more often." Lily Moon and Sally Ann Perks arrived, in robes. "My husband's rules. Muggle clothes apart from meals," explained Daphne, one eyebrow raised. The room was less empty with 4 witches. Harry sat quietly while they chatted. "Mr. Black," asked Sally Ann nervously, "is it true you are going to run for a Wisengamot seat?" "Oh God, no," exclaimed Harry. "I can't stand that place. I'm happy repairing buildings and things like that. Daphne keeps me busy, and I have my godson Teddy most weekdays." And that was the best part of life, thought Harry. "You keep busy with Daphne then?" asked Lily Moon, faux innocently. "We have over a dozen rentals, all dilapidated. Daphne works out with the tenants what needs done, and I do it," said Harry. "I know you're all Daphne's friends. It's an arranged marriage by Cyrus and Aunt Narcissa, though they were expecting my cousin. I'm not ever going to force Daphne to do anything. Yes, I understand we'll have to have a children at some point. No, I won't cheat on Daphne with Ginny Weasley, and I won't try to have 2 wives like cousin Draco." Said Harry, "Is that about all the questions?" he asked politely. Lily shook her head. "Whose idea was the portrait in the hall? It's great." An hour later, Daphne was telling the sludge story again, with gales of laughter. Harry couldn't help smiling at the memory. Why he'd thought vanishing the brick was a good idea, he didn't know. Sometimes he just impulsively did things. "So then Harry vanished the door and a tidal wave of black, stinky mud covered him," said Daphne. "I can show you all later." Of course, Harry cleaned it all up that night, and within a week had the back courtyard grassed in, had Neville Longbottom come over and plant some rose bushes and replaced all the doors. Oh, and fixed the hot water boiler. Harry's very handy. "Can he really dance now?" asked Tracy. "Harry, my friends doubt us," said Daphne, and she stood up. "You'll have to avoid the furniture." Harry shook his head. "Upstairs landing, there's no room here." They trooped upstairs. "Oh, Merlin, what a beautiful room," cried Sally Ann, somewhat artificially. Harry wondered why she was being a suck-up. Harry turned on the wind-up phonograph, and Harry and Daphne demonstrated a fairly adequate waltz with lifts. She smelt sodding amazing, as usual, and her waist was firm, and she wasn't that hard to lift, and well, it wasn't horrendous, Harry had to admit. And the unsettling memory of Daphne dancing in a dress at her house till she got sweaty came to mind, and next thing you know he was noticing her breathing, seeing the little hairs on her skin. Her friends were crowded on the stairs, and in the doorways. "Can he dance with us?" asked Lily, "or can he only dance if you subtly direct?" "I'm shocked," said Harry. "I'll have you know I only dance with my wife," even if this felt weird. Daphne clapped softly and looked impressed. "As you can see, I have Harry trained, but Lily, if you would, Harry, please." Lily Moon waltzed with Harry Potter. Harry could clearly still dance. Lily Moon was, Harry suspected, a much more casual dancer than Daphne. She wasn't rigid about it. Tracy was flipping, though, the pile of parchment by the phonograph. "He really did use Quidditch plays?" she asked. "It worked," said Harry, walking over and stopping the music. "Potter, please publish this so that stupid boyfriends can dance," said Lily. "It's a service to the witches of England." "I'm only servicing one witch in England, sorry," said Harry deadpan. It was too good a line to pass up. Daphne sighed, and her friends looked shocked. Did Harry Potter just make a joke about?" asked Sally Ann. "Yes, he did," said Daphne, not blushing, but looking irritated at Harry. "You can go do something you'd like to do now." "Thank you, dear," said Harry deadpan, and got a coat from his room just through the door, then apparated away. Glorious, thought Harry. Not as good as no need to call me sir, but still glorious. He caught the end of a league Quidditch game at Wigtown, and had battered sausages, which he realized didn't have to protect from Ron or try to talk Daphne into eating. She was such a picky bloody eater. Equals 0 equals. Harry allwood Ron to organize another afternoon at the Three Broomsticks, and only had to try 3 times to heal the cuts from Salazar's bites. There was something seriously wrong with that owl. He got a reply the next day in Hermione's neat handwriting and went that afternoon. Hermione hugged him and didn't try to break his ribs for once, and cast Snape's privacy charm. 4 bottles of butterbeer later, Ron ordered fire whiskey, and they started drinking seriously. "How are things going?" asked Harry. "It's hard," said Ron. "Death Eaters are mostly gone, but opening doors is hard work." And Ron clearly didn't mean doors, he meant fighting people hiding in rooms. "He keeps getting hurt," said Hermione stiffly. She had a puffy coat on, which Harry felt made her hair look worse, if anything. "Hey, be careful," said Harry. "I only have 2 best friends and Harry stopped and sniffed, "lost too many people." Ron guzzled an entire glass of fire whiskey and exhaled upwards. "Harry, how are things?" asked Hermione. Lots of rentals needing stuff done," said Harry. "It's a job, really." It was all rather soothing, he mused. "DIY?" asked Ron. "Well, it's kinda soothing, really," said Harry. "You could be an Auror," said Ron. "And have the House of Black be, well, broke with no tenants and no rent," said Harry. "This way Teddy will inherit an income." Hermione looked at him with a half-smile, and Ron shook his head with a faint smile. "What?" asked Harry. "You're just Teddy's dad," said Ron. "Where are the cardigans?" She wouldn't let cardigans in the house, thought Harry, but his chest felt all warm from thinking about being Teddy's dad. That night, he wondered if one day Mrs. Weasley would knit Daphne a Christmas jumper. She'd look smashing in light blue with a golden G. Harry cleared his mind. She wasn't getting a Christmas jumper from Mrs. Weasley anytime soon, and wouldn't wear one if she did. And more importantly, wouldn't smile at him the way Ginny had. Equals 0 equals. Harry grudgingly went with Daphne to a Yuletide party at the Greengrasses. It seemed her entire extended family were there, and Harry stood around in stupid poncy black and silver robes, trying not to die of boredom. At least there was finger food. Daphne was dressed up, and he took the odd look at her. Every minute or so. She didn't look outrageously sexy, but the robes hinted at her waist, and there was a tiny sliver of skin visible down a hand width from her robe collar. Some of that must technically be cleavage, thought Harry. Daphne was buttonholed by an old witch, not her paternal grandmother. Harry could recognize her, across the room looking elegant and silver. This witch looked similar. Harry watched idly. He found being head of Black and Harry Potter, people did tend to avoid talking to him at social events. That or come over and ask stupid questions. Apparently the Greengrasses were all either smart or pre-warned. Cyrus had slowly decided that Harry was an asset to the family, for what he did, not just who he was, and his track record at homicide, no matter how justified. He would, like today, have a short chat with Harry, compliment Harry's building repair program, and remind Harry not to drink too much fire whiskey, with a wink that was part wince. Maybe they had bonded a little that day, Harry thought, if only in a mutual desire to never drink like that again. Harry blinked and looked over at Daphne, who was looking very restrained, and her not grandmother or perhaps maternal grandmother, though she didn't look like Roxanne either, so that wasn't it. The old witch started casting a spell on Daphne. Daphne stood up, drew her wand and cast something quick at the old lady. There was an almost imperceptible lull in the conversation in the room, so everyone had seen it. Daphne sat back down and conversed briefly with her grand-something, then stood up and looked around the room. When she saw Harry, her gaze darkened, and she started moving. Instantly, Harry knew by the way she moved, she was angry, furiously angry. He tried to remember his abortive occlumency lessons, tried to clear his mind, tried to block the link that hadn't been a thing since Tom Riddle had finally died, and waited for his reservedly angry wife to reach him. Time seemed to stop, and Daphne's advance slowed to something disturbingly like her swagger on their weeding day, which had his occlumency nearly failing. He concnetrated harder, till his head hurt. "Harry dear, I've got a headache," said Daphne at an unsubtle volume. "Will you escort me home, dear?" She'd said dear at a family gathering. She was very angry. Harry tried to remember what his greengrass relatives did with their wives and cautiously took her elbow and helped the steaming witch to the flue. After moments of green tumbling, he stepped out of the flue with Daphne, steadied himself against her, and helped her not fall in heels. Her ankles were okay, he saw, and stood up, letting her elbow go. "Lock the property down, Harry. Full protections block the flue," said Daphne stiffly. Harry mentally recategorized how angry Daphne was. She had things to say that she wouldn't say if she thought anyone at all could hear. What could her grand-something possibly have said? Never mind, thought Harry, and he took his wand and smothered the fire, which sputtered and died. He swung the usually unused fire irons into the cooling hearth and hooked the chain from one to the other. The flue network was now blocked. Then, scratching the back of his head, he tried to remember the words to activate the house's defenses. Oh, that's right. "Armor proper towards per," he said, holding his wand up, and there was sudden feeling across his skin, like he'd fallen into a patch of nettles, and the house was suddenly quieter. Slowly, the flames in the gas lamps changed color to an unearthly green. "We're protected, Daphne. What's the matter?" asked Harry. "Drawing room. No office. I need a drink," said Daphne, and she turned on her heel and vanished with a crack of disapprobation. Harry apparated to the office, feeling mystified. Daphne put her hand on the wooden globe and slid the top open, revealing glasses and bottles. She got out 2 bowl-shaped glasses and with a large rectangular bottle poured one spherical glass of amber liquid, and then another. She picked up the glass and sat on one of the couches. "Sit, this is a long talk," she said and sighed. Harry picked up the big glass of VSOP, whatever that was, and sniffed it. "Let it warm up a bit," said Daphne. "Sit down." Harry sat on the other facing couch and tugged at the neck of his dress robes. Daphne took a drink, quite a big drink. Harry tried some. It was very nice, smooth, tasty, and very alcoholic. "Great Aunt Seraphina, she wanted to know why I." Daphne took another drink. Harry waited. "Why I didn't have a baby," said Daphne, "so I told her about the plan." "The plan," said Harry, nodding. There was a plan, and Harry liked the way everything in it was later. "We have to get the business running smoother, get all the property making money," said Daphne. "Which it almost is," said Harry. "I know that," said Daphne harshly, but she kept on about it, then she tried. Daphne sat, looking tense, then spoke up again. "She started casting a chastity detection charm," said Daphne. "There's a charm for that," said Harry. "Well, of course there is," said Daphne. "I mean you can use a unicorn if you've got one," she said and laughed in a forced sort of way. Harry took a drink. "What did you do?" "I confunded my great-aunt," said Daphne. "At a family party," she said. "It's mortifying." "It would be difficult to explain the result of the charm," said Harry. "Without my gossipy relatives spreading it all around. Grandmother Greengrass would probably have a heart attack." "She's nice," observed Harry. "I'm glad you think so," said Daphne politely. "So we'll have to deal with the problem." And she stared at him and bit her lower lip. Harry took a drink, then a bigger one. He had 2 trains of thought, and neither seemed to lead anywhere Harry wanted to go. "I don't want to kill her," said Harry. He'd said it. The other option was difficult, but it didn't involve killing anyone. "I was going to say, I don't expect you to murder my great-aunt," said Daphne, sounding a bit drunk. She was sounding drunk. Harry let the room slide about a little. "So we'll have to move our schedule up a bit," said Daphne, and then she bit her lower lip again momentarily. "And have a child," said Harry. There was no way he was prepared to have a child. Borrowing Teddy with his grandmother in easy call was nerve-wracking enough. What if they got sick? "No," said Daphne. "Just fornicate, just the once so the spell won't work." "On me either," admitted Harry. "Was that a dumb thing to say?" Harry wondered. Daphne's slight frown twitched into what might have been a tiny smile for a moment, then back to a frown, and she bit her lower lip, fidgeted, and took a large swig of booze. "So are we going to? It seems a bit awkward," said Harry. She seemed as nervous about all this as he was. "Oh God, no," squeaked Daphne. "We'll work up to it slowly. I'm certainly not going to try to, not with you, not today." And something in the way she said that sounded more scared than angry. Harry sighed with relief. He'd ogled Daphne sometimes, for sure, but the idea of doing stuff with her, at least while awake, was a bit far-fetched. Asleep was different. Asleep she was an all night long, Harry sweating like a Quidditch workout, sex bomb witch. Harry eyed his wife, worried at the thought of kissing him, and considered that his imagination asleep was possibly a bit imaginative. She did have a very nice figure, but she wasn't like that. And he felt guilty about having looked at the old porn mags from Sirius. Harry took another gulp of this VSOP stuff. It was nice. Didn't burn like fire whiskey. "Are you honestly that disgusted by the idea of relations with me?" asked Daphne, sounding a bit angry now. "More, it seems like the most awkward idea, after asking girls to the ball aged 14, said Harry. Daphne snorted. "You made such a poor showing," she said, and she smiled, doubtless remembering his humiliating failures to ask girls out in 4th year. "It's easy if you're the girl. You just form a pack and giggle at boys," said Harry. Daphne chuckled. "You're amusingly pathetic at dating," and she looked at him with a little smirk. "Says Mrs. Black," said Harry snidely. Daphne's eyes looked away. "So what's the plan?" he asked. She'd have a plan. She always had a plan. We'll kiss, and then we'll kiss every day till," said Daphne, looking a bit haunted, reminiscent of Hermione before an exam. Thank God she wasn't asking questions. What's the proper procedure for licking an earlobe? He had no idea. "Till it stops sounding so awful," said Harry bluntly. Did exams with Hermione scar me for life? He wondered. Surely I can relate to a woman without imagining it's Hermione. "You, am I going to die of liver failure first?" he asked. "We can't just get drunk every day," said Daphne. "We have work to do." She'd said we. Harry stood up. "Come on, best start today." "I'm not doing this because I want to with you," said Daphne. But then she licked her lips and looked into his eyes, and he saw a nervous girl, almost trembling, but her eyes drew him in, like she was sucking his soul out. She had beautiful eyes, beautiful eyelashes. Harry felt like his heart was being clamped in a vice. "Understood," said Harry quietly. "We need to cover up this marriage a bit. She's like a bloody unicorn, scared. I mustn't move too fast or loudly," he thought to himself. "Indeed," said Daphne, taking a belt of the VSOP stuff and standing up, a little wobbly. And suddenly he was reminded that she had a figure like one of the girls from Sirius's old magazines. Harry swallowed. How to start? Obviously not by grabbing her and stuff. His pants were agony. "This is incredibly awkward," said Daphne, holding out a hand. "Start by kissing my hand. It's not done much anymore, but it's good manners." Harry seized her hand like a lifeline. It wouldn't scare her, and Her hand was warm and thin, and he felt so awkward. "You kiss my knuckles," said Daphne. "Air kissing for relatives, and just a peck." Harry shifted his grip on Daphne's small hand and lifted it up. "Bend down a bit too," said Daphne, sounding irritated. Harry bent over her hand and kissed her knuckles. It wasn't really unpleasant, and Harry supposed it looked pretty romantic. Her wedding ring was huge because it was from the Black family collection. "Well, do it again. Try to make it look like you're doing it because you want to," said Daphne. Harry kissed her knuckles again. By the 4th time he felt this looked convincing. Daphne had a faint perfume that was, like a lot of things about her, subtle and slightly exotic. Harry sniffed her hand. The smell was coming from her wrist. He turned her hand gently and sniffed. "What are you doing?" said Daphne sharply, pulling her hand back. "Oops, moved too fast," thought Harry. "Sniffing your perfume. It's rather elegant," said Harry. Daphne had a flash of a smile, overwhelmed with annoyance. "Well, as you never use cologne, I can't compliment yours." "Cologne?" asked Harry. You put it on your neck after shaving, said Daphne, and Harry remembered Seamus and Dean splashing toxic-smelling stuff on before parties and balls. Harry cringed at the memory. Don't like any cologne, asked Daphne. You're an odd duck. The only stuff I've ever smelt was Dean's and Seamus's in the dorms, said Harry. It smelt awful. Well, you could go find something you like the smell of, said Daphne. The blokes in dorms only used it for balls and parties, said Harry. Daphne put her hands on her hips. They were boys. Men wear cologne daily, if they're of the right social class, she said. Oh, a pure-blood thing, said Harry. He felt the put-down under all that. Well, if you don't want to smell nice, that's your problem, said Daphne. You should go to Archers and Javelins in Diagon and see if they have anything you like. For reference, the party we were at was definitely a cologne occasion, regardless how low class you want to be. She left with her arse waved in a way that Harry was sure he'd firstly have remembered seeing before, and secondly would recall from now on. Nothing for it, he went to the loo. Afterwards it occurred to him that if she'd done that in the insanely tall heels and her wedding dress, he'd have grabbed her and never mind getting hexed. She looked like she really needed stuff done, over the nearest flat surface. He had a cold shower and went to sleep. A short sleep, then a change of pajamas. He woke several times in the night. So much better than nightmares, thought Harry. The only problem was going to be looking at her over breakfast without going funny. =0=. Harry woke up, breakfasted, mercifully alone, and decided to go and get some posh cologne. She'd even told him where to get it. He wasn't sure what it was going to be like, but it was in Diagon Alley, so he wore a hooded cloak from one of the wardrobes to go out. Nobody looked too closely at him in Diagon Alley, which was a small mercy. And it wasn't because his beautiful wife had suggested it. Not at all. But then again, it would be nice to do, grown-up man stuff like have cologne. He idly wondered about smoking a pipe and rejected it out of hand. He didn't like the smell. Harry opened the door to Archers and Javelins, his hooded cloak hiding his face. A sign over the door depicted a Cupid bleeding, shot with arrows, impaled and dying on a spear. It reminded Harry pleasantly of Hatting Lockhart's fake Cupids. Harry wondered if this shop might be to his taste. The shop smelt like someone's father, Harry supposed. He dropped his hood and looked around. There were little bottles on shelves, all neatly labeled, and a tiny freestanding desk with black velvet wrapped around it. A black-haired wizard in a gray robe came out of a curtained back area. He looked interested to see Harry. "Oh, Mr. Black," they said, without acting terribly surprised, and as if Harry had come back after not having been here before. Odd. "Would Sir like to try the late Mr. Black's favorite?" they asked. Harry puzzled over that and thought it sounded bad. "I'd like something I like the smell of, that I'm comfortable with, thank you," said Harry. "And your lady wife has expressed no violent dislikes?" asked the wizard. "My lady wife is merely interested that I wear something, at least for special occasions," said Harry. "I've never considered cologne. She violently dislikes being pawed, that's all I know." "You have been rather busy," said the wizard. "I'm Barrett blankly. Are there any scents you like particularly?" "Broom wax," said Harry, instantly, unconsciously. "You were quite the Quidditch player, so they say," said Blankly, going to a corner. Harry was little surprised at how small the small talk was. Blankly was, Harry realized, trying to be polite while still acknowledge that he was indeed the Harry Potter. "Most of these are at least slightly like carnauba, which is in some broom waxes," said Blankly. He drew some small sticks from a robe pocket and dipped them in a series of bottles, then held one out. "Sniff this," he suggested. Whatever it was, it smelt like broom wax all right, but not very nice. Blankly must have been watching Harry's face closely, as he whipped the stick away and offered another. 5 or 10 sticks later, Harry sniffed twice. Broom wax and a hint of something else. "This," said Harry, "this is a nice smell." Blankly nodded. "I'll just need to do a quick test," said the odd scent seller, and he took 5 bottles and put a drop on 5 more sticks, then turned his back and did something, then turned back and offered all 5 sticks. "The third stick, that was the one, the third one," said Harry. "Good, you have an actual preference," said Blankly happily. We need to check it reacts well with your skin, so I'll put a drop on your hand and you wait a minute, then we'll check it smells right. Harry relaxed. I was worried you'd say I'll break out in a rash, he joked. That hardly ever happens, said Blankly very blandly. A minute later, Harry's hand still smelt, like broom wax and something like some odd potion ingredient. Nothing disgusting, but a smell Harry liked. Now would Mr. Black like to customize his cologne? Asked Blankly very blandly. Customize? Asked Harry. We can add other ingredients, making a cologne that is a scent signature for you, if you wish, said Blankly. How would you do that? Asked Harry. I put your current choice into a vial, cast a charm to duplicate it into a rack of vials, and you either pick ingredients, or we could trust in luck and use a random choice. The rack lets us have more than one attempt. The sides of Harry's mouth turned up by themselves. Oh, luck, I'm definitely doing it by luck. And more than one ingredient, maybe 4, said Harry impulsively. If it doesn't work out, we can go back and do it again, said Blankly, who seemed amused. He took a note of the number on the vial Harry liked and walked to the curtain. Just a moment, the workshop has all the equipment. This will take a minute. Harry busied himself by sniffing every rack. There were a lot of shelves, a dozen at least, with at least 14 shelves. He found himself stopping in an odd corner and narrowed the smell down to rack 9, shelf 8, vial 9817. He took the glass stopper out and sniffed. This was a lot like Daphne. He put it back. This didn't look like a witch's shop. She bought whatever it was from somewhere else. Blankly came back with 2 vials and dosed 2 sticks. He noticed where Harry was standing. Oh, what drew your attention? This is like my wife's, perfume, said Harry. What a romantic nose you must have, Mr. Black, said Blankly. Harry wasn't sure Blankly had meant that positively. Am I right? Asked Harry. I've no idea, said Blankly. I don't do witches' scents. She didn't buy it here. Mystery, one clue so far. Blankly offered the stick. Harry sniffed. It smelt like before. Harry shrugged. Blankly offered the other stick, and it was the same, but with a smell in the background like a rainstorm, like a clove, like it was complicated, and Harry thought he liked it. And it would drive anyone who tried to work out what it was insane, and that appealed. Definitely, said Harry, cracking a smile. Blankly sniffed the stick and made a noise. You've unusual tastes, Mr. Black, but I feel you like it, so that will do. I'll go mix up a bottle and keep the recipe so you can get more the next time you come. Thank you, Mr. Blankly, said Harry. It's been enjoyable. And I look forward to confused inquiries as to what you're wearing, said Blankly. I'd rather you not tell anyone anything, said Harry. I'll be discreet, said Blankly blandly. Would you like me to make something similar and sell it as yours? For a cut of the proceeds, said Harry. Blankly laughed politely, briefly. Just a moment, he said, and went out the back. Blankly reappeared with a tall glass stopper, topped bottle hand, labeled simply, Mr. Black by Archers and Javelins. Harry looked at the bottle. Start with a drop on your finger. You probably don't want to wear great gouts of the stuff if your wife wears something like a 98. 9817, said Harry. Blankly put some 9817 on a stick and sniffed it. I suppose a witch might wear that, he said indifferently, and took a tall wooden box from under the desk and put the large bottle in it. The box had burnt into the lid a bow and javelin. Now, for payment, said Blankly. How much? Asked Harry. 100 galleons, said Blankly. Harry got his money bag out and poured onto the small desk, glad the money bag was larger on the inside. Blankly counted out 100 and put the rest back into the bag Harry was holding open. Then Blankly took a vial from his robes and offered it to Harry, your sampler. Perhaps you might put some on. Harry wet his finger and, following Blankly's mime, put some on either side of his neck. He stoppered the bottle and Blankly opened the box. There was room for the vial, and Blankly pulled out some tissue paper, which packed around the big bottle's stopper and the vial nestled into. Have a pleasant day, Mr. Black, said Blankly politely. Harry took his cologne, his very expensive cologne, and apparated home. He opened the front door, and as soon as he was inside, apparated to the 4th floor and put his cologne, unpacked, in his bathroom. The small vial he rested on a conjured stand and put the box in the bathroom cupboard. Harry went over the repair list Daphne had left him in the library, made some notes, and apparated to lunch. He arrived at the ground floor, walked to the dining room, and no Daphne. He sat down and actually tried reading the Daily Prophet for a change. He remembered why he didn't immediately. A noise had Harry look up. Daphne had walked in. Remembering last night's conversation, Harry got up and walked towards Daphne. She looked a bit confused. "Your hand," said Harry. Daphne held out her hand, and Harry kissed her knuckles. Her perfume was a lot like the stuff in the shop. Harry let her hand go. "How was your morning?" he asked. "Where did you go?" asked Daphne. Did he just see her sniff? "Archers and javelins," said Harry. 9817, I think, said Harry mischievously, and sat down for lunch. Daphne looked mildly intrigued. "Did you get something?" she asked. "Yes," said Harry. "And I found it an odd process, but I've done it, so I'm good for cologne for a good long time." "And what is it?" asked Daphne. "It's mine," said Harry. "I think I could get used to it, and that's good enough." "And if I want to buy you more for your birthday?" asked Daphne. "Then Mr. Blankley will sell you some," said Harry. "But you'll have to identify yourself as Mrs. Black, and I'll leave you the tester. It's in my bathroom as proof." "You're being very mysterious, Harry," said Daphne. Her eyes glinted a little, which was a very nice thing to see, thought Harry. "This is new improved mysterious, Harry," said Harry. "What's this up?" he asked. "I had a pretty thick head this morning," he admitted. "Cognac," said Daphne, and that killed the conversation stone dead. Evening came and Harry sipped cognac with Daphne in the study, then stood up. He kissed Daphne's hand, and as she stepped closer and he leaned forward, tilted his head and kissed her on the lips gently. Lips that smelt of cognac. He stood back up straight. "That's twice now," said Daphne. Harry leaned in and kissed her again and couldn't resist seeing if her lips still tasted of cognac. They did, and somehow so did her mouth. Tension built in his hands, his hands. He wasn't going to break the rules. After a snog, he thought, he let go of Daphne and licked his lips. "Cognac flavored," he said, breathing hard for some reason. "Well, you're cognac flavored too," said Daphne, licking her pink lips. His pants grew more uncomfortable. Her eyes looked darker now, and Harry wondered if he might kiss her again. For just say 5 or 6 hours. "Well, we've definitely snogged now," said Harry. "Which does not address the issue of that detection spell," sighed Daphne. She half closed her eyes momentarily, and Harry's pants were agony. Girls have no right to look that mind-numbingly attractive, especially not ones that get snippy with you. "Well, I don't think I'm going to feel right trying to, well, you know," said Harry. "I'm scared you'd hex me." "I find the idea fairly difficult," said Daphne. "We might as well be stuck at a party, playing spin the bottle and then have had fornicate come up as the forfeit." Harry wished he'd been to the kind of parties where you played spin the bottle. "I wish I'd got to play spin the bottle," he admitted. "'Cause if we had fornicate come up as the forfeit, I'm already ready. So ready. And whatever you wanted, you'd get it." Daphne snorted. "You were busy with assorted terrible adventures, as you know," said Harry. "And I've been to a party with spin the bottle, only it had assorted fifth-year persons, and there was no way I wanted to kiss any of them in a cupboard," said Daphne. "You had pretty poor choices in your year of Slytherin," said Harry. "And you were any better, a moody ragamuffin with 2 goons," said Daphne in a good-humored way. "Sadly, that was my life," said Harry. "I am totally open to playing spin the bottle with you, though." "Apart from her," said Daphne, and her faint smile turned into a tight line in her lips and angry eyes. "6th year, and only half of it and only snogging," said Harry, feeling defensive. "You keep claiming to be so pure," said Daphne sarcastically. "Clueless," said Harry. "Clueless and totally rubbish at snogging." "Well, you kissed pretty well before," said Daphne, considering. And there was a look in her eyes again that Harry must have been imagining. It's just 'cause she's got sexy eyes. A photo of her face in my room would be well. Yeah, thought Harry, I'd wank to it, he admitted to himself brutally honestly. If I was to snog you again, what would get me slapped? Asked Harry, purely for information. Touching my private places, said Daphne, not going to happen. Harry's hopes fell a bit. Bum, asked Harry. No, said Daphne. I'm not having you paw me, I've hexed boys for that before. Harry nodded, so some cognac and a snog. Daphne took a sip and wet her lips with her tongue. Harry tried to do the same thing, sort of, and held Daphne in a loose hold like a foxtrot, then leaned into a kiss. Daphne spread her hands up to his shoulders. Harry held Daphne closer, like the ill-fated experiment in a tango. Once, and it had been too awkward for words. He kissed and licked those tasty lips. Daphne's hands moved like she was dancing. Harry slid one hand down to the small of her back and no lower, and the other up onto her neck under her hair. She shivered. The snog continued, and Harry felt both Daphne's shoulder blades at once. It was odd. She was a very familiar dancing partner, and this snog was just like dancing, but with some French kissing. Really good French kissing, in all honesty. Damn, she tasted nice even without more cognac, and her tongue was so forceful but shy at going forward. They stood, snogging like mildly well-behaved teenagers, thought Harry. Daphne's hand slipped onto Harry's arm and explored his right tricep. Harry mirrored the move, but his fingers must have caught her ribs because she shuddered. Daphne was ticklish. Harry felt a burst of excitement. Ginny had been hardly ticklish at all. She blamed her brothers for ticking it out of her, but Daphne, a fingernail, scraped along the back of her arm, and she shuddered and, unless he was mistaken, came out in goosebumps. No tickling, Daphne murmured. Harry figured she must have had more to drink than he thought because she sounded less annoyed. Harry stopped kissing her mouth and nuzzled her neck. Daphne let out a totally unexpected sigh. Harry froze. Daphne's hands tightened into a clutch of his shoulders. Arse, she said. I'm only human, she said in a soft moan. Harry tentatively nuzzled her warm, nice-smelling neck. Her hair smelt great. She relaxed and started measuring his arms with both hands. It was odd. He flexed a bit and she bloody bit his neck, then grabbed his bum with one hand. Harry was starting to feel a bit used, but her neck was so nice, and what the hell? She sighed. Harry sniffed for the perfume and found it, low on her neck. He sort of breathed onto on her neck, and she shuddered gently. Down, boy, she said, in what sounded almost like a deep purr. Harry's bits were in full revolt now. Harry took his life in his hands and licked her neck where it wasn't all perfumed. She tasted kinda nice, he supposed. Daphne shivered. Ick, she said. Okay, no licking, he bit gently, and the hand on his bum grabbed him like an iron pincer. How could she have such strong fingers? Don't leave a mark, she said softly. But she hadn't said no, which sounded an awful lot like go on. You already bit me, said Harry into her neck, but it was the hair at the back, and he pushed his hand up in her mane of blonde hair and enjoyed running his fingers through her hair. It was deliciously soft. He raised his head and was about to kiss her again when he saw her eyes. Half closed, looking the tiniest bit tired, and so bloody beautiful. He couldn't help kissing her again, and this time with some leverage. She made some weird noise like a groan. Then her hand that had been grabbing his tricep grabbed his chest. Fingers spread out, like she wasn't pushing him away as much as staking a claim. After a few panting minutes, he stopped, far too in need of some relief. You're stopping? Asked Daphne, that was snogging. Her eyes drew his, darker, partly closed and not looking at all cross. I am feeling tense and need to go, said Harry, letting Daphne go. Well, if it helps, I'll go get into a silky nightgown and then masturbate, said Daphne teasingly. Yeah, you do that, said Harry. I'm going to go and wank and then try to get some sleep. Hopefully you didn't draw blood. It's just a little bite, said Daphne. It was a bit rough, is what it was, corrected Harry. I thought rough was a thing, said Daphne, lifting her chin slightly. Harry tried not to get himself hexed, because he imagined Daphne and the desk, and that was clear your mind. Maybe if we weren't, not super comfortable, he said, barely able to keep his hands to himself, even trying to occlude. Oh, you were pretty comfy, said Daphne confidently. "And you've left bruises on my bum," said Harry. "It's not okay, you said no bum." "No, I said, hands off my bum," said Daphne. "And no licking, it got cold." "We'd need a warmer room then," said Harry. "So one with a fire you can get to," said Daphne. "You're warm when you sit behind the desk," asked Harry. "Of course, but I'm not snogging behind the desk. There's hardly any room, and I've got a filing system for parchments on my desk. It could end in disaster." Harry kissed Daphne's hand somewhat ironically and left to go to bed. Well, via his bathroom. It wasn't till he was relieving the pressure in his loo that her words, "could end in disaster," turned into a far too interesting mental picture of Daphne snogging energetically against the desk. And, no matter what, Harry couldn't help thinking she had imagined it. And not gagged at the thought, she'd said, "could end in disaster," thinking about files getting strewn everywhere. Afterwards, he cleaned his teeth, drank plenty of water, and went to bed. His dreams featured snogging and the memory of Daphne grabbing his bum, and ended in gunky pajamas. After the third or fourth snog familiarization session, now taking place in the drawing room where there was a nice warm fire, and she did, in fact, like having her earlobe sucked, Harry was settling into bed when someone knocked on his bedroom door. "Come in," Harry called, and Daphne, in dressing gown and slippers, wand lit, came in looking determined. "Husband," she said formally. "I was just going to sleep," said Harry. "Is it a broken tap?" "We should lie together," said Daphne, "just once for the reasons," and she licked her lips. "Oh," said Harry, sitting up and swallowing, wondering what to do. He grabbed his wand and sent an incendio into the fireplace, turning the smoldering fire into an orange blaze. Daphne stood awkwardly. "Come to bed, then," said Harry, feeling pretty awkward. Daphne seemed energized by this and came over to the bed, lifted the covers, and got in on the opposite side. Then yelped. "It's freezing," she said, getting out. She suddenly didn't seem nervous or like a sex goddess, but a friend, he knew her voice so well, who just got into a bed that was freezing and hated it. Harry scratched the back of his head, pondering that she was just a person, and pulled the covers down and cast warming charms on his bed. And the covers. Daphne got back in and pulled the covers up and put her wand on the other bedside table. "I've done the charm, so don't worry about that," she said. Harry wasn't sure what she meant, but he put his wand down and started to take his glasses off. "Don't you need to see what you're doing?" asked Daphne, "or are you confident you can lie with me without seeing?" "Doing? Oh, you want to," said Harry awkwardly. "We've been practicing. I can do this. If you'd proceed, we can get this." "Task done," said Daphne. "Please don't be rough with me." Harry felt like collapsing into a heap. He had no idea, maybe just wing it, snog and get handsy, and then shag Daphne, said a voice in the back of his head. "She's a bloody attractive woman after all." Harry tried some occlumency and leaned over and kissed Daphne on the cheek where she lay like a sleeping person. She smelt nice, but was so not into this. This was going to be a pure-blood duty thing. Harry felt a stirring of interest at the closeness of the woman next to him, but he didn't feel randy. He slid over and kissed her properly. Gently. The scent of cognac filled his nose. His arm holding him up, he kissed her again. She lay there. Harry lifted himself up a bit. "Hey, you snog better than this," said Harry. "Don't just lie there." Daphne kissed him back, and a hand stroked his stiff arm, then grabbed it. He kissed her again, and probing with his tongue, tasted cognac, and couldn't help snogging a bit. He took a breath, and Daphne's lips were a bit pink, and she looked slightly alive at least. Harry sat up and pulled off his pajama top and leaned back to snog her some more. Something must have got her out of whatever funk she was in, as her other hand reached up and stroked his back. It was really nice, having someone stroke his back. Harry used his other hand and stroked Daphne's nearer arm, gently. Daphne said, "You can proceed to the main event." "Well, take off your nightie," said Harry, and Daphne wriggled around awkwardly, finally depositing it on the floor. Harry looked down at her neck and saw the tops of breasts. His hand slid over and he felt breasts. The nipples were funny things. Harry kept kissing, tried kissing her neck, and she stiffened momentarily. He rubbed a nipple and it stiffened slightly. Well, there were two. Daphne's nipples played with, he tried kissing her soft white breasts. She wasn't doing much, but when he gently kissed her nipples, she stiffened her grip on his arm. He tried sucking a nipple, feeling a bit silly, but the little gasp from Daphne gave him ideas, so he alternated both nipples. He was starting to feel randy and was sucking a girl's tits, his wife's tits, and they were getting pointier. Like a willy, only tiny, he wondered. Her other hand slid around and explored his chest. When she rubbed his nipples, they stiffened almost instantly, and it tickled. Harry tried stroking her side. She didn't shudder like she had when they snogged, but the need to slide his hand down her side drove his hand down her ribs, across her waist. Damn, she went in so far there. And then a hip, a curve that felt like a breast, like it needed to be there under his hand. Harry decided to snog her lips and moved back up and caught a glimpse of Daphne's face, looking oddly hopeful, before her mood changed. Harry kissed gently, and over she finally kissed back a bit. The bed was bloody warm. The room was really warm. At least Daphne wouldn't be cold. Harry snogged her. She kissed back a bit, her arms exploring his back. Then one slid up his neck, which gave him a shiver. Then her hand was in his messy hair, rubbing and grabbing, and Harry felt he was totally okay with that. The hand that'd been sitting on her waist, like he'd been dancing, went of its own accord up into her hair, on the back of her neck. The feeling of holding her head, of having his held, made the snog better. One of her hands stopped at his pajama pants. "Are you leaving those on?" she asked. Harry stopped snogging. "Yeah, should get those off, I suppose." Daphne let him go, like a snargaluff retracting its vines. Harry rolled over onto his back and shimmied his pajamas off, and cautiously slid back too, lying against his naked wife. Daphne lifted the cover and looked down. "Oh, it's time," she said, and her leg pressed against Harry. "What are you doing?" asked Harry. "Spreading my legs. Just this once," said Daphne. "No, we were snogging, and you'd got to my pants," said Harry, leaning over and kissing a surprised Daphne. Harry got back into the swing of snogging, and a tentative hand slid down his back, and then grabbed his bare bum in a not entirely unpleasant way. Harry figured that was permission, so he grabbed Daphne's hip. A bit squashy, her leg though was smooth and curved, and Harry felt bad about this, so he went for her breasts instead. They felt nice though her nipples had gone down a bit. A little stroking seemed to help there, and then he slowly, so slowly, slid his hand down her chest over her tightening belly too. Well, a little hairy, then a dip, and Daphne stiffened, her legs closing. Harry kissed the side of her neck for a bit, and her legs parted, and Harry's hand encountered soft, lightly haired something, and he couldn't help stroking it, suddenly reminded of the monster book of monsters. He snorted in amusement. "What's so funny?" said Daphne, sounding a bit tense. "Like the monster book of monsters, you have to stroke the spine." "If you want to now, I can just spread my legs," said Daphne in an unsexy, determined tone. "I'd rather you wanted to," said Harry, stroking her delicious hip instead. "Oh, get on with it," said Daphne. Harry stopped with the neck and went for some nipple sucking. She relaxed a bit, actually. So Harry stroked her hip, sucked her nipple, and wondered how sex worked normally. A hand grabbed his and placed it back on the hairy place, slid it down. There was. Harry had no idea, so he lifted the covers and had a look. Light brown straight hairs and an indignant Daphne. "You're looking at my crotch," she said. "I have no idea," said Harry, the cover falling back, barring his hips. Daphne's eyes darted down, and she said, "Is that normal?" while staring at his willy. Harry looked down, and apart from being mostly erect, everything looked normal. "Yeah, what?" "It's wet," she said. "I'm excited it gets wet," said Harry. Daphne spread her legs. "Take me husband," she said unenthusiastically. Harry slid up the bed over Daphne, and she pulled her knees up and rolled her hips back again, and reached down and guided Harry's willy into Daphne, and well, that was nice. Very nice. Harry worked out how to pump in and out, and looked down at a pair of really amazing breasts and an annoyed-faced Daphne. He settled on a pace that felt good and pumped away.